Chapter 1734. You're my sister. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Ker's sister shook her head before she said, Now that I've said my piece, if you still insist on leaving Zoroastrianism and the upper province to look for your man in the lower province, I'll personally send you and your daughter to reunite with him. No, I won't go. Ke quickly shook her head. Although she missed her young master and hoped that her daughter would be able to reunite with her father, she immediately dismissed the thought when she thought about how her young master would be in danger if she and her daughter returned. Even if she had to die, she did not want anything to happen to her young master. In her eyes, her young master's life was more important than her own. That was the man she was willing to give up her life for. Gonru Yen, how dare you? Just as Ker's sister heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Ker's words, an angry shout suddenly came from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, Ker's sister, Gonru Yan's expression changed drastically. She could tell who the voice belonged to. It was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. Gonru Yan lifted her head and saw 4 figures standing in the sky. The 4 of them were led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's. Especially when he looked at her now, she felt a chill run down her spine. The middle-aged man was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. There were 3 people standing behind Xueqin. 2 of them were young men with cold expressions. It was not difficult for Gonru Yen to guess their identities. They were most likely disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, when she saw the last person standing behind Xueqin, her expression darkened again. The last person was a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful features. Of course, in terms of looks, this woman was far inferior to Gonru Yen. At this moment, the woman looked at Gonru Yen with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. At the same time, she did not forget to send a voice transmission to her. Gonru Yen, congratulations on finding your long-lost sister. I'm afraid even your master, Guardian Qinghua, might not be able to help you avoid such a crime, right? I almost forgot. Your good sister didn't just violate the rules and lose her virginity. She even gave birth to a child. This is definitely a blasphemy to us Zoroastrianism. You and her will definitely be punished even more. At the end of the voice transmission, the woman's tone was filled with pride. Wen Yen, were you the one who brought Vice Hall Master Jiang here? Although Gonru Yen didn't know why the woman in front of her knew everything, she couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable flames of anger. What do you mean by I brought him here? Gonru Yen, don't tell me you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge? Wen Yan's voice transmission was still filled with pride. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, everyone has the obligation to uphold the rules of the sect. If you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge, you can complain to Vice Hall Master Jiang Qin and ask him to bring his people away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gloating smile appeared on Wen Yan's face. She and Gonru Yen were both outstanding disciples of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. However, she was always suppressed by Gonru Yen and had always lived in Gonru Yan's shadow. This made her angry and helpless at the same time. It was only recently that she discovered Gonru Yen had secretly brought someone back. After 2 years of investigation, she finally found out who that person was. With this, she finally had the opportunity to strike at Gonru Yen. In the past, no matter what, she had never won against Gonru Yen. However, today she had won. Although it was an unfair victory, she did not care about the process. She only cared about the result. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind, Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Ke in just a blink of an eye. His sharp eyes gleamed as he stared at Ke. You look exactly like Gonru Yen. It seems like you're really the little saint girl, Gonyu Yen, who was abducted that year. Gonyu Yen was a name that Ke was unfamiliar with in the past. However, ever since she followed her sister here, she had found out her original name. It was indeed Gonyu Yen. It was only one word different from her sister's name. I'm not Gonyu Yen, and I'm not a saint girl. Ever since I can remember, my name has always been Ke. Faced with Jiang Qin's stare, Ke said nonchalantly. At this moment, she could tell that someone was trying to harm her sister. Therefore, she decided to play dumb. Naturally, she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Ever since she could remember, her name had always been Kerr. For as long as she could remember, her life was tough. She and her mother depended on each other. It was only after her mother died that she sold herself to bury her mother that she met her young master. From then on, she transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. She lived a life that she did not even dare to imagine in the past. She was very satisfied. Humph. Do you think you can deny your identity as the Zoroastrianism saint girl just because you say that? The Zoroastrianism saint girl is Ganru Yan's twin sister. This is a fact that everyone in the sect knows. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Your face alone is enough to prove that you're Ganru Yan's twin sister. You're also the Zoroastrianism saint girl, Ganyu Yan. At this moment, Wan Yan descended from the sky. She stared at Kerr fiercely as a cold smile appeared on her face. It's a pity that you've led a wandering life without any self-respect. Not only have you lost your chastity, but you're also pregnant with another man's bastard child. What's even more ridiculous is that you've given birth to that bastard child. Bastard child? Upon hearing Wan Yan's words, Kerr was naturally enraged. Nobody dared to insult her daughter. Kerr seemed to have turned into a tigress protecting her calf. She suddenly became violent. However, with her little strength, she was no match for Wan Yan. Wan Yan simply raised her hand and restrained her. I heard that in the past, everyone said that you, the saint girl, were more talented than Ganru Yan. That's why you were chosen as the Zoroastrianism saint girl. I didn't expect that the outside world would reduce you to such a state. Even a random disciple from the sect is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than you. Wan Yan. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Following that, Ganru Yan attacked and sent the defenseless Wan Yan flying. Ganru Yan. Wan Yan didn't expect Ganru Yan to be so ruthless. Her expression changed drastically. She reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Ganru Yan. What? You've already lost to me. Do you still want to fight me? Ganru Yan sneered as she looked at Wan Yan with contempt. Although Wan Yan was considered a top figure among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, she was not even worth mentioning in front of Ganru Yan. Wan Yan's expression changed when she heard this. Bring that child out. Suddenly, Jianghu ordered. In an instant, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had followed Jianghu here turned into 2 bolts of lightning and shot into Ganru Yan's residence. Their figures disappeared. Vice Hall Master Jiang, she's only a child. Ganru Yan's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She wanted to stop the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, but Jianghu stopped her. Ganru Yan, you've also violated the sect's rules by harboring a saint girl who has violated the sect's rules. However, since your guardian Qing was last disciple, I won't make things difficult for you for now. However, the Hall of Justice will seek an explanation from Guardian Qing Hua regarding this matter. Jianghu said nonchalantly. As for the saint girl and her illegitimate daughter, I'll bring them to the Hall of Justice. After reporting this to the sect leader, we'll consider the sect leader's opinion and deal with them according to the sect's rules. As soon as Jianghu finished speaking, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had barged into Ganru Yan's residence came out. One of them was carrying a little girl in his arms. Baddie! Put me down. If you don't put me down, I'll ask my aunt to beat you to death. My aunt is very powerful. The little girl said in a childish voice as she struggled. Xiling. Kerr's expression changed drastically. She wanted to save her daughter immediately, but she was stopped by Wan Yan. At this moment, Wan Yan no longer had the anger from before. Instead, she had a smile on her face. Saint girl, it's time for you and your precious daughter to visit the Hall of Justice. Vice Hall Master Jiang, you won't even let go of such a young child? Ganru Yan asked in a trembling voice. Her eyes were red as she stared at Jianghu. Although her strength was not bad, in front of the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master, she was still lacking by more than just a little. It was impossible for her to snatch her daughter away from him. Let's go. Jianghu ignored Ganru Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled Kerr with him using an invisible force. The 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice followed closely behind. Sister, please save Xiling. It doesn't matter what happens to me in the end. Nothing can happen to Xiling. She's only 2 years old. She hasn't even met her father and her grandparents yet. Ker's voice was trembling in despair when it entered Gon Ruyan's ears. Whoosh! Upon hearing Ker's words, Gon Ruyan's eyes turned red immediately. She could not help but make a move. She looked at one of the disciples from the Hall of Justice. It was the disciple who was carrying Duan Xiling. However, before Gon Ruyan could touch the disciple from the Hall of Justice, a terrifying energy swept through the air and hit her, sending her flying. A cold voice rang in the air. Gon Ruyan, if you continue to obstruct the Hall of Justice, I won't show you any mercy even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Jiang Qin glanced coldly at Gon Ruyan, who was sent flying before he led the two disciples from the Hall of Justice away with Ker and her daughter. Chapter 1735. If it was any other time, Wen Yan would have left after saying such things. However, today, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Gon Ruyan gloatingly. Currently, Gon Ruyan was injured by Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Her strength was also greatly restricted, so she was not afraid at all. Sister. The purple-clad young girl, Zi'er, supported Gon Ruyan. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness. She was worried about her sister, Ker, and her daughter. Unfortunately, she was too weak and could not help at all. Wen Yan, Gon Ruyan, will remember what happened today. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for death. Gon Ruyan said sternly as she glared at Wen Yan coldly. She had originally thought that the safest place was also the most dangerous place. However, she had never expected that Wen Yan would actually spend 2 whole years to figure out the situation here and then go to the law enforcement hall to complain because of the conflict between them. Even in the past, she did not think Wen Yan would hate her to this extent. More than 2 years. Unless there was some kind of unresolvable enmity between them, who would have the patience to spend so much time scheming against someone? If she knew Wen Yan was such a person, she would not have brought her sister back to the Zoroastrianism. When Gon Ruyan thought about this, her heart was filled with guilt. She felt she was the one who had harmed her sister. Ha 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 ha. When Wen Yan heard Gon Ruyan's words, she immediately laughed before she said disdainfully, Gon Ruyan, you can't even protect yourself now, and you're still thinking of taking revenge on me? How naive. However, I'll wait for that day to come. The moment Wen Yan's words left her mouth, she laughed as she left. Sister, what should we do now? Sister Ker and Xiling will die. Zi'er had a worried expression on her face. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. If I had known that Wen Yan hated me so much, I would have killed her long ago. Since things have come to this point, I can take one step at a time. No matter what, I will never let anything happen to Ker. I only have one sister. Gon Ruyan's eyes shone brightly. Now, it's time for me to return to the clan and tell Mother and the others about Ker. After that, I'll look for Master and hope that Master can intercede for Ker and Xiling. Having made her decision, Gon Ruyan left Zoroastrianism and returned to her family. Although her clan, the Gon clan, was only a second-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to their complicated relationship with Zoroastrianism, even those powerful first-rate forces did not dare to easily offend the Gon clan. Gon Ruyan was the granddaughter of the current clan leader of the Gon clan. She was a direct descendant of the Gon clan. Ker, on the other hand, was Gon Ruyan's twin sister. Naturally, she was also a direct descendant of the Gon clan. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Conqueror and her daughter had encountered a calamity and were on the verge of death. However, even if he did not know, he still felt anxious. Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in reading the books in the main mansion's library, suddenly felt anxious. He could no longer calm down. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He believed that something that could make him feel this way would not be ordinary. Moreover, the person who was in trouble must be someone close to him. Is it Ker? Or Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian did not consider Li Fei because he knew she was with his parents. Instead, he thought of his fiancée, Ker, and Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and barely suppressed the feeling of anxiety in his heart. After the feeling of anxiety subsided, it did not appear again. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the mood to continue reading the books. Moreover, he already knew the things that he wanted to know. Moreover, he did not have much time left in the main mansion. Therefore, he decided to leave. After leaving the library, Duan Ling Tian went to register his departure from the main mansion again. Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't look well. Did something happen? When the disciple on guard helped Duan Ling Tian to register his departure, he noticed Duan Ling Tian's expression was not too good. Since Duan Ling Tian was a good person, he decided to be nosy and ask about it. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and forced a smile before he bade farewell and left. The few disciples on guard looked at Duan Ling Tian's departing silhouette. They only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. At the same time, they could not help but whisper among themselves. Do you think someone has offended junior brother Ling Tian? Otherwise, why would his expression be so grave? One of the disciples on guard could not help but speculate. That's possible. Another disciple on guard nodded in agreement. Humph. I really don't know who's so blind as to offend junior brother Ling Tian. Perhaps, junior brother Ling Tian's strength is limited, but how old is he? If he's given more time, who among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be able to compete with him? That's right. No matter who it is, anyone who offends junior brother Ling Tian is destined to be unlucky in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian is such a good person, and yet, someone has a conflict with him. That person must be the one who started it. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not expect the few disciples on guard of the main mansion would think of so many things just because his expression was slightly grave. After leaving the main mansion, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heaven Palace and returned to his residence. There's still more than a month before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. As for the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it'll be held 10 days before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. On the way back, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and muttered to himself as he temporarily shifted his thoughts elsewhere. However, he was still worried in the depths of his heart. Naturally, at the same time, he felt helpless as well. He did not know anything, and there was nothing he could do. I hope it's just a coincidence and they're fine. Duan Ling Tian could only console himself like this. You're finally back. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside his residence, he heard a delicate voice calling out to him. When he regained his senses, he saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Wang Fei Xian. You're looking for me? Duan Ling Tian stepped on the air and landed steadily in front of Wang Fei Xian as he asked with a frown on his face. Where have you been for the past 20 days? Wang Fei Xian was not in a hurry to reply to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she pulled a long face and asked, Do you know I've been looking for you for more than 20 days? These 20 days have also delayed my cultivation progress. You've been looking for me for more than 20 days? Duan Ling Tian's frown deepened. You're looking for me? Of course. Wang Fei Xian nodded matter-of-factly. Why would I look for you if there's nothing? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for delaying my cultivation for more than 20 days? Delaying your cultivation? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel amused. Great Miss Wang, you're the one who didn't focus on your cultivation. How can you blame me for that? I don't think you'll stop cultivating because of me. As far as I know, you're known as a cultivation maniac. Let alone the tyrannical Saber Mansions district, you're even famous in the Mystic Sky territory. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Ling Tian to know her so well. She was momentarily stunned. However, when she regained her senses, she began to act shamelessly again. I don't care. You have to compensate me anyway. Otherwise, I'll pester you every day and stop you from cultivating. This again. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. His expression darkened immediately. Great Miss Wang, do you think it's fun to play like this? I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian's darkened expression, she could not help but stick out her tongue playfully before she continued to say, All right, I won't tease you anymore. I don't want your compensation. You're so stingy. Stingy? Duan Ling Tian was speechless again. However, his expression slowly returned to normal after he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He continued to ask, Tell me, why are you looking for me? The Saint Martial Secret Zone. Perhaps, Wang Fei Xian was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's seriousness earlier. She did not beat around the bush this time and went straight to the point. The Saint Martial Secret Zone? Isn't the Saint Martial Secret Zone only going to open a month later? Why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. Of course, I know the Saint Martial Secret Zone will only open a month later. However, I'm looking for you because of another matter that's related to the Saint Martial Secret Zone as well. Wang Fei Xian said. Speak. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Before I speak, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I only heard that there are many good things in there. Moreover, if you can stay in there for a long time, you'll be able to obtain some benefits in your cultivation. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Duan Lingtian said. Do you know why only quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean have the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Wang Fei Xian asked again. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head decisively. He had only heard from other people that only quasi-third-rate forces in the Wuxia subterranean had the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As for the reason, he had no idea at all. Think about it. What do the quasi-third-rate forces have that other forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land don't have? Wang Fei Xian asked. What other forces don't have? Duan Lingtian frowned. He thought about it for a moment before he relaxed his frown. Let's not talk about the powerhouses and only talk about the things. I only know quasi-third-rate forces have different mineral reserves. Only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves. Don't tell me the formation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is related to quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian. That's right. Chapter 1736. It said that the existence of the Saint Martial Secret Zone is mostly dependent on formations. Those formations also require an endless supply of energy to support them. The energy that supports them comes from the quasi-third-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, as far as I know, the foundation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone's formation will accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy every once in a while. At that time, it'll explode. That's the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. It's precisely because of this that the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens every once in a while. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Apart from that, there are many things in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, her voice became hurried. Things that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was, naturally, shocked. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded. What's that? Duan Lingtian was extremely curious. He really could not figure out what was in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter that would attract powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage. Divine ability. Wang Fei Xian spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Divine ability. Upon hearing these 2 words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps, he would not know what a divine ability was. However, after consolidating the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings some time ago, he already knew what a divine ability was. Divine ability was a technique that only powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above could master. It was above all martial tactics. Naturally, although most of the divine saint stage powerhouses had mastered divine abilities, more than 90% of them had mastered divine abilities that were of little value. They were completely useless in a real battle. It was similar to the divine ability, the duplicated embodiment, that almost all divine saint stage Dao cultivators could master. Apart from being a protective talisman for their juniors, it had no other use. It's normal that you haven't heard of the divine ability. It's a technique that only powerhouses above the divine saint stage can master. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian was stunned, she thought this was the first time he had heard about divine abilities. She explained patiently, the divine abilities mastered by ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses are very ordinary. In the Wuxia subterranean, only the divine abilities mastered by powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above can be considered as useful in an actual battle. As long as an ordinary divine saint stage Dao cultivator is willing, they can easily master a divine ability. That divine ability is called the duplicated embodiment. Wang Fei Xian patiently explained to Duanling Tian and gave him an example. It was as though she was showing a world of divine abilities to Duanling Tian. Of course, there are also a small number of divine saint stage powerhouses in the WCI subterranean who have mastered some useful divine abilities. These divine abilities are either comprehended from relics left behind by powerhouses in the past or directly taught to them by other people. Naturally, even if they come across relics and are taught by other people, not everyone can master it. Mastering a divine ability requires innate talent and comprehension ability. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Then, does this mean there's a relic that contains divine abilities in the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Duanling Tian was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out something from Wang Fei Xian's words. That's right. Wang Fei Xian nodded. The relics left behind by powerhouses are the most precious treasures in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Although people like us can see the relics when we enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, we can only remember them in our minds. It's almost impossible for us to comprehend them. Those relics can't be copied. For this reason, even if we obtain them, we won't be able to share them with the people outside. Only when one of us has broken through to the Divine Saint stage and mastered the divine ability will we be able to pass it down. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, no matter which quasi-third-rate force it is, the reason they value the Saint Martial Secret Zone so much is because of the divine ability relic inside. As long as there's a divine saint stage powerhouse among those who enter and master the divine ability inside, there's a chance they'll be able to share the divine ability. No wonder the mystical Sky Mansion has so many saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, but still wants to recruit disciples from the outside. As it turns out, they have such a plan in mind. Duanling Tian finally understood. His train of thought finally became clear. Divine ability relic. That was something that any quasi-third-rate force would covet. This was because only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone to search for divine ability relic. For this reason, every quasi-third-rate force would seize the opportunity when the Saint Martial Secret Zone opened to search for saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 to enter. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for any quasi-third-rate force to obtain the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It was already considered good if there was a divine saint stage powerhouse among the saint stage geniuses who had entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, if they wanted him to master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic that he had seen many years ago, it would undoubtedly be too much. For this reason, there were not many quasi-third-rate forces who had successfully passed down the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Apart from the divine ability relic, the other things don't seem that important. In fact, they're not attractive to me at all. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duanling Tian as she said. Let's get down to business. Duanling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wang Fei Xian came to look for him because of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'd like to work with you. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duanling Tian going straight to the point, she immediately looked at Duanling Tian with a hopeful expression. Work with you? How? Duanling Tian asked. To be honest, he knew nothing about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He did not know what was inside. It was apparent that Wang Fei Xian had a certain level of understanding about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. For this reason, after he asked this question, he looked at Wang Fei Xian with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Wang Fei Xian meant by work with you. Wherever there are people, there will be battles. It's the same even in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Wang Fei Xian seemed to be able to tell Duanling Tian did not know about the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Therefore, she began to explain the Saint Martial Secret Zone to Duanling Tian. For example, there's a divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that can only be comprehended by one person at a time. As a result, the people who see the divine ability relic at the same time will fight each other. Only the person who stays behind will be able to comprehend the divine ability relic. Naturally, it's a little flattering to say that we'll be able to comprehend it. Without a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above, it's almost impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability relic. The only thing we can do is to memorize the words and characteristics on the divine ability relic. Moreover, although we've memorized everything on the divine ability relic, it's impossible for us to copy it. Even if we copy it by force, We'll only copy its appearance but not its spirit. It's impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability contained in the copied divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian explained. Duan Ling Tian could understand what Wang Fei Xian had said. Otherwise, those quasi-third-rate forces would not recruit saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. They did it so that there would be divine saint-stage powerhouses among the saint-stage geniuses who entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Moreover, they would be able to comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic they saw in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Once one successfully comprehended the divine ability, it would mean one had mastered the divine ability and would be able to pass it down. Naturally, not everyone would be able to master the divine ability through passing it down. However, at the very least there was hope. Moreover, it was a very high hope. The divine ability relics in the Saint Martial Secret Zone are also divided into different grades and grades. The lowest grade divine ability relic contains the most useless divine ability. It's at the level of the duplicated embodiment. It's completely useless in a real battle. On the other hand, a better divine ability can be used together with a martial tactic to achieve a miraculous effect. A powerful divine ability can even bestow great strength to the person who successfully comprehended it. Mastering such a divine ability is equivalent to mastering an extremely powerful and terrifying martial tactic. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, her eyes burned with passion. In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the rarer it is. In order to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, one would have to go through many tests. During this process, if one fails the test, one would be directly kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she looked at Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, I want to work with you. If the two of us work together, I'm sure we'll be able to go far. Even if we obtain the opportunity to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic, it's not impossible. The moment Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, her eyes burned with passion. You're really counting your chickens before they hatch. After hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. However, I'm not interested in working with you. You! Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Ling Tian would reject her immediately. Her expression turned grave immediately. Why are you like this? I'm asking you to work with me out of goodwill, and you're rejecting me without even thinking about it? Don't tell me you think there's no benefit in working with me? I really don't think there's any benefit in working with you. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly as he sized up Wang Fei Xian. Put aside the fact that Wang Fei Xian was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. Even if she was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would not be interested in working with her. To him, bringing along Wang Fei Xian was no different from bringing along a burden. If it was an ordinary man, he would have agreed to Wang Fei Xian's request without even thinking about it. After all, it was difficult to reject a beauty's request. Chapter 1737. After rejecting Wang Fei Xian, Duan Ling Tian returned to his room. He did not even care if Wang Fei Xian was still outside before he closed the door. However, speaking of cooperation, I can work with Lu Jian and the others. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he recalled Lu Jian and Ren Fei who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. Lu Jian was from the Raging Wave Mansion. At the same time, he was also the nephew of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Ren Fei was from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and seemed to have a close relationship with Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Whether it was Lu Hongguang or Ren Zhong, Duan Ling Tian had stood them up previously. Until now, he still felt a little guilty about it. He always thought of returning the favor if he had the chance. After learning about the matters in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Ling Tian immediately realized this was a good opportunity to return the favor. As long as he worked with Lu Jian and Ren Fei and allowed them to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he would be able to return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong. Duan Ling Tian had never liked owing people favors. Naturally, he would feel relieved if he could return the favor. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Wang Fei Xian that I'm able to find out about the matters in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Since I'm going to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it doesn't matter if she's one more person. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he opened the door again. However, he discovered Wang Fei Xian was still lost in her thoughts. However, Wang Fei Xian stood there as though she had lost her soul. She did not regain her senses for a long time. Wang Fei Xian was the biological granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She was the eldest young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, everyone treated her like a little ancestor, especially the younger generation of Tyrannic Saber Mansion's disciples. One could say that she was the pride of the heavens in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Of course, even if she left the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, with her identity, no one would look down on her. Other people of the same generation, when facing her, were also like a piece of bone skin plaster, sticking to her and not letting go. If she had any request, they would fulfill it. However, after coming to the mystical Sky Mansion and encountering Duanling Tian, Wang Fei Xian had suffered setbacks time and time again. All of these setbacks came from Ling Tian, the Saint Stage Genius. He was also the most outstanding person among the Saint Stage Geniuses who had just joined the mystical Sky Mansion. Today, she had finally waited for that Ling Tian. She had thought that Ling Tian would readily agree to her request for cooperation. Who would have thought that the other party would disdain to cooperate with her? Although she could understand this, she found it hard to accept. The reason why she said that she could understand was because she knew her own limits. With regards to that Duanling Tian, her little bit of strength really couldn't be of much help. She found it hard to accept this because a great beauty like her had taken the initiative to ask for cooperation, but she was actually rejected by a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, if she knew that fellow already had 3 women, she would really think that fellow did not like women. Due to this reason, Wang Fei Xian was greatly affected. Hey! Just when Wang Fei Xian was about to go crazy in her heart, the voice that was extremely annoying to her entered her ears in a timely manner. It woke her up from her stupor, and she immediately looked at the source of the voice. That fellow whom she hated had appeared before her eyes again. What's the matter? Wang Fei Xian was not the kind of woman who would stick to the skin plaster. Since the other party had rejected her, she naturally would not be so shameless as to stick her hot face to the other party's cold buttocks. I'll agree to your request for cooperation. Faced with Wang Fei Xian's indifference, Duanling Tian did not take it to heart at all. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Wang Fei Xian was once again stunned. The fellow who had just rejected her request for cooperation actually agreed to her request now? It was said that women were fickle, but why did she feel that this fellow was even more fickle than women? However, I have a request. Immediately after, Wang Fei Xian heard the voice again. This caused her expression to darken, and she glared at Duanling Tian with an unfriendly gaze. If you want to use this to threaten me and take advantage of me, then you're wrong. Although I want to cooperate with you, I'm not at the point of selling myself out. Humph. After speaking, Wang Fei Xian did not wait for Duanling Tian's response. She turned around and walked away. Her entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, and it was very elegant. Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. This woman, did she think that he would make such a request? Did he look like that kind of person? Wait. However, Duanling Tian knew that if he did not say anything at this time, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had such thoughts. Therefore, he quickly spoke up and stopped Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian stopped in her tracks and turned around. She coldly glanced at Duanling Tian, but did not say anything. I say, Miss Wang, are you feeling too good about yourself, or do you think that I'm that kind of shameless person? Duanling Tian spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although you're not bad-looking and have a good figure, you're really not that attractive to me. My 2 fiancés and 1 confidant are not any worse than you. When Duanling Tian said this, Wang Fei Xian was instantly stunned. She seriously looked into Duanling Tian's eyes and saw the purity in them. For a moment, she realized that she had misunderstood him. The eyes were the windows to a person's soul. The eyes would not lie. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's beautiful face could not help but blush. She looked extremely charming. What do you want? If it was not an outrageous request, she would still be able to accept it. After all, she really wanted to work with Duanling Tian. Of course, rather than saying that she wanted to work with Duanling Tian, it was more accurate to say that she wanted to ride on his coattails. She believed that only by following Duanling Tian would she be able to maximize her chances of comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic. I need you to help me find 2 people to join us and work with us, Duanling Tian said to Wang Fei Xian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up immediately. Who? In her opinion, even a saint-stage genius like her was initially rejected by Duan Lingtian. However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to work with two other people, those two people would definitely be stronger than her. This was a good thing for her. I can't believe this fellow has already gotten to know a saint-stage genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion so soon after arriving at the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Heaven Palace, there are only two saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who are stronger than me. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian wants me to look for them? The moment Wang Feixian thought about this, she felt excited. If that was the case, then she would be riding on 3 coattails this time. It would be difficult for her not to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the high-grade divine ability relic. Lu Jian, Ren Fei. Duan Lingtian said to Wang Feixian. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Wang Feixian's ears, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on her head, extinguishing all the enthusiasm in her heart. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the names Lu Jian and Ren Fei. In fact, she had even met them a few times before. After all, they were both young geniuses from fourth-rate forces. Ren Fei had even tried to pursue her before. However, after being beaten up by her, he no longer dared to pursue her. Are you close to them? Wang Feixian asked with a frown. She really could not understand why this fellow would want to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei. She was not even comparable to those two fellows. Not only would she not be of help to them, but she would also be a burden to them. I don't know them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Initially, Wang Feixian thought Duan Lingtian knew Lu Jian and Ren Feixian and was close to them. That was why he wanted to work with them and help them out. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was rendered speechless. You don't know them, but you still plan to work with them? Do you know that although they're young geniuses from the Raging Wave Mansion and the Sky Hurdle Mansion, their cultivation base has not even broken through to the refined saint stage? That Ren Fei, in particular, is only a mastery pristine saint stage martial cultivator. When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, she had a gloomy expression on her face. Although I don't know them, I owe both of their seniors a favor. I've decided to repay this favor in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian said, if you're unwilling to work with them, you can reject them. Naturally, even if you don't help me look for them, I'll look for them myself. If you don't want to work with them, it means you won't work with me as well. Duan Lingtian directly gave Wang Feixian a chance to choose. Upon hearing this, Wang Feixian felt even more gloomy. She wanted to work with Duan Lingtian because she valued his strength. She thought he would be able to bring her to greater heights. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring along 2 burdens. To be honest, she was not willing at all. What do you think? Great Miss Wang. Have you made up your mind? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine if you let them join us. However, you have to promise that they'll work with us and won't drag us down. Wang Feixian said solemnly. Why? Great Miss Wang. Do you have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps, it was Duan Lingtian's smile that infected Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian could sense the confidence in Duan Lingtian's tone. Wang Feixian no longer said anything and obediently left to look for Lu Jian and Ren Fei. What? You want me to join your little group? And Lingtian as well? Originally, Lu Jian was puzzled when he saw Wang Feixian coming to look for him. He wondered why this young lady was looking for him. However, when Wang Feixian told him the reason for her visit, he was instantly overjoyed. Wang Feixian and Lingtian were the 2 strongest people among the 37 people who had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion previously. Entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time was filled with difficulties. Initially, he was still thinking if he should find a few people to work with to help each other. However, he did not expect Wang Feixian would come before he could even make a move. Not only that, but she had also delivered a huge gift to him. If you're willing, then this matter is settled. Naturally, it's fine if you're not willing. However, you'll have to come with me to inform that fellow. Otherwise, he'll think I didn't inform you and say you're not willing. Chapter 1738. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. As soon as Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, Lu Jian quickly replied. It was as though he was afraid he would lose the opportunity to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian if he was too late. What a joke! Working together with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian to enter the Saint Martial secret zone was definitely a great thing that would only benefit him. Unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey, he would definitely not reject it. Since you're willing, then it's decided. However, there's still one more thing you have to do. Wang Feixian nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, she looked at Lu Jian again and said, You should know Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, right? Yes. Lu Jian quickly nodded. At the same time, he looked at Wang Feixian in confusion and thought to himself, Don't tell me this little miss wants me to help her teach Ren Fei a lesson to prove my allegiance to her so that I can work with her and Ling Tian? He had heard about Ren Fei pursuing Wang Feixian before. From the beginning, he did not think highly of Ren Fei's actions. In the end, it was just as he had guessed. Ren Fei and the others who pursued Wang Feixian were all beaten up. When he heard Wang Feixian mentioning Ren Fei, Lu Jian's first reaction was that this little miss was not satisfied with beating Ren Fei up previously and wanted him to help her beat Ren Fei up again. Ren Fei, I'm sorry. Lu Jian quickly made up his mind. In order to work with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian, he would accept it even if he had to offend Ren Fei and fall out with him. However, Wang Feixian's next words stunned him. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood. Go look for Ren Fei and ask him if he's interested in joining our small team. If he's willing, ask him to prepare himself and compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. If he can't even get a spot, then he's not qualified to work with us. If he's unwilling, you can take him to Ling Tian and ask him to personally refuse to cooperate. Wang Feixian said. Let Ren Fei join us? Lu Jian frowned. Ren Fei's strength was a notch weaker than his. To be honest, even if Wang Feixian did not come to look for him today, he would not even consider Ren Fei if he were to look for someone to work with. He would only consider those saint stage geniuses whose cultivation bases were on par with him, or even stronger than him. Naturally, those saint stage geniuses who were stronger than him might not necessarily be willing to work with him. After all, the Saint Martial secret zone was filled with benefits. No one was willing to cooperate with the weak and let the weak have a share of the profits. It was precisely because of this that he was ecstatic when Wang Feixian came to him for a collaboration. This was because it was like a meat pie falling from the sky. What? We haven't even despised you yet, and you're already despising Ren Fei? Seeing Lu Jian frown, how could Wang Feixian not know what he was thinking? Disdain immediately appeared on her face. Hearing this, Lu Jian felt a little awkward. That was right. With Wang Feixian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not despise him. What right did he have to despise Ren Fei? Miss Feixian. Lu Jian took a deep breath as though he had mustered up his courage before he asked. With your and Ling Tian's strength, you'll definitely be invincible in the Saint Martial secret zone if the two of you join forces. Why did you look for Ren Fei and me to work with you? If you bring us along, I'm afraid we'll be a burden to you. Can you tell me the reason? As one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Jian was, naturally, not stupid. Ling Tian and Wang Feixian did not bring them along out of kindness. There must be a reason behind it. He really wanted to know the reason. Naturally, he did not think Wang Feixian and Wang Feixian were trying to harm them. With Wang Feixian and Wang Feixian's strength, if they really wanted to harm them, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to work with them. In any case, the reason doesn't lie with me. If it's possible, I don't want to work with two burdens like you. Wang Feixian was a straightforward woman. She did not hold back when she spoke. Lu Jian did not get angry. He only smiled wryly as he said, In that case, the reason lies with Ling Tian. May I ask, Miss Feixian, did Ling Tian tell you the reason? He didn't say much. All he said is that he owes your seniors a favor and wants to use this opportunity to return the favor. Both of you are really lucky. With him around, perhaps you'll be able to come into contact with the highest grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone. Wang Feixian said indifferently. Don't forget what I asked you to do. After saying this, Wang Feixian left. She passed the task of inviting Ren Fei to their group to Lu Jian. Naturally, Lu Jian did not dare to neglect Wang Feixian's request. He immediately went to look for Ren Fei and told him about working with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian. Miss Fei Xian wants to work with us? When Ren Fei heard Lu Jian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He smiled as he said, "It seems like Miss Fei Xian is still very sentimental. It seems like my efforts to pursue her weren't in vain. Sigh, with the way Miss Fei Xian has taken care of me this time, I'm sure she has me in her heart. If I had put in more effort back then, I might have been able to win her heart. However, it's not too late now. Since Miss Fei Xian wants to work with me, I'm sure she still has feelings for me. Perhaps as long as I put in more effort, I'll be able to break through the last layer of paper and win her heart." As Ren Fei muttered to himself, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Although Ren Fei was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. Everything was heard by Lu Jian, causing the corners of Lu Jian's mouth to involuntarily twitch. Isn't this guy a little too full of himself? However, in order to avoid angering Wang Fei Xian and missing out on this opportunity to work with her, Lu Jian could not help but remind him, "Ren Fei, don't think too much about it. It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea to get us involved in this collaboration. According to Miss Fei Xian, she really doesn't want to bring two burdens like us along." "It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea?" Lu Jian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Ren Fei's head, causing him to wake up from his dream. "It's Ling Tian's idea? However, I don't know him. I don't know him as well." Lu Jian smiled wryly. "However, according to Miss Fei Xian, it seems like he owes our senior a favor, and he intends to return the favor in the Saint Martial secret zone." "I see." Ren Fei finally understood. "In that case, it's a good thing. With Ling Tian's strength, we'll definitely be able to comprehend a good divine ability relic if we work with him." "Indeed." Lu Jian agreed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Perhaps it was due to Ren Fei and Lu Jian's participation. Wang Fei Xian felt a lot of pressure. She actually managed to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before she competed for the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was, naturally, boosted. Even in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people who were at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40. However, Wang Fei Xian was one of them. For this reason, apart from the boost in her confidence, Wang Fei Xian could not help but feel a little complacent. "Ling fellow, I've just broken through. Why don't you spar with me?" After breaking through, Wang Fei Xian instantly went to look for Duan Ling Tian. "You've broken through?" Duan Ling Tian was also surprised by Wang Fei Xian's breakthrough. He already knew Wang Fei Xian was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. An early refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40, moreover, she was a woman. This was already considered rare. However, Wang Fei Xian had broken through again? Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Wang Fei Xian's innate talent was second only to Ker's sister among all the young women he had met. "If I don't break through, I'm really afraid those two burdens will drag us down." Wang Fei Xian snorted. "In the end, you still don't believe me." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then he asked, "However, are you sure you want to spar with me?" "Of course. I also want to know how big the gap is between us after I've broken through." Wang Fei Xian nodded eagerly. "Come then." Duan Ling Tian nodded and calmly received Wang Fei Xian's attack. Wang Fei Xian did not hold back and made the first move to gain the upper hand by striking first. After her territory was consolidated, she launched a barrage of attacks at Duan Ling Tian from all directions. It was as though she wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian in one move. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly in the face of Wang Fei Xian's attack. He calmly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. Soon after, the Sun True Origin appeared on the surface of his body and transformed into faint golden sword rays that flew around him rapidly. This was the defensive technique that Duan Ling Tian had cast by combining his true origin with the Sovereign Heart Sword and the defensive martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Bell, that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, his current defensive technique was much more powerful than the Colossal Arrow Bell. He had given this defensive technique a name: Colossal Sword Bell. It sounded the same but had different characters. From afar, Duan Ling Tian stood there with a faint golden brilliance emanating from his body. At the same time, the golden sword rays were like golden talismans as they flew around him rapidly and formed a layer of powerful defensive light shield that seemed to be able to defend against everything. Finally, Wang Feixian's attack that blotted out the sky finally landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Boom, 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 boom. Wang Feixian was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. Her attack tore through the air and set off a series of explosions in the air. The attacks landed on the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body like a storm. Break! At this moment, Wang Feixian cried out as her attack became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 At the same time, the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble. Chapter 1739. Although Wang Feixian knew she was not a match for Duan Lingtian before she made her move, she was still curious. What she wanted to know more was the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Before she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, she did not even have the courage to fight with Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was at the mastery refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate. Even if he had not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, his strength must have increased tremendously. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. That was why she thought of sparring with Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? However, when Wang Feixian saw she could not break the defense on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body even after she had unleashed her full strength, she was dumbfounded. The confidence she had gained from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage had completely crumbled at this moment. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? A terrifying thought instantly appeared in Wang Feixian's mind as she stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. The only explanation for the scene before her eyes was that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how powerful a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was, it was impossible for him to block her full-powered attack so easily. Originally, Wang Feixian was wondering if this fellow had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out from the spirit pool. However, after she tested him herself, she was certain this fellow must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian merely shrugged and smiled faintly in the face of Wang Feixian's question. He did not say anything. However, in Wang Feixian's eyes, Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wang Feixian was thinking, he would be rendered speechless. The reason he did not say anything was because he was afraid it would frighten Wang Feixian. Moreover, Wang Feixian might not believe him. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Feixian. Of course, what was mentioned here was only cultivation, and not strength. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer limited to cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his powerful physical body, even if he did not rely on external forces, his strength was already comparable to a great sage realm initial powerhouse. 3 days later will be the day our Heaven Palace will compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. At that time, I'll come and look for you, and we'll go together. After being dealt a blow by Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian's confidence had also crumbled. She was unwilling to stay here any longer. The moment her words left her mouth, she left in a hurry. We'll compete for the spot in 3 days. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 13 days. I'm really looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Feixian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was waiting to compete for the spot to enter the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone in 3 days, news of his identity as Lingtian had begun to spread. It had even reached the ears of a few quasi-third-rate forces. Lingtian, a saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old. As soon as he entered the mystical Sky Mansion, he fought to a draw with a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse from the Heaven Palace. After that, he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool and only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Let alone the mystical Sky Mansion, such a saint stage genius was extremely rare even in the other quasi-third-rate forces. For example, the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were the leaders of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the WCI Subterranean. Although they also had such young geniuses, they only had one. Moreover, compared to Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion, they seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to this reason, the news of Ling Tian had spread to the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, causing quite a commotion. In the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the supreme leader, Dugu, had also learned about this news. Has it been confirmed? Dugu asked in an indifferent tone as he looked at the black-clad old man who was standing respectfully below him. Yes, Lord Leader, the black-clad old man replied respectfully. This news was sent back by the people our Mountain Shade Black Market planted in the mystical Sky Mansion. There's no way it's fake. Lord Leader, Ling Tian is definitely a rare genius in our Debussy subterranean. If our Mountain Shade Black Market can get him, even if you go to the upper province in the future, our Mountain Shade Black Market will still be glorious for a few hundred years. You seem to think highly of him. However, do you really think he's stronger than Black Hawk? Dugu asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect that Ling Tian from the mystical Sky Mansion has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although Black Hawk is a rare genius in our Mountain Shade Black Market, he's already 39 years old. He'll definitely have to wait until he's 40 years old before he can break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The black-clad old man said again. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young. Those above the age of 40 were no longer considered young. How old is Ling Tian? Dugu asked again. It said that he's not even 38 years old. The black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Dugu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean that Ling Tian is not inferior to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district not long ago? Perhaps, he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but it's not too far off. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say. However, that Li Feng was short-lived. Many people guessed that he's from the upper province. However, this Ling Tian is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful forces. There's no need for him to come to our lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Dugu nodded. Make a trip there and try your best to bring Ling Tian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. With him in the mystical Sky Mansion, won't they be able to ride on our Mountain Shade Black Market's head in another 100 years? I don't want the mystical Sky Mansion to become the second Azure Cloud Mansion. Do you understand? Understood. When the black-clad old man heard this, he nodded solemnly and retreated at the same time. Ling Tian. This name sounds a little familiar, Dugu muttered to himself. After the old man left. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. Oh right, Duan Rufeng's son is called Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt the name of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son was similar to the name of the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion, leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market did not link the two of them together. The reason he did not link the two of them together was because he felt it was impossible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so monstrous. Secondly, he felt if Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng's son, he would definitely not go to the mystical Sky Mansion. Compared to the current Azure Cloud Mansion, the difference between the mystical Sky Mansion and the mystical Sky Mansion was huge. Since the Mountain Shade Black Market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion that was not any weaker than the Mountain Shade Black Market had naturally received the news as well. On the celestial island that was suspended in the air, inside a huge palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands were spinning continuously as they emitted a soft sound. It was especially ear-piercing in this quiet main hall. Elder Yuan, you said the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion is called Ling Tian? Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man who was also the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, spoke. At the same time, he looked at one of the two old men seated below him. Yes. The old man that Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan. At the same time, he was also Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was as famous as Ku Mi. When Rong Yuan heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Ku Mi who was standing at the side also chimed in. Lord Mansion Master, this mystical Sky Mansion's Ling Tian seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is exactly the same as young Mansion Master's. Could he be the young Mansion Master? Tian-er? Upon hearing Ku Mi's words, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also thought of this possibility. However, He found it hard to believe that his son's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long had his son been in the Dao martial saint land? If he's really Tianer, there's hope for him to fight with the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, 2 years later to obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, is it possible that he's Tianer? Duan Ruffing did not think it was possible. I don't think so. Rong Yuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, when the young mansion master left Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal tablet, he was only at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. How's it possible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years? Perhaps it's impossible for ordinary people, but he's the young mansion master, the son of Lord Mansion Master. Kumi said confidently. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in the young mansion master whom he had never met before. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Rufing's monstrous talent. In his opinion, like father like son. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Ruffing and fell silent for a moment. The rise of the mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion was definitely legendary. If his son inherited his monstrous talent, it was not impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. When Duan Ruffing noticed Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, he shook his head. He was the only one who knew his own experience. He was able to rise up in such a short period of time mostly because of the powerful devil cultivator, Black Underworld. At that time, in order to increase his strength, Black Underworld took many shortcuts. It was not a cultivation path that could be replicated by ordinary martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. For this reason, only he knew unless his son had a fortuitous encounter as well, it was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. Elder Ku, whether he's Tianer or not, you should make a trip to the mystical sky mansion to have a look. Chapter 1740. 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. 10 days later, the mystical sky mansion's Saint Martial secret zone would open. At that time, only 30 people would be able to enter to train. Naturally, instead of calling it training, it would be more accurate to call it treasure hunting. There were many good things in the Saint Martial secret zone. The most attractive thing was undoubtedly the various divine ability relics hidden inside. Those divine ability relics were ancient relics left behind by powerhouses in the past. Not many of those powerhouses were from the mystical sky mansion. After all, the mystical sky mansion had only been promoted to a quasi-third-rate force recently. The mystical sky mansion had spent a lot of effort to recruit saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 in hopes of having more people. If someone successfully broke through to the divine saint stage after coming out of the Saint Martial secret zone and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics in the Saint Martial secret zone, that would be the greatest reward. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were only a handful of people who had broken through to the divine saint stage and comprehended the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relics after coming out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Those who managed to pass down their divine abilities were even rarer. 10 days later, the mystical sky mansion's Saint Martial secret zone would open. Since there were only 30 spots, they would have to compete for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Out of the 30 spots, the Heaven Palace had 10 spots. The remaining 20 spots were divided among the other 3 palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements to enter the Saint Martial secret zone were not happy at all. If it was possible, they would rather compete with the other 3 palaces. Although the other 3 palaces only had less than 7 spots on average, the number of outstanding young disciples from the other 3 palaces was not even half of the Heaven Palaces. Although the Heaven Palace had 10 spots, the competition was extremely intense. There was a vast and boundless platform at the peak of the steep mountain where the Heaven Palace was located. The competition for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone would be held here. For this reason, it was already crowded early in the morning. Many people from the other 3 palaces even came to watch the show. Although they were also competing for the spots to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, it was not as exciting as the Heaven Palaces. For this reason, the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace's disciples who were not qualified to compete had all come to the Heaven Palace early in the morning to watch the show. The spots for the Heaven Palace's spots. A palace's Heaven Palace's Heaven Palaces. One of the Heavenly Palace's disciples lamented. That's right. It sounds like our heavenly palace has more quotas than the other 3 palaces. However, if we were to really compete for it, the weakest of the 10 heavenly palaces disciples who obtain the quotas will definitely be stronger than the weakest 3 disciples from the other 3 palaces. Another heavenly palace's disciple said, "Isn't what you're saying nonsense? Putting everything else aside, just the powerhouses above the refined saint stage are already 4 in the heaven palace. More than 2 months ago, our heaven palace had new disciples. That Ling Tian and that Wang Fei Xian are both at the refined saint stage. With this, our heaven palace will have 6 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40. The 6 of them will definitely be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. The competition for the remaining 4 spots will definitely be very intense. I suspect that without a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, I'm afraid it's impossible to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. So many sage-level geniuses have been recruited into the mansion this time. And this has also put a lot of pressure on the people who originally met the requirements. That's right. Initially, I didn't think much of it when they said they were going to recruit saint stage geniuses. I thought no matter how many they recruited, there would definitely not be anyone above the refined saint stage. However, it did not cross my mind that not only did they recruit 2 refined saint stage powerhouses, but both of them even came to our heaven palace. Let's not talk about Wang Fei Xian. She's the granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She's also famous in our mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian, I wonder where he came from. His strength is the strongest among all the disciples below the age of 40 in our mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian was able to fight Guolu to a draw previously. His cultivation base must be close to the peak of the refined saint stage. After that, he went to the spirit pool again. It only took him 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Do you think it's possible that he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Isn't that obvious? I think he must have broken through. I think so too. Around the vast platform, one by one, the Heaven Palace's disciples discussed animatedly. The topic shifted from the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone to Duan Ling Tian. Almost 80% of the Heaven Palace's disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the corner of the crowd, Guolu stood there quietly with a faint smile on his face. Only he knew that his junior brother Ling Tian's strength had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage a long time ago. To junior brother Ling Tian, the baptism in the spirit pool only gave him a push on his path to the eminent saint stage. Naturally, the reason Guolu had such thoughts was because Duan Ling Tian had gone easy on him previously. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage at that time. After the baptism in the spirit pool, he might not have broken through, but his cultivation base must have improved. Due to this reason, he did not comment on the discussion of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. Guolu, do you also think that Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Suddenly, 2 figures appeared next to Guolu. They were 2 young men. Upon closer inspection, they looked exactly the same. Not only that, but both of them were dressed in white. Coupled with their handsome faces, they appeared graceful and extraordinary. The person who spoke was the white-clad young man on the left. It was impossible to distinguish between these 2 white-clad young men, because one of them had a red mole between his brows while the other one had a black mole between his brows. The person who spoke to Guolu was the white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows. I don't know. When Guolu saw the 2 of them, he could not help but frown. Although these 2 fellows did not have any deep enmity with him, they liked to flaunt their strength. After he had been defeated by the 2 of them, they actually came to challenge him frequently, and each time, they showed no mercy. Moreover, there was once when he admitted defeat, they did not hold back and made him bedridden for half a month. Due to this reason, Guolu did not have a good impression of them. The 2 white-clad young men who looked exactly the same were the 2 mastery-refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace who were stronger than Guolu. They were a pair of twins, and both of them were stronger than Guolu. Once they joined forces, they could even defeat some ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the telepathy between the twins. Due to this reason, they were extremely arrogant. Guolu, you're really getting worse as you age. Isn't it just a brat who's still wet behind the ears? How embarrassing. The white-clad young man with the black mole between his brows, Luo He, who was the younger twin, glanced at Guo Lu disdainfully and sneered. It's fine if you're embarrassing yourself, but you actually dragged us into this as well. Due to the fact that you came to a draw with him that day, there are people who suspect that after that brat comes out of the spirit pool, both of us might not be a match for him at all. The other white-clad young man with a red mole between his brows, Luo Shan, said in a deep voice as he glanced at Guo Lu. If you want to prove yourself, why don't you look for junior brother Ling Tian to spar? Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Guo Lu said nonchalantly. Guo Lu, you're seeking death. Luo He's expression turned grave as true origin surged out of his body. It was obvious he wanted to attack. Am I wrong? Guo Lu smirked. I admit that I'm inferior to both of you. If both of you want to find a balance with me, I'll accept it. However, that would only make both of you look like cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Guo Lu did not intentionally lower his voice when he spoke, and it attracted the attention of many Heaven Palace's disciples. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples instantly surrounded them and looked at Guo Lu and the Luo brothers with interest. Humph! Luo He's expression turned grave when he saw Guo Lu had purposely lured them over. If he still made a move at this moment, it would really prove Guo Lu's words were true. A tree needed its bark, and a man needed his face. He, Luo He, could not afford to lose this face. Guo Lu, we'll let you know that any one of us brothers is stronger than that brat. Luo Shan said with a grave expression. Everyone knows how to boast. Why don't you wait until both of you can defeat junior brother Ling Tian before you say that? The smirk on Guo Lu's face deepened. At this moment, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who had surrounded them had roughly figured out what was going on. They began to whisper among themselves. The Luo brothers actually want to spar with Ling Tian? Any one of the Luo brothers is stronger than Guo Lu. However, it's very likely that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If it's just one of them, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. The difference between the peak of the refined saint stage and the mastery refined saint stage is not a joke. If Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, unless the Luo brothers join forces, they won't be a match for Ling Tian at all. You've gone overboard with your words. Saying that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is merely a guess. Perhaps, he hasn't broken through yet? If he really hasn't broken through, any one of the Luo brothers will stand a chance. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he was being targeted by two of the most powerful people among the mastery refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace, a pair of twins. Outside the steep mountain wall, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian soared into the air together as they made their way to the peak. Have you notified Lu Jian and Ren Fei? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Yes. Chapter 1741. None of them managed to obtain a spot? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown. He had not thought of this possibility before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. However, his frown quickly disappeared as he said nonchalantly, if none of them manage to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone, there's nothing I can do to help them. As for the favor I owe their seniors, I'll find a chance to repay it in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. I hope those two fellows won't be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone this time. Wang Fei Xian thought to herself. In her opinion, even if Lu Jian and Ren Fei managed to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone, their strength would definitely be at the bottom among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who would enter the St. Martial secret zone. They would only be a burden if they followed her and Ling Tian. For this reason, she hoped those two fellows would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone today. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian saw the anticipation in Wang Fei Xian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian could guess what she was thinking. However, he did not say anything about it. Since he had agreed to work with Wang Fei Xian, he would work with Wang Fei Xian as well. As for Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it would depend on whether they would be able to live up to his expectations. If they were not, he would not be able to help them. However, if they were, he would be able to help them in the St. Martial secret zone and try his best to give them a chance to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Naturally, he could only say that he would try his best. After all, He did not know much about the situation in the Saint Martial secret zone. Due to this reason, he did not dare to make any guarantees. We're here. After Duan Ling Tian rose into the air and entered the peak, Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Then, both of them rose into the air side by side and landed on the vast platform on the peak. The appearance of the two naturally attracted the attention of many people. The young man and woman, who were like a golden couple, walked side by side, like an immortal couple. Sensing the gazes around her, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face flushed a rare shade of red, revealing a rare shyness of a little girl. It's Wang Fei Xian. It really is her. I've seen this young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion once before, but I didn't expect she'd really join our mystical sky mansion. Moreover, she's even in our heaven palace. Just as the rumors say, this Miss Wang not only has martial talent and strength that are not inferior to men of the same age, she also has a face that can cause the downfall of a nation. God really treats her well, giving her all the good things. I'm afraid that other girls of the same age would feel ashamed of their inferiority when facing her. Soon after, many people recognized Wang Fei Xian. Based on their words, they praised Wang Fei Xian to the heavens. They were just short of saying this woman should only exist in the heavens. If it was any other time, Wang Fei Xian would not feel anything when she heard such praise. However, there was another person by her side now. Moreover, it was someone she admired. Due to this reason, she felt a little smug. At the same time, she instinctively turned her head to look at the man next to her. Soon after, Wang Fei Xian was disappointed. This was because she realized the man next to her did not react at all when he heard the people around him praising her. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. What a blockhead! Wang Fei Xian cursed inwardly. I really don't know how he managed to deceive those three women of his. Even a blockhead like him knows how to woo girls? Someone recognized Wang Fei Xian. After a while, more and more people learned about Wang Fei Xian's arrival. Wang Fei Xian, the great young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion. It's said that she's already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator at such a young age. She can be considered as the strongest woman among the younger generation in the mystical sky territory. Not only is this great young Miss Wang's innate talent in martial Dao, but she's also as beautiful as a flower. Not only that, but she also has a powerful background as well. Whoever marries her will have to work harder for at least 30 years. You're right. Unfortunately, although great young Miss Wang has many suitors, she doesn't care about any of them at all. It's obvious she has high standards. I'm afraid there aren't many men in this world who can catch her eye. As time passed by, more and more people came closer and looked at Wang Fei Xian one after another. Great young Miss Wang actually came with a man. Who's he? Great young Miss Wang is actually so close to him. My God! Is this really the great young Miss Wang who keeps men at arm's length? Soon after, many people noticed Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to Wang Fei Xian. All eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to notice these gazes as he continued to walk forward. When Wang Fei Xian noticed the gazes from the surroundings and saw Duan Ling Tian's calm reaction, she rolled her eyes as a sinister smile appeared on her face. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the others, Wang Fei Xian extended her hand at lightning speed and held Duan Ling Tian's arm as they walked forward. What are you doing? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt when his arm was held. He looked at Wang Fei Xian with a frown on his face. Hey, you can't be so petty, right? I'm just hugging your arm. Do you have to be like this? Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Ling Tian to stop because of her little action. Moreover, he even questioned her in a questioning tone. She instantly felt wronged. She was the great young miss of the tyrannical saber mansion who had countless pursuers. Today, she took the initiative to hug a man's arm and was treated in such a manner. When had she ever been treated like this? At this moment, Wang Fei Xian showed a rare expression of being wronged. Duan Ling Tian's heart softened a little. If you like hugging, then go ahead. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and did not say anything else. Who knew if this young lady would cry if he continued? The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Fei Xian hugging Duan Ling Tian's arm as they walked forward. Who is that guy? Great young Miss Wang is hugging his arm? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. Oh my God. Since when did great young Miss Wang fall to the point of taking the initiative? In the past, many young men wanted to pursue her, but they were all rejected by her. However, today, she actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm. I'm so envious. How nice would it be if I were that man? Stop dreaming. With your ugly appearance, it'd be a wonder if great young Miss Wang would take a fancy to you. Many gazes that were as sharp as knives landed on Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. To the men in the mystical sky mansion, Wang Feixian was undoubtedly the woman of their dreams. She was high and mighty and could not be profaned. However, today, Wang Feixian actually took the initiative to hug a man's arm in front of them. Who's he? I've never seen him before. Although Duan Lingtian's alias, Ling Tian, had long become famous in the mystical sky mansion, not many people had seen him before. Due to this reason, many people did not recognize him. Isn't that Ling Tian? Finally, someone recognized Duan Ling Tian after confirming his identity a few times. At the same time, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. His words were like a huge rock that had fallen into a calm lake. It caused the surface of the lake to explode, causing waves of uproar and ripples to arise. Ling Tian? He's Ling Tian? He's the Duan Ling Tian who fought Guo Lu to a draw and only stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days before completely absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. I can't believe this Ling Tian is not only strong, but he's also so handsome. I just realized. My heart is beating really fast. I think I might have fallen in love with him. Many pairs of eyes that were trained on Duan Ling Tian were filled with shock and astonishment. Many female disciples kept throwing flirtatious glances at Duan Ling Tian. Based on their postures, it was as though Duan Ling Tian could push them down at any time if he wanted to. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Ling Tian's identity had been exposed, her limelight was completely overshadowed. However, she was surprised to discover that not only was she not unhappy, but she was also in a good mood. As long as one was not a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was particularly ill-informed, almost everyone had heard of Wang Feixian. Although Ling Tian had just risen in the mystical sky mansion, his deeds were enough to amaze everyone. Ling Tian is here? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen this saint stage genius from our heaven palace before. Me too. I've only heard of him before, but I've never seen him before. In the distance, more and more Heaven Palace's disciples learned that Duan Ling Tian had arrived. Immediately, a group of people began to swarm toward Duan Ling Tian. Their purpose was, naturally, to see Duan Ling Tian's true colors. To be more precise, they wanted to see the true colors of Duan Ling Tian, who Ling Tian had assumed the name of Ling Tian. Without any surprise, Duan Ling Tian instantly became the center of attention. More and more people began to gather from all directions, including the mystical sky mansion's disciples from the other 3 palaces who had come to join in the fun. They were also curious about this monstrous disciple from Heaven Palace. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. Since so many people knew Duan Ling Tian had arrived, Guo Lu, naturally, knew as well. He immediately went over and looked at the Luo brothers who were standing nearby provocatively. It was as though he was saying to them, "The real deal is here. Do you dare to challenge him?" When the Luo brothers sensed Guo Lu's provocative gaze, their expressions turned grave. At the same time, it was unknown if they were hot-headed or they really wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian. After Guo Lu retracted his gaze, they began to make their move and walk toward the crowd. Junior brother Ling Tian. Unlike the others who were standing at the side and whispering among themselves, Guo Lu walked through the crowd and greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. Senior brother Guo Lu. Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of Guo Lu, so he responded with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, the Luo brothers will most likely challenge you in a while. You can just spar with them alone. If they join forces, you can just reject them directly. When the 2 of them join forces, they've even defeated many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Since they're twins, they have a telepathic connection with each other. Chapter 1742. Luo Brothers? Upon hearing Guo Lu's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have heard of the Luo brothers before. Great young Miss Wang. Have you heard of the Luo brothers? Duan Ling Tian could not recall anything at this moment. He could not help but ask Wang Feixian, who was next to him through voice transmission. Aren't the Luo brothers the two most powerful people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace? They're even stronger than Guolu. However, with your current cultivation base, it'll be easy for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they join forces, you might not be able to win. After all, you've just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It was rare for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak to Wang Feixian. When Wang Feixian heard his question, she immediately responded as though she was afraid someone would beat her to it if she was too slow. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian was communicating with her through voice transmission. Others would not be able to hear it at all. I remember now. With Wang Feixian's reminder, Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when the news of him coming to a draw with Guolu spread in the Heaven Palace, he had heard that Guolu was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. His strength was only inferior to a pair of twins. The twins were the Luo brothers. However, at that time he did not think much of it. In his opinion, the Luo brothers' strength was not much different from Guolu's. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. Twin brothers? Telepathy? Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the Luo brothers before, he did not know much about them. After hearing Guolu and Wang Feixian's words, he became curious. Senior brother Guolu, I don't know the Luo brothers at all. Why would they challenge me? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Guolu didn't hide anything and told him about the conflict between him and the Luo brothers. In the end, he said with an apologetic expression, Junior brother Lingtian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into this, but the two of them really went too far. Besides, I believe that with your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to defeat any one of them. However, if they want to join forces, you must not accept the challenge. In that situation, even if you don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything about you. Instead, they will say that they are useless and only dare to fight you if they join forces. As he finished speaking, Guolu reminded him again. Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Luo brothers when he heard Guolu talking about their belligerence. If it was just a normal battle lust, it could be interpreted as a pursuit of martial arts. However, the Luo brothers didn't even let go of those who had lost to them. Just like Guolu, even though he had already admitted defeat, they still continued to provoke him, forcing him to make a move and humiliating him. In his opinion, both of their belligerents had reached the point of abnormality. He was disgusted by it. Only a saint stage genius like Lingtian is worthy of this great young Miss Wang from the tyrannic Saber Mansion. More and more people gathered around them. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples, there were also many Earth Palaces, Mystical Palaces, and Yellow Palace's disciples. The men looked at Lingtian enviously while the women looked at Wang Feixian enviously. Wang Feixian was very attractive to the men present on the scene, but Duan Lingtian was also very attractive to the women present on the scene. Junior brother Lingtian, we're all very curious. Have you already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out from the spirit pool? Soon after, a middle-aged Heaven Palace's disciple looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also very curious about this. Among them, Wang Feixian was included as well. 3 days ago, Wang Feixian had asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian had only smiled and did not answer her directly. Although she was almost certain Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, she still wanted to hear the answer from Duan Lingtian at this moment. Faced with the group of people's attention, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Is this important? Was this important? Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to give such an answer. The crowd fell silent immediately. Many people even thought to themselves, looks like this Duan Lingtian hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Humph! What a bluff! A loud voice suddenly resonated in the air when the atmosphere became slightly gloomy due to Duan Lingtian's indifferent reply. Following that, 2 tall figures walked out from behind the crowd and entered Duan Lingtian's line of sight in just a blink of an eye. These were 2 young men dressed in white who looked exactly the same. The person who spoke was none other than the white-clad young man with a black mole between his brows. He's the younger brother of the Luo brothers, Luo He. At the same time, Gualu's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him. The one with a red mole between his brows is the elder brother, Luo Shan. Luo Shan and Luo He. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he glanced at the two men indifferently. He could feel the intense hostility in their eyes. If it was not for Gualu's reminder, he would have been puzzled as to why these two men whom he had never met before would look at him with such hostility. However, with Gualu's reminder, he was already used to it. It's the Luo brothers. Don't tell me there's a conflict between these two brothers and Ling Tian? I'm not sure. Based on their actions, I don't believe there's no conflict between them at all. When the onlookers saw the Luo brothers appearing in such a domineering manner and opposing Duan Lingtian, they looked at them expectantly. Bluff. Luo He, what do you mean? Gualu stood next to Duan Lingtian and looked at Luo He with a grave expression as he stood next to Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me he's not bluffing? Luo He sneered. If he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why can't he admit it? In my opinion, although he has gone through the baptism in our Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he definitely hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not that easy to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Gualu, you're really getting worse as you age. Luo Shan looked at Gualu and sneered. He's just a disciple who has just entered our mystical sky mansion, and yet, you're trying to curry favor with him. Are you willing to be his dog and follow him everywhere? Gualu did not expect Luo Shan to have such a sharp tongue. He was so angry that his face turned red. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm spouting nonsense. The sneer on Luo Shan's face deepened. If I'm spouting nonsense, would you stand on his side and stand up for him? He's my friend, Gualu said in a deep voice. What nonsense? Friend? What a joke. Luo Shan said disdainfully, as far as I know, you've only met him once before today. Moreover, you even fought during the first time you met. However, this is only the second time you've met him, and you're telling me he's your friend? Are you trying to tell me you don't know each other and appreciate each other? So what if I do? Gualu said coldly. Luo Shan opened his mouth and was about to say something when Duan Lingtian's hand landed on Gualu's shoulder. Senior brother Gualu. Some people don't even have friends. What's the difference between discussing this with him and playing the lute to a cow? Playing the lute to a cow? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone looked at Luo Shan strangely. In the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, the Luo brothers did not have many friends due to their arrogance. Even if they did have friends, they were just fair-weather friends. For this reason, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a needle that pierced the Luo brothers' Achilles' heel. Both of their expressions turned grave immediately. Playing the lute to a cow? This analogy is quite apartment. Many of the onlookers laughed. Most of these people were not afraid of the Luo brothers. Some of them even came from the main mansion. They were all eminent saint stage disciples who were ranked on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. You're right, junior brother Ling Tian. I've been too sensitive. When Gualu heard Duan Lingtian's analogy, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At the same time, he nodded solemnly and played along. Ling Tian, everyone says you're very talented and strong, but I can't believe you're so good at talking as well. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Do you dare to fight with me, Luo He? Luo He, who had a grave expression, took a step forward and glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he issued a challenge. Whoosh! Although many people had vaguely guessed this would happen, they still burst into an uproar when they saw it with their own eyes. Luo He was challenging Ling Tian. Everyone present, especially the Heaven Palace's disciples, was very familiar with Luo He. Luo He was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. His strength could be ranked second among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace, second only to his twin brother, Luo Shan. As a Heaven Palace's disciple, Luo He's strength was widely acknowledged. Even among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for Luo He to be ranked in the top 5. Unlike Luo He, Ling Tian had only entered the Mystical Sky Mansion 3 months ago. Although he had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian's fame was much greater than Luo He. In the Heaven Palace, perhaps everyone knew about Luo He and Ling Tian, but in the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, there were definitely more people who knew about Ling Tian. This was because Ling Tian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Many people even said the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. However, today, Luo He actually wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Isn't Luo He afraid that Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Many people looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Just like what Luo He said earlier, based on Ling Tian's reaction earlier, it's highly likely that his cultivation base has not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Perhaps, it's because of this that he has the courage to challenge Ling Tian. More and more people whispered among themselves. Or Chapter 1743. Of course. If he's certain Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why would he be so courageous to challenge Ling Tian? If Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, unless the two brothers join forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. Even if Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he must have just broken through not too long ago. The Luo brothers will definitely be able to defeat such a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage if they join forces. The problem is Ling Tian might not have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. For this reason, he's in a very dangerous situation. 2 months ago, before Ling Tian entered the spirit pool, he was already evenly matched with Gualu. Now that he has undergone the baptism of the spirit pool, even if he hasn't broken through, his cultivation base must have improved a lot. If he fights Luo he might even be able to defeat him. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them were looking forward to the battle that was about to begin. From the beginning until the end, they did not seem to be worried Duan Ling Tian would not accept the challenge at all. Ling Tian, don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge? Luo He could not help but mock Duan Ling Tian when he saw he did not seem to have any reaction to his challenge. Do I need to accept the challenge? Just make your move. Faced with Luo He's provocation, Duan Ling Tian only glanced at Luo He indifferently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His tone was extremely casual as though he did not think much of Luo He at all. In fact, he did not think much of Luo He at all. Why would he be afraid of a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator? Ling Tian seems very confident. At this moment, many people could see Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Don't tell me Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? It's possible. We'll be able to tell if he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage or not when he makes his move. More and more people were anticipating Duan Ling Tian to show his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage. If Duan Ling Tian was really at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was normal for him to be so confident. Luo Shan frowned as his heart jolted. This Duan Ling Tian is actually so confident. Don't tell me he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? In fact, it was not only Luo Shan. Even Luo He was hesitating. Duan Ling Tian's confidence made him somewhat unsure whether Duan Ling Tian was deliberately mystifying, or if he really had the strength. However, based on the current situation, there was no way out for him. After all, he was the one who initiated the challenge. If he retreated now, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Mystical Sky Mansion. He would not be able to hold his head up high in the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Ling Tian, I have to say, you're really crazy. Luo He took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression. His voice was cold as he said, I'd like to see what makes you so confident. The moment his words left his mouth, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. The true origin that he had been accumulating in his body suddenly rose up. In just an instant, the air within a 100-meter radius of Luo He began to tremble. The ground began to tremble as well, causing the onlookers to retreat one after another, making way for them. A mere mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse actually dares to challenge Ling Tian? This Luo He really overestimates himself. Wang Fei Xian, who had retreated far away, could not help but sneer when she saw Luo He making his move. She knew very well about Ling Tian's strength. Even when she unleashed her full strength, she still could not break through the defensive technique that Ling Tian cast. Based on this, it was very likely that Ling Tian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, she did not have any doubts about the outcome of this battle. Water attribute true origin? When Luo He consolidated his territory with his true origin, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the aura of water. Moreover, it was getting denser and denser. This territory seems to be formed by water as well. However, the water in this territory is not something ordinary water can compare to. It has a very strong offensive ability. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he noticed a vast stream of water had suddenly appeared in Luo He's territory. Before he could react, the vast stream of water had already transformed into a gigantic water dragon that charged toward him. Boom! 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 The water dragon charged out, causing the air to tremble. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. A dragon. When Duan Lingtian saw the water dragon that Luo He's territory had transformed into, he raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, the sun true origin in his body began to stir and swept out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the surface of his body, causing him to look as though he was enveloped in a layer of golden light. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun true origin left his body and rose up into the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing sun that hovered in front of everyone's eyes. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the blazing sun appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What kind of true origin is this? Many people were dumbfounded. This was their first time seeing such an exaggerated true origin. This true origin. In the crowd, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were standing side by side, frowned. Then, they looked at each other tacitly and communicated through voice transmission. This true origin seems to be quite similar to the true origin of Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. According to my uncle, the moment Li Feng's true origin appeared, it emitted a dazzling golden light like the blazing sun. Don't tell me this Ling Tian really knows Li Feng and has some kind of relationship with Li Feng. At this moment, whether it was Lu Jian or Ren Fei, they could not help but recall that when they entered the Heaven Palace, Duan Ling Tian had mentioned that he knew Li Feng and was Li Feng's friend. However, at that time, most people thought Duan Ling Tian was bragging. However, now that they saw Duan Ling Tian's true origin, they felt things might not be as they thought. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was not bragging and did indeed know Li Feng and had a close relationship with Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know his true origin had attracted Lu Jian and Ren Fei's attention. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. This was because he knew his true origin would be exposed sooner or later. It did not matter if it was exposed sooner or later. In any case, nobody would think he was Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district. He was very confident in his disguising secret tactic. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the water dragon that Luo He had transformed into with his territory seemed to have let out a furious roar. In just a few moments, it appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Whoosh! At the same time, they saw the blazing sun hanging above Duan Lingtian's head suddenly expanded as though it had exploded. It was so dazzling that many people could not help but squint their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a golden divine dragon that was shrouded in blood-red energy appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Roar! As soon as the golden divine dragon appeared, it roared as well. Then, it moved its huge and long body toward the water dragon. In terms of size, the golden divine dragon was not even half the size of the water dragon. However, in terms of force, the golden divine dragon was not any weaker than the water dragon. True origin consolidated beast? Upon seeing this, many people could not help but be stunned. They could see Duan Ling Tian had cast the true origin consolidated beast technique. Compared to the true energy condensed domain, this technique was a level lower. Why would Duan Ling Tian cast the true origin consolidated beast under such circumstances? Doesn't he know he's at a disadvantage? Many people looked at each other, puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's actions. This guy didn't cast the true origin consolidated territory but cast the true origin consolidated beast instead. Luo He is not an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who can be trampled on by him. A mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be a match for him, but he'll definitely be at a disadvantage since he's looking down on his opponent. In the distance, Wang Feixian frowned. She felt Duan Lingtian was being too careless. You're seeking death. Upon seeing this, Luo he sneered. At the same time, he continued to mobilize his true origin and infused it into the water dragon through his territory. In an instant, the water dragon's body expanded again. When it flew out, it was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. Everywhere it passed, the sunlight seemed to be completely covered by it. It was as if the sun and the moon had lost their light. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the void trembled, as if the world was about to collapse. The golden divine dragon, surrounded by blood-red aura, finally collided with the water dragon. It was like two meteorites flying from the horizon fiercely colliding with each other. The former was the true origin consolidated beast that Duan Lingtian had cast. The latter was the true origin consolidated territory that Luo he had cast. The latter was a level higher than the former. Duan Lingtian is being too careless. That's right. At this moment, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, his true energy consolidated beast would at most be on par with Luo he's true energy consolidated territory. If he's not a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage and might even be forced into a passive situation. I really don't know what he's thinking. Most of the onlookers did not know what was going on in Duan Lingtian's mind. We'll soon find out if Duan Lingtian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage or not. However, to most of the onlookers, the result of the collision between the two divine dragons would expose Duan Lingtian's cultivation base to them. Finally, along with the waves of air created by the collision of the two dragons, the gusts of wind gradually stopped. Everyone saw that the golden divine dragon and the water dragon had disappeared. On the other hand, Ling Tian and Luo he were standing in their original positions, completely unharmed. It was apparent the two forces that collided earlier were on par with each other. Gasp, 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 gasp. When the onlookers saw the result, they fell silent again. However, a few moments later, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths resonated in the air. Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. There was only one possibility for such a result. Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be on par with Luo he who had cast the true energy consolidated territory with just his true energy consolidated beast. Or Chapter 1744. Naturally, the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo he was only a temporary tie. After all, he had only used the true origin consolidated beast technique while Luo he had used the true origin consolidated territory technique. In fact, it was also because Duan Lingtian had held back. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would be able to easily defeat Luo he even with the true origin consolidated beast technique. The reason he did not make such an exaggerated move was because he did not want to reveal his trump card too early. Since many people thought he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he would maintain his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage. It was impossible for an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator's true energy consolidated territory technique using the true energy consolidated beast technique. At most it would be a tie. The peak of the refined saint stage. Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had achieved what he wanted. After the initial battle between him and Luo he, everyone present on the scene thought he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This fellow. So what if he has broken through? He actually refuses to admit it. Wang Feixian shook her head. She glanced at Duan Lingtian in embarrassment. A hint of resentment could be seen in her eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage. Luo he's expression changed drastically. It did not cross his mind that Ling Tian had really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how weak a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage was, it was not someone he could fight alone. Luo Shan, who was watching from the sidelines, also had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Ling Tian has really broken through. Since Duan Lingtian had displayed his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage, he did not intend to stop after his attack failed. His figure flashed as he charged toward Luo he like a ghost. Be careful, Luo he. Luo Shan's expression changed as he reminded Luo he. In fact, Even if Luo Shan didn't warn him, Luo he had already sensed the danger and wanted to dodge at the first moment. However, as a mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, how could he possibly evade a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage who made the first move? Currently, Duan Lingtian was charging toward Luo He at his fastest speed as a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian appeared at the spot where Luo He was standing earlier. On the other hand, Luo He was sent flying and smashed into the ground in a very sorry state. From the beginning to the end, Luo He's Zhan Yuan was suppressed by Duan Lingtian's Zhan Yuan, and was in a state of collapse, unable to condense. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Luo He had provoked Ling Tian, and then challenged Ling Tian. But in the end, he had ended up like this, being sent flying by Ling Tian with a single strike. If Ling Tian hadn't used the quintessential essence condensed beast method to play with Luo He, I'm afraid that Luo He would have been defeated in just one exchange. Isn't it obvious? Luo He really overestimated himself. He's asking for humiliation. Most of the spectating Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples had a hint of mockery in their eyes when they looked at Luo He who was crawling up from the ground. Their words were not polite at all. More and more people began to mock Luo He. In the end, more than 90% of them were mocking Luo He. Perhaps, many of them were not a match for Luo He, but since most of them were mocking him, they were not worried Luo He would seek revenge on them. After all, it was impossible for Luo He to seek revenge on everyone present on the scene. After Luo He stood up, his face turned pale. However, he could not say anything. At this moment, what else could he say since he was not as strong as others? Ling Tian. At this moment, Luo Shan opened his mouth and successfully shifted everyone's attention to him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage after the spirit pool's baptism. Now that you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's normal that my brother and I aren't a match for you. However, if I'm willing to accept both of your challenges and defeat both of you will submit to me, right?" Before Luo Shan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene looked at Luo Shan with a strange expression on their faces. If what Duan Lingtian said was true, Luo Shan was really shameless. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, who did not know that the Luo brothers could defeat many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage if they joined forces? Luo Shan frowned. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to know what he was going to say next. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. Thus he nodded and said, "That's right. Of course, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you can reject it. Even if you reject it, nobody will say anything about it. After all, you're indeed stronger than both of us brothers." No one thought that Luo Shan would say something like that so frankly. Although it sounded a bit shameless, it was actually quite open and aboveboard. "Lingtian, do you dare to fight with both of us brothers?" At this moment, Luo He, who had consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Since Duan Lingtian was already a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was not embarrassing for him to defeat him. However, if there was a chance for him to defeat Duan Lingtian and dampen Duan Lingtian's spirit, he would not miss it even if he and his brother joined forces to defeat Duan Lingtian. "Ignore them." The moment Luo He's words left his mouth, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian's voice. The Luo brothers are very strong individually. They're the strongest among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. Once they join forces, it's impossible for someone who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage to be a match for them. In the Heaven Palace, it said that the number of disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage who were defeated by their joint forces is no less than double digits. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, her voice was filled with solemnity. At the same time, another familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Gualu's voice. "Junior brother Lingtian, they're really as shameless as I thought. There's no need for you to pay attention to them." As soon as Gualu finished his voice transmission, he instantly looked at Luo Shan and said mockingly, "Luo Shan, if you want to outnumber him, just say so. Stop trying to sound so pompous." The combined age of both of you brothers is more than 100 years old. How dare you say you want to join forces to fight a new disciple who's not even 40 years old yet? The moment Guolu's words left his mouth, many people looked at the Luo brothers strangely. Guolu has a point. The Luo brothers are too shameless. I think they're just unwilling to admit defeat and want to join forces to fight back. Shameless. They're too shameless. The combined age of both of them is more than 100 years old, and they're shameless enough to join forces to challenge a person who's not even 40 years old yet. Many people began to mock them, causing the Luo brothers' faces to turn green before it paled. Naturally, when both of them looked at Guolu again, their eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that there were so many people present and the mystical Sky Mansion's rules were not strict, they would have long attacked and killed Guolu. Ling Tian, I've already said that you can refuse. Luo Shan took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said this. Ling Tian, if you don't dare to accept it, then you're a coward, a coward. Ling Tian, if you don't accept the challenge, then you're not a man. At the same time, two voice transmissions sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. They were from the Luo brothers. At this moment, the purpose of their voice transmissions was self-evident. It was undoubtedly to provoke and enrage him so he would accept their joint challenge in a hot-headed state. Humph! Upon hearing their voice transmissions, Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. His expression turned grave as he looked at the Luo brothers coldly. Even if you didn't provoke or enrage me through voice transmissions, I wouldn't have rejected your challenge. Since both of you want to join forces to challenge me, come at me then. Come at me then. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered the ears of the people present on the scene. Most people did not expect Duan Ling Tian would really accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge. You're too rash. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian and Guolu's voice transmissions sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Both of their voices were slightly anxious. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would still accept the Luo brothers' joint challenge even after they tried to dissuade him. This means Ling Tian agreed to it? He's too rash. Indeed, he's too rash. Any one of the Luo brothers is almost invincible among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. When both of them join forces, they've defeated more than 10 Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of their telepathy. Those at the peak of the refined saint stage, especially those who had just broken through, are no match for the two brothers at all. I'm afraid Ling Tian doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge. I think Ling Tian knows about this. After all, he has a good relationship with Guolu. Guolu must have reminded him. I'm guessing he accepted the Luo brothers' joint challenge because they must have provoked him through voice transmissions. They must have said something unpleasant and successfully enraged him. Earlier, he seemed to have said the Luo brothers had teased him through voice transmissions. These Luo brothers are too shameless. In order to make Ling Tian agree to their joint challenge, they're willing to do anything. They're an embarrassment to the Heaven Palace. Even if that's the case, Ling Tian is too rash. Any normal person would be able to tell the Luo brothers had an ulterior motive behind their provocation. He's still too young. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers began to make a ruckus. Many people looked at the Luo brothers with a disdainful expression on their faces. There were also many people who looked at Duan Ling Tian and could not help but shake their heads. They felt Duan Ling Tian was too rash. Haha, good, good. Chapter 1745. He actually agreed to it. Looks like this fellow is a simple-minded martial maniac. Luo Shan sneered inwardly. No matter what, since Duan Ling Tian had agreed to the Luo brothers' joint challenge, this matter was, naturally, a foregone conclusion. Although Wang Fei Xian and Guolu's expression was grave, they did not say anything to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. They knew it was too late for Duan Ling Tian to back out now. Don't tell me he's confident he can defeat the Luo brothers? Even Wang Fei Xian did not know why such a thought would appear in her mind. However, the moment this thought appeared in her mind, she felt it was impossible. In the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, any disciple who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. The strength of the Luo brothers is widely acknowledged. Forget it, I'll let him suffer a little more so he won't dare to act alone and ignore other people's opinions in the future. Wang Feixian was, naturally, unhappy that Duan Lingtian did not listen to her advice. In fact, she was doing this for his own good. As Duan Lingtian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, the atmosphere became a little tense. Although there were many people watching, they remained silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. What's going on over there? At this moment, a voice resonated from afar. It was a Heaven Palace's disciple who had just arrived at the peak. He had a puzzled expression on his face as he walked over. Soon after, he learned about the situation from the people around him and joined the crowd. This Ling Tian is too arrogant. Although he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he has just broken through not too long ago. It's impossible for him to be a match for the Luo brothers when they join forces. Subsequently, as Duan Lingtian and the Luo brothers stood facing each other, more and more people arrived one after another. Senior brother Wang Pai. Unknowingly, some of the Heavenly Palace's disciples who were watching from afar were greeting the young man who had also joined the crowd. This young man was none other than the direct disciple of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi Wang Pai. He was also the one who brought Duan Lingtian to the spirit pool that day. Junior brother Lingtian, you're being a little rash. I've also heard of the Luo brothers. Ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be a match for them, let alone you who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago. After Wang Pai appeared, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wang Pai. Don't worry. I never do things that I'm not confident in. Duan Lingtian's response was full of confidence. Ha! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's confident response, Wang Pai could not help but be stunned. Then he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before he continued to reply through voice transmission. In that case, I'll look forward to your performance, junior brother Lingtian. Naturally, even if you're no match for them, junior brother Lingtian, you don't have to worry about them scheming against you and affecting your trip to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'll make my move at the critical moment. Thank you. Senior apprentice brother Wang Pai. Although Duan Lingtian did not need Wang Pai's help at all, Wang Pai had good intentions. Due to this reason, he still thanked him through voice transmission. Lingtian, the two of us won't bully you. You can make your move first. Luo Shan, who was standing next to Luo He, stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. At this moment, the auras of the Luo brothers who were standing next to each other had merged into one. It gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. It was as though he was not facing two people, but one person. As expected, it's not easy for the Luo brothers to join forces. Put everything else aside, just the merging of their auras is not something that ordinary twins can do. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he was not worried at all even if that was the case. Currently, even if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not afraid of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, let alone a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, the others did not know about this. What a joke! Both of you are already so old, and yet, you still have the cheek to say you won't bully me? I, Wang Feixian, have finally seen how shameless the Luo brothers are. Upon hearing Luo Shan's words, Wang Feixian was, naturally, displeased. Although her voice was not loud, it was still heard by everyone present on the scene. Most people agreed with her, causing the Luo brothers' expression to turn grave. However, they could not refute her. All they could do was glare at Wang Feixian. Naturally, Wang Feixian was not afraid of them. No matter what, she was the eldest young miss of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, although the Luo brothers were quite strong, they were only ordinary disciples. If the tyrannic Saber Mansion wanted to kill them, the mystical Sky Mansion would not interfere as long as they had a good reason to do so. Naturally, putting aside the tyrannic Saber Mansion, the mystical Sky Mansion undoubtedly valued Wang Feixian more than the Luo brothers. Perhaps the former's strength was not as strong as the latter, but with her innate talent, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed the latter. Due to this reason, the Luo brothers only glared at Wang Feixian and did not threaten her through voice transmission. They knew their threats would not work on Wang Feixian. Moreover, they might even go against Wang Feixian because of this. This was not something they wanted to see. If it was possible, They did not want to offend Wang Fei Xian. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at the Luo brothers indifferently. Why? Are you worried my brother will lie to you? Luo, he sneered. Don't worry. I, Luo Shan, am a man of my word. My words represent the words of both of us brothers. Luo Shan snorted. In that case, I won't hold back then. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes turned cold as the sun true origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a territory that covered a radius of 100 meters with him as the center. Duan Lingtian's territory was, naturally, the 10,000 swords territory. However, because of the existence of the sun true essence, his myriad sword domain seemed to have transformed into an enormous scorching sun. Not only did it envelop him, it also blocked the vision of the outside world and enveloped the Luo brothers who were not far away. For a time, the people outside, including Wang Pai, could not see what was going on inside at all. What's that? It looks like a territory. What territory is that? I can't see what's going on inside at all. Outside, many mystical sky mansions' disciples' eyes turned red from anxiety. The sudden appearance of such an obstacle at such a critical moment made them feel itchy, but there was nothing they could do. This is his territory? Wang Fei Xian had a shocked expression on her face. What territory is that? Although she had known Duan Lingtian for a long time, this was her first time seeing Duan Lingtian consolidate his territory. This is... At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei who were in the crowd looked at each other again. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. This territory. Why is it so similar to Li Feng's territory that my uncle described? I've also heard that after Li Feng's territory is consolidated, it'll be like a huge scorching sun. Ling Tian's territory is so similar to Li Feng's territory. It seems like he really has a special relationship with Li Feng. Both of them transmitted their voices to each other. They could hear the shock and astonishment in each other's voices. Meanwhile, in the territory that the crowd could not see, when Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory consolidated and enveloped the Luo brothers, horror dawned on the Luo brothers. Inside Duan Lingtian's territory, they were shocked to discover that the true origin in their bodies seemed to have been restricted. This was the suppression of the true origin. How's this possible? Impossible. Even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, the territory consolidated from his true origin shouldn't be able to suppress the true origin in our bodies. Only a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above would be able to suppress our true origin with a true origin consolidated territory. The Luo brothers were flustered. They did not know what the problem was. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect Duan Lingtian was an eminent saint stage powerhouse at all. Duan Lingtian was merely a young man who was not even 40 years old. It was impossible for them to link such a young man to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not an eminent saint stage powerhouse. The reason his territory consolidated from his true origin could suppress the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was because his true origin was the sun true origin. The sun true origin in his body was comparable to an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. For this reason, the true origin in the Luo brothers' bodies was suppressed. It must be the ability of his territory. That's right. It must be his territory that can suppress the true origin in our bodies. Soon after, Luo Shan was the first to mutter. Luo he who heard his words agreed as well. Although both of their voices were not loud, it was still heard by Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. He did not expect their imagination to be so rich. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Immediately after, the tens of thousands of solid golden sword lights in the myriad sword territory quickly pressed toward the Luo brothers. The void vibrated and the tens of thousands of swords whistled. At first glance it gave people great pressure, let alone being in the center of the attack. Barf! Finally, when the tens of thousands of swords attacked from all directions and were getting closer, Luo he was the first to be unable to bear it. His face changed drastically from the pressure, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not long after, Luo Shan also followed in his footsteps. What territory is this? At the same time, both of them tried their best to mobilize the true origin in their bodies to resist. At the same time, They looked at each other and saw horror and despair in each other's eyes. The pressure brought by the tens of thousands of swords was like thousands of mountains pressing down on them. Useless. Seeing the two of them in a sorry state, Duan Lingtian smirked disdainfully. He was no longer in the mood to tease them. With a move of his mind, the tens of thousands of swords quickly condensed into a giant golden sword. It broke through the air and slapped the two of them fiercely. Or. Chapter 1746. The 10,000 Swords territory was consolidated by Duan Lingtian using his Sun True origin. His current Sun True spirit was even comparable to the true spirit of the early Great Sage Realm Martial Cultivator in terms of power. The attack of the giant sword formed by the thousands of sword lights in the domain condensed by this kind of true spirit was naturally extraordinary. Bang! As a result, the tremendous power surging from the huge sword landed on the two Luo brothers with a great boom, sending them flying. Due to the obstruction of the 10,000 Swords territory, the people outside could not see what was going on inside. However, just because they could not see what was going on inside did not mean they could not hear what was going on inside. Earlier, they had clearly heard the sound of the sword whistling in the air. Now that a loud sound rang from inside, they could not help but feel tense. In the next instant, they saw two wretched figures flying out of the golden territory. After flying for more than 100 meters, they finally fell to the ground, completely motionless. That's the Luo brothers? Soon after, someone recognized the two men who had fainted. He could not help but gulp. They were sent flying by Lingtian? They actually fainted. Those are the Luo brothers. When the Luo brothers join forces, a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is no match for them at all. Can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't that Lingtian a little too valiant? The Luo brothers joined forces, but they were knocked out by him in just a short while? Unfortunately, Lingtian's territory is blocking our line of sight. Otherwise, we'd be able to see how he defeated the Luo brothers and knocked them out. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard as the spectating Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Many of them were looking at the unconscious Luo brothers while the remaining people were looking at the gradually fading golden ball of light. They were eager to see the person inside. All of them wanted to know if the person inside was injured since the Luo brothers had fainted. Freak! When the Luo brothers were sent flying, Wang Fei Xian was stunned. Although she had thought that the guy would win, she never thought that he would win so easily and so ridiculously. As soon as the domain appeared, it enveloped the Luo brothers. A moment later, the Luo brothers were blasted out along with the sound of swords whistling. Moreover, they had fainted like two dead dogs? Although Wang Fei Xian had thought that Duan Lingtian might be able to win, after all, Duan Lingtian had shown great confidence before, she only had such a thought. Subconsciously, she didn't think that Duan Lingtian could compete with the Luo brothers. She didn't expect that things would end up like this. Since this had happened, it was enough to show that not only had Duan Lingtian broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but his strength had also far surpassed ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack so easily. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian withdrew his domain and revealed himself. Gasp! 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 Although they had long confirmed that Duan Lingtian was the only one inside the domain, many people could not help but gasp when they saw Duan Lingtian's figure was revealed after the domain was withdrawn. Strong. He's really strong. What kind of monster is Lingtian? He has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage 2 months ago, and his strength is already so strong. Even the Luo brothers' joint attack was easily defeated by him. The Luo brothers must have thought that Lingtian was easy to bully since he had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm afraid it would never cross their minds that although Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago, his strength is comparable to the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. No wonder Lingtian accepted the joint attack of the two brothers. As it turns out, he's not impulsive at all. He's really confident. Humph! The Luo brothers have really shot themselves in the foot this time. The group of Profound Dragon Mansion's disciples who were spectating discussed among themselves. Some of them praised Duan Lingtian's strength while others mocked the Luo brothers for overestimating themselves. I told you junior brother Ling Tian isn't an impulsive person. However, I really didn't expect junior brother Ling Tian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers' joint attack with his current strength. Guo Lu sighed emotionally as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance. When he first met Duan Ling Tian, he was evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian because of Duan Ling Tian's intention. At that time, he had suspected Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This was because the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed at that time and the way he controlled his strength when he fought to a draw with him was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could do. Only a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage or above would be able to do it so easily. It must be the spirit pool's baptism that has greatly increased junior brother Ling Tian's strength. Guo Lu speculated inwardly. How powerful. In the distance, Lu Jian and Ren Fei exchanged glances again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Even the words that came out of their mouths were the same. Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. Ren Fei said with a solemn expression. That's right. Li Feng is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Ling Tian. If they really fight, Ling Tian might not be inferior to Li Feng. Lu Jian nodded. He agreed with Ren Fei's words. Duan Ling Tian's technique is very similar to Li Feng's. It seems like he has a close relationship with Li Feng. Do you think the reason he said he wanted to return the favor to our seniors is because of Li Feng? As Lu Jian muttered to himself, an idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Ren Fei and asked. If you put it that way, it's really possible. Back then, Li Feng stood our seniors up, and our seniors took care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Perhaps, he feels guilty and feels like he owes our seniors. Ling Tian must have a close relationship with Li Feng. He must have heard about this from Li Feng before, so he wants to help Li Feng return the favor. Ren Fei nodded in agreement. After listening to Ren Fei's analysis, Lu Jian also felt that this was most likely the case. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect the Ling Tian before them was the same person as Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously. They did not suspect anything because they were certain Ling Tian did not disguise himself. During the Rising Sky ranking battle, their seniors had also confirmed that Li Feng did not disguise himself. Moreover, although they had not seen Li Feng in person, they had seen Li Feng's portrait. Li Feng did not look like the Ling Tian before them at all. Unlike Ling Tian's handsomeness, Li Feng looked ordinary like a passerby. Do you think Ling Tian and Li Feng are fellow disciples? Ren Fei asked through voice transmission as he looked at Lu Jian. It's possible. Lu Jian could not say for sure, but he still felt it was very possible. Just as Ren Fei and Lu Jian were connecting Duan Ling Tian and Li Feng, Wang Fei Xian was also comparing Duan Ling Tian and Li Feng. With the strength he's currently displaying, I'm afraid he's not inferior to Li Feng at all. I really didn't expect his strength to improve so much after entering the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian's gaze changed slightly when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not notice this. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was with Wang Pai. Wang Pai was also amazed by Duan Ling Tian's performance earlier. Junior brother Ling Tian, I really didn't expect the trip to the spirit pool would raise your cultivation base so much. The Luo brothers are also famous in our heaven palace. None of the disciples who have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage are a match for them. However, you've broken the legend that the two of them created together. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, a hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, when he was at Duan Ling Tian's age, he did not have such a shocking cultivation base. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as he did not die prematurely, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. He had never doubted this. What happened? Aren't those Luo Shan and Luo He? Why are they lying there? It seems like they're injured as well. Soon after, many Heaven Palace's disciples and the disciples from the other 3 palaces arrived at the peak of the mountain to watch the show. They instantly noticed the atmosphere was a little off. Moreover, many of the Heaven Palace's disciples noticed the Luo brothers lying on the ground and recognized them. The Luo brothers could be considered as famous in the Heaven Palace. After all, they were able to defeat 2 mastery refined saint stage disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage when they joined forces. Although many of the disciples from the other three palaces had heard of the Luo brothers, a small portion of them had never heard of them before. However, after being reminded by the Heaven Palace's disciples, they immediately knew who the two people lying on the ground were. Two mastery-refined saint stage disciples can defeat an ordinary disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage when they join forces? Do they really have such an ability? The disciples from the other three palaces were shocked when they heard about the Luo brothers for the first time. But what's wrong with them? Isn't today the day the Heaven Palace is competing for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Why are the Luo brothers lying on the ground injured? As far as I know, they're already over 50 years old. It's impossible for them to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Why don't we ask those who came earlier and find out why they're lying on the ground? As the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived asked questions, many of the enthusiastic Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had been present since the beginning began to answer them one by one. They emphasized how Duan Ling Tian easily defeated the Luo brothers. What? It's Ling Tian who injured them and knocked them out. Heavens! That Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? That's not the main point. The main point is Ling Tian has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, and he defeated the Luo brothers who joined forces. What does this mean? This means Ling Tian's strength has far surpassed an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Chapter 1747. Far stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? That's right. Don't forget who the Luo brothers are. In the past, they had joined forces and defeated more than 10 disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage from the Heaven Palace. Those disciples who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than a year were like chickens and dogs in front of them. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. That's right. Ling Tian must have made a breakthrough during the baptism in the spirit pool. In other words, he has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months. Under such circumstances, he managed to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. I can't believe that not only is Ling Tian's innate talent high, but he's also so strong. Indeed. Without a certain level of strength, it's impossible for him to come to a draw with the Luo brothers since he has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage for less than 3 months, let alone defeating them. After learning about the conflict between the Luo brothers and Duan Ling Tian, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived looked at Duan Ling Tian with respect. In this world where the strong were revered, as long as one was strong, one would be respected. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had received the respect of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. See that? Your innate talent and strength have already been acknowledged by them. After this battle, I'm afraid it won't be long before Lord Mansion Master comes looking for you. Wang Pai said with a smile when he sensed the burning gazes on Duan Ling Tian from the surroundings. Lord Mansion Master is looking for me? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Why is he looking for me? Why else would he look for you? Naturally, he has taken a liking to your innate talent and wants to take you in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mansion Master was a supreme existence. At the same time, he was also the strongest powerhouse in the Mystical Sky Mansion. If one could become his disciple, one's future would be limitless. Direct disciple? Last disciple? If it was a normal person, they would be very excited to hear Wang Pai's words. However, for Duan Ling Tian, this was a problem. In the past, when he was on the Cloud Continent, he had never acknowledged anyone as his master because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. No one was qualified to be his master. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the fact that he had met by Li Hong, he had another teacher. However, that person was not his master. Later on, when he obtained the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, from the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, in his heart, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. Feng Qingyang was also the only master he acknowledged in his heart. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take him as a direct disciple or even his last disciple, he was not interested at all. In his heart, there could only be one master. Currently, the master in his heart was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before. After he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. At the same time, he also regarded himself as the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Before the Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements competed for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Duan Lingtian had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples gathered in groups of 3 to 5. They would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian and talk about Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were originally standing in the distance, also walked toward Duan Lingtian with a warm smile on their faces. They took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and thanked him. "Thank you for giving us a chance to work with you." Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Wang Fei Xian, who was next to him, could not help but snort and interject. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank him. Who knows if you'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time. If you can't even obtain a spot, you won't be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. There's no need to talk about working together then." "You're right, Miss Fei Xian." Lu Jian nodded. Then he said solemnly, "I'll definitely do my best in today's competition. Naturally, if I don't manage to obtain a spot in the end, I can only blame myself for missing out on this opportunity to work with you. However, even then, I still owe you a favor, Ling Tian." When Lu Jian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression on his face. One had to admit that Lu Jian's words were neither servile nor overbearing. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a good impression of him. "Me too." At this moment, Ren Fei chimed in as well. "Humph. Among the 4 of us, you're the one who has the least chance of obtaining a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone." Wang Fei Xian snorted as she glanced at Ren Fei coldly. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei felt a little awkward. However, he did not dare to say anything. He had experienced how powerful this young lady was in the past. However, he did not expect this young lady would still hold a grudge against him for his rudeness even after such a long time had passed. Ren Fei knew that at this moment, keeping quiet was the right choice. "Do you have enmity with him?" When Duan Lingtian sensed the hostility emitted from Wang Fei Xian, he was also curious. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. "I don't have enmity with him. I just can't stand the sight of this guy." Wang Fei Xian replied coolly through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was speechless again. "Luo Shan is awake." At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and the others, shifted their attention to Luo Shan, who was originally lying on the ground. Luo Shan had finally regained consciousness. After consuming the healing pill, he struggled to sit up. Subsequently, he was also shaken awake by him. The 2 brothers sat cross-legged to further digest the healing pill's efficacy. As time went by, their faces turned from pale to rosy. However, they still looked extremely weak. They could only barely stand up by supporting each other. When they noticed the mocking gazes around them, they felt extremely ashamed. At this moment, there was only regret in their hearts. If they did not take the initiative to provoke that guy, they would not have ended up in such a state. The Luo brothers looked fearfully at Duan Lingtian in the distance before they prepared to leave the mountain peak. "Are the 2 of you going to leave just like that?" At this moment, Wang Fei Xian, who was next to Duan Lingtian, flew out and blocked the Luo brothers' path. She looked at them mockingly. "Miss Fei Xian, do you have any advice for us?" Luo Shan's expression changed. However, he did not flare up. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. With Wang Fei Xian's background, she was not someone he could afford to offend. Even without Wang Fei Xian's background, with his current weakened state, he was far from being a match for Wang Fei Xian. Therefore, although he was furious, he did not dare to flare up at all. "Since you're so stupid, I have nothing to advise you on. I'm just curious if the so-called stray dogs are like you," Wang Fei Xian said indifferently. The moment Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, Luo Shan's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Wang Fei Xian and said, You. However, perhaps he was too angry. He did not manage to utter another word for a long time. "If you don't retract your dog's paw, do you believe that I'll break it?" Wang Fei Xian's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted sternly. Before Luo He could react, Luo Shan had already reached out at lightning speed and pulled Luo He's hand away. At the same time, he bowed to Wang Fei Xian and said, "Miss Fei Xian, my younger brother doesn't know any better. As his elder brother, I apologize to you. Please forgive me." As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since Luo Shan had admitted defeat to this extent, Wang Fei Xian's anger had subsided. She no longer had any intention of teasing them. When the Luo brothers disappeared from everyone's sight, Wang Fei Xian returned to Duan Lingtian's side. "You're really unforgiving when you're in the right." After Wang Fei Xian returned, Duan Lingtian looked at her and shook his head with a smile. "Didn't I just help you vent your anger?" Wang Fei Xian said, "Previously, they provoked you in every possible way. If one of them couldn't do it, two of them went up against you. In the end, both of them were defeated by you in the blink of an eye." Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up when she reached the end of her sentence. "I say, can you tell me the truth? What's your current level of strength?" When Wang Fei Xian said this, Wang Pai, Guolu, Lu Jian, and Ren Fei's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. They were also quite curious about this. "If I say that my current strength is invincible below the Great Saint stage, would you believe me?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Of course not." Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. "Do you really think there's no one at the peak of the refined saint stage who's a match for you after defeating the Luo brothers? Let me tell you, the Luo brothers are no match for a true powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, it's very likely that they'll be defeated in just a blink of an eye just like the previous battle." When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian thought he was boasting, he shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. This made Wang Fei Xian even more smug and arrogant. She felt she had hit Duan Lingtian's weak spot, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. As for Wang Pai and the others, naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words just like Wang Fei Xian. Invincible below the eminent saint stage. These 6 words sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. As time passed by, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soon appeared. He was the host of the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. After Xiao Yi appeared, Wang Pai bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others before he went to Xiao Yi's side. At the same time, he told Xiao Yi about what happened earlier and emphasized on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. What? When Xiao Yi learned about this, he was, naturally, shocked. He defeated the Luo brothers in just a few breaths even when they joined forces. Chapter 1748. 2 mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators had joined forces to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even if the latter was not one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was still something that was worth paying attention to. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace rarely interfered with the Heaven Palace's affairs. The Heaven Palace was basically managed by Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master. Due to this reason, it was normal for Xiao Yi to know about the Luo brothers. It was precisely because he knew about the Luo brothers' strength when they joined forces that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian defeating them in just a few breaths of time. This little fellow. It has only been less than 3 months since he came out of the spirit pool, but he's already so strong? Xiao Yi looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength was very strong, and he had already guessed Duan Lingtian had most likely broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out of the spirit pool, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers who had joined forces. As far as he knew, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, who could defeat the Luo brothers could be considered one of the best powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Vice Palace Master. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to him by Xiao Yi. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yi, he immediately approached him and greeted him with a smile. Lingtian, it didn't cross my mind that you've become so strong. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're comparable to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously. Xiao Yi sighed emotionally. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Heaven Palace, he knew Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would have such a huge improvement in such a short time. It's all thanks to the Vice Palace Master for giving me the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to cultivate. Otherwise, the Luo brothers wouldn't be the ones who were defeated today. Duan Lingtian spoke with a grateful look on his face. Although he could easily defeat the Luo brothers even without the spirit pool baptism, the spirit pool baptism had allowed him to break through from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. For this reason, he was grateful to Xiao Yi from the bottom of his heart. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face when he saw that Duan Lingtian did not forget that he was the one who had given him the opportunity to be baptized in the spiritual pool. With your talent, it is normal for us to give you a chance to be baptized in the spiritual pool since you chose to join our Sky Hall. However, there are many people who have been baptized in the spiritual pool. However, none of them have improved as much as you. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. In fact, the benefit of the spirit pool's baptism was only a breakthrough from the peak of the pristine saint stage to the early refined saint stage. The reason he could easily defeat the Luo brothers was because of his powerful Sun True Origin. Currently, his Sun True Origin was comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. When he defeated the Luo brothers, although he had held back and only used the sword body, the power of an early eminent saint realm powerhouse was not something the Luo brothers could easily resist even if he had held back. Alright, let's talk about this later. The reason I'm here today is to preside over the competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. After Xiao Yi smiled at Duan Lingtian, he raised his voice and asked all of the Heaven Palace's Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 to gather at the center of the vast platform at the peak of the mountain. As for the other people who came to watch the show, they were all sent away by him. So many people? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were actually more than 40 people in the surroundings. In fact, there were only 10 people who entered the Heaven Palace with him previously. In other words, there were more than 30 Saint Stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. You're Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Then, he saw an ordinary-looking young man dressed in green walking over with a smile on his face. Nice to meet you. I'm Gao Peng. Gao Peng. This name was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. He had heard of this person not long after he arrived at the Heaven Palace. He was one of the 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. Before he appeared, Gao Peng and the other intermediate refined saint stage disciple below the age of 40 were known as the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. However, due to his appearance, the 2 people's attention had shifted to him. Now that the strongest person among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace was mentioned, as long as one was a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, they would think of him and not Gao Peng and the other person. Lingtian. Naturally, although Duan Lingtian had heard of Gao Peng before, he did not know much about him. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to greet him, he naturally could not ignore him. Thus, he responded with a smile. Lingtian, before you appeared, there was no one among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion who could convince me. Now, I have to say, I'm completely convinced by your innate talent and strength, and I'm really unable to catch up to you. I can't compare to you, Gao Peng said emotionally as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled humbly. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked over. With just a glance, he saw a young man dressed in luxurious robes walking over from afar. There were 2 other Heaven Palace's disciples following behind him. It was obvious they were his followers. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they made their way over to him. The young man was quite handsome. His aquiline nose was very eye-catching. It made him look even more handsome. He was the one who made the cold snort earlier. After a short moment, the young man in fine clothes arrived before Duan Lingtian and sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. His gaze was slightly mixed with a sense of fear and a sense of superiority as if he was looking down on Duan Lingtian. It was as if Duan Lingtian was only an inferior person before him. Intermediate Refined Saint Stage? After activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian could easily see the other party's cultivation base. Apart from Wang Fei Xian and Gao Peng, there was only one other person who was at the Intermediate Refined Saint Stage standing here. Xiao Ji. Zhao Ji was as famous as Gao Peng in the Heaven Palace. He was the other intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. However, unlike Gao Peng who came from an ordinary background, Zhao Ji came from a noble background. His father was one of the vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion, and his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. The two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion were powerful people whose strength was only second to the mansion master in the mystical sky mansion. "You're Ling Tian?" Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian condescendingly as he snorted and asked in a questioning manner. Faced with Zhao Ji, even Wang Fei Xian had a hint of dread in her eyes. Although her background was powerful, it was still far from being comparable to Zhao Ji's. Put everything else aside, just Zhao Ji's grandfather alone would be able to turn the tyrannic saber mansion into history if he was willing and had enough patience and courage. Duan Ling Tian did not bother to answer Zhao Ji's question. Apart from the initial glance he gave him, he no longer looked at him. "How dare you?" Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when one of the Heaven Palace's disciples behind him shouted loudly, "Ling Tian, didn't you hear young Master De Ji's question? Since when does a dog dare to bark in front of its master?" Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Heaven Palace's disciple indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. This caused the latter's expression to turn grave as the veins on his forehead bulged. However, there was nothing he could do since he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian at all. "Ling Tian, you're really arrogant." Zhao Ji glanced at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said coldly, "Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you're strong and have a high innate talent? You're only at the peak of the refined saint stage. Who do you think you are in the mystical sky mansion? What's the use of having a high innate talent if you can't grow and die halfway?" When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "The peak of the refined saint stage is nothing. However, I'm still stronger than you who's only at the intermediate refined saint stage, right?" Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face became even more pronounced, causing Zhao Ji's expression to turn grave immediately. He, Zhao Ji, was usually domineering in the mystical sky mansion. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? "Good. Very good." Zhao Ji glared at Duan Ling Tian with a murderous gleam in his eyes. "You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner in the mystical sky mansion. Ling Tian, I, Zhao Ji, will remember you." Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. It was obvious he did not take Zhao Ji's threat seriously. This caused Zhao Ji's expression to turn even graver. "Ling Tian, you're too impulsive." At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was none other than Gao Peng. Zhao Ji's background is extraordinary. Even many powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking would flatter him in front of him. Moreover, his father is a vice mansion master, and that vice mansion master has a few eminent saint stage disciples under his command. As for his grandfather, he's one of the two great guardians of our mystical sky mansion. Most of his grandfather's disciples are elders in our mystical sky mansion. When Gao Peng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of dread could be heard in his voice. Although he was not any weaker than Zhao Ji in terms of strength, Zhao Ji had a background due to his background. However, due to Zhao Ji's background, even he had to lower his head when facing Zhao Ji. He did not dare to rashly provoke Zhao Ji. "Thank you for reminding me. However, I know everything you said." Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. "You know everything?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Gao Peng could not help but be stunned. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian treated Zhao Ji in such a manner because he did not know about Zhao Ji's background. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian actually knew about Zhao Ji's background beforehand. He dares to treat Zhao Ji in such a manner even though he knows about Zhao Ji's background. What's his background? Just based on his monstrous innate talent? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he could not help but shake his head. Chapter 1749. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master had never married. He did accept a direct disciple in his early years, but that disciple died halfway through. Ever since then, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had never accepted another disciple. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji could be said to be the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical sky mansion. This was because his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical sky mansion, while his father was one of the few vice mansion masters of the mystical sky mansion. In the mystical sky mansion, apart from the juniors under the mansion master, who else could compare to him? Ha! Soon after, Gao Peng discovered it was not only the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Even Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai, had a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about Duan Lingtian at all. He could not help but feel puzzled. As far as he knew, Wang Pai seemed to have a good relationship with Ling Tian. However, at such a critical moment, why were they not worried about Ling Tian? Don't tell me they think nothing will happen to Ling Tian and Zhao Ji even if they have a conflict? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, his heart jolted. Don't tell me. Soon after, a shocking thought appeared in his mind. In the mystical sky mansion, if there's a disciple among the younger generation who's not afraid of Zhao Ji, it has to be someone who has the mansion master's support. Don't tell me the mansion master has taken a liking to Ling Tian? The moment Gao Peng thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master was the strongest person in the mystical sky mansion. His words carried weight. He was the supreme leader in the mystical sky mansion. However, it was precisely because such an expert had lost a disciple in his early years that he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was afraid that his second disciple would die prematurely, so he didn't take another disciple. Some people said that he was waiting for a young man whose natural talent was comparable to his first disciple. As far as he knew, the disciple of the mansion master of mystical sky mansion had already broken through to the pristine saint stage when he was in his 20s. If he was given another 10 years, he might not be able to reach the peak of the refined saint stage, but it would not be a problem for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. Ling Tian's innate talent should be stronger than Lord Mansion Master's disciple back then. Judging from the calmness of Lord Vice Palace Master and senior brother Wang Pai, they probably know something. What they know is that the Mansion Master has taken a fancy to Ling Tian's talent and wants to accept Ling Tian as his personal disciple. Now, even Gao Peng himself did not expect that he would inadvertently guess the truth of the matter. Ling Tian probably knows that he's about to become Lord Mansion Master's personal disciple. That's why he treated Zhao Ji so rudely. The moment Gao Peng thought of this, he calmed down. He was no longer worried about Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he found out the reason why Duan Ling Tian was so fearless. If Xiao Yi and his disciple knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, they would definitely be shocked since Gao Peng had guessed correctly. However, if Duan Ling Tian knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, he would only laugh it off since he did not plan to acknowledge the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion as his master at all. Previously, he did not have a master on Cloud Continent because he had the memory of Emperor Wu, the reincarnation Emperor Wu. There were very few people on Cloud Continent who were qualified to be his master. However, when he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he became the successor of the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang whom he had never met before. Due to the great benefit of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Ling Tian also acknowledged the fact that Feng Qingyang was his master in his heart. In his heart, there was only one master, and he could only have one master. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion personally came to look for him and wanted to accept him as his direct disciple, he would still reject him since he already had a master. Fortunately, the people present on the scene did not know about Duan Lingtian's thoughts at this moment. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been torn into pieces by them. Who among the people present on the scene did not want to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, even though Lord Mansion Master had personally asked to accept him as his direct disciple, he still wanted to reject him. Although the conflict between Zhao Ji and Ling Tian was only noticed by the 40 over people in the surroundings, most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Zhao Ji. In the mystical sky mansion, especially in the Heaven Palace, Zhao Ji was famous for being a good-for-nothing. Even the Palace Master of Heaven Palace had to give face to Zhao Ji's father and grandfather when it came to matters related to Zhao Ji. In their opinion, Ling Tian was merely a Heaven Palace's disciple who had not matured even though his innate talent was good. He was not a match for Zhao Ji at all. With just a casual word from Zhao Ji, there would be many eminent saint stage disciples looking for trouble with Ling Tian. They did not doubt this at all. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's personal influence was limited. However, the problem was he had a vice mansion master father and a guardian grandfather backing him up. His father and grandfather both had quite a few powerful personal disciples. You were too rash earlier. This Zhao Ji is not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple. When Zhao Ji left furiously, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. There was a hint of worry in her voice. What? Our great young Miss Wang is actually afraid of someone? When Duan Ling Tian sensed the worry in Wang Fei Xian's voice, he felt warmth in his heart. However, he did not forget to mock Wang Fei Xian verbally. If it was any other time, Wang Fei Xian would definitely mock him back. However, she did not mock him this time. Instead, she continued to say, I know you're not afraid of Zhao Ji, and he's not a match for you at all. However, Zhao Ji's father and grandfather are not ordinary people. If they join forces, apart from the mansion master and the other guardian, nobody in the mystical sky mansion can defeat them. I know about his father and grandfather. When Duan Ling Tian saw how worried Wang Fei Xian was about him, he no longer teased her. Then why did you? Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian was rendered speechless. Then what should I have done earlier? Should I have given in to him? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. It was as though he did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. In fact, he really did not take what had happened earlier to heart at all. Zhao Ji was merely a good-for-nothing rich kid, a second-generation rich kid who took advantage of his position to bully others. Why would he, Duan Ling Tian, be afraid? It was not that he had not thought about Zhao Ji finding someone to teach him a lesson. However, the person Zhao Ji found would at most be at the eminent saint stage. Perhaps, there might be a divine saint stage powerhouse who would stand up for him. However, it was impossible for them to openly target Duan Ling Tian. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was too wide. If such a powerhouse made a move on him, it would definitely cause a lot of gossip. At that time, the other high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion, and even the mansion master would not be able to stand by and watch. As for the eminent saint stage powerhouses, if they really provoked him, he did not mind luring them to a secluded place and killing them with a Jasper celestial sword. With his current strength and techniques, Duan Ling Tian was confident he could kill more than 90% of the eminent saint stage powerhouses with the Jasper celestial sword. This included most of the powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I really don't know why he's so magnanimous. Those are the Vice Mansion Master and Guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Fei Xian was even more speechless when she saw Duan Ling Tian was still able to laugh at this moment. Don't tell me you think his father and grandfather will personally stand up for him and make a move on me? Duan Ling Tian was non-committal. There's no need for his father and grandfather to stand up for him. Even among his father's disciples, many of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Any one of them would be able to make you suffer. Wang Fei Xian said again. Naturally, if she knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking, she would not have said this. Duan Ling Tian has offended Zhao Ji? Isn't he too rash? That's Zhao Ji we're talking about. I think he doesn't know about Zhao Ji's identity. Otherwise, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage and the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he wouldn't be so rash. That's right. I've never heard of anyone who dares to offend Zhao Ji like this in our mystical sky mansion. This Ling Tian is really unlucky. The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples who had retreated far away also learned about the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Ji. They broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Ji was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. If Zhao Ji was alone, perhaps, the situation would be completely different. However, the problem was he was not alone. He had a huge network of connections behind him. There were many mystical sky mansions powerhouses in this network. Apart from eminent saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the divine saint stage. Perhaps, this was just the beginning of the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Ling Tian. However, to the people present on the scene, after the conflict between Zhao Ji and Duan Ling Tian, they were more concerned about the Heaven Palace's competition to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The reason they came here was to compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now, all the Heaven Palace's disciples who meet the requirements to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, rise into the air and maintain the same level as me. At the same time, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, spoke up. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of all the Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian. At once, more than 40 Heaven Palace's disciples who met the requirements, including Duan Lingtian, rose into the air one after another and maintained the same level as Xiao Yi. This scene seems a little familiar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as a stunned expression appeared on his face. Don't you think this scene is the same as the scene we experienced when we first entered the mystical sky mansion? At the same time, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Don't tell me today's competition is similar to the previous. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his sentence, he saw Xiao Yi had already soared into the air and shot to a higher spot. Not only that, but he also reminded them in a timely manner, "Everyone, get ready. I'll immediately increase the pressure on all of you until there are only 10 people left on the same level. Only then will I withdraw the pressure." As expected. Chapter 1750. Although the pressure test was simple and crude, one had to admit that it was a very efficient test. The results were convincing as well. When they saw Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, soaring up into the sky, apart from Duan Lingtian and a few other refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples, the remaining people had a solemn expression on their faces. The true origin in their bodies surged and covered their bodies as they prepared to deal with the incoming pressure. Soon after, the pressure came. In the beginning, the pressure was not great. However, as time went by, the pressure grew. Due to the fact that the pressure was rising step by step, the onlookers from afar could clearly see that among the 40 over people present on the scene, many of their faces had turned red as though they were under great pressure. After a while, these people whose faces had turned red the earliest were pushed down from the sky. They had also lost their chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone because of this. There were a total of 5 people who were eliminated in the first round. When the 5 of them were eliminated, it was only natural that the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples below the refined saint stage felt pressured. All of them, including Lu Jian and Ren Fei, had a solemn expression on their faces as they focused on resisting the increasing pressure. As for Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and the other refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciples, they stood in the sky as though nothing had happened. It was as though they were not affected by the pressure at all. As refined saint stage powerhouses, their strength was much stronger than the others. In the face of this level of pressure, they did not feel anything at all. On the contrary, many of the refined saint stage disciples, including Ren Fei, began to turn red. Not only that, but some of them were sweating profusely as their bodies trembled. It was obvious they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Soon after, another Heaven Palace's disciple could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. This meant that he had been eliminated and had lost his chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This Ren Fei. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky calmly. His gaze swept past the group of pristine Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples before it finally landed on Ren Fei. He could not help but frown. With just a glance, he could tell Ren Fei's current situation was not optimistic. "I'm afraid he's going to be eliminated." At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fei Xian's voice. Obviously, Wang Fei Xian also noticed Ren Fei's current situation. "I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy your kindness." Duan Lingtian nodded and subconsciously looked at Lu Jian. After all, he was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Compared to Ren Fei, who was a mastery pristine saint stage martial cultivator, Lu Jian's current situation was much better. He was even better than many Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Lu Jian should be able to pass this round. Wang Fei Xian's voice once again entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, after looking at Ren Fei, she also looked at Lu Jian. "Yes," Duan Lingtian responded. Even without Wang Fei Xian's reminder, he could also see this. He thought to himself, "Looks like I can only return Elder Lu's favor this time. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren's favor, I'll return it in the future when I have the chance." The Elder Lu that Duan Lingtian mentioned was the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren, he was, naturally, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Ran Zhong. Both of them were the hosts of the Rising Sky ranking in the past. They had helped Duan Ling Tian a lot during the Rising Sky ranking battle. Originally, Duan Ling Tian wanted to join the force behind one of them as a way to return the favor. However, it did not cross his mind that when he was waiting for Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang after leaving the Nimble Valley, he suddenly learned that the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Due to this reason, he decided to stand Ren Zhong and Lu Hongguang up. He had always felt guilty about this, and he always wanted to find a chance to return the favor. This time, the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone had become a good place for him to return the favor. Unfortunately, if he wanted to return the favor in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he still needed their cooperation. It was obvious that Ren Fei from Sky Hurdle Mansion would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help him. Just like Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian had predicted, Ren Fei was quickly eliminated. After he was eliminated, Ren Fei had a lonely expression on his face. He looked at Duan Ling Tian who was hovering in the sky and sighed deeply. He knew he had lost a great opportunity. Originally, if he obtained a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he would be able to work with Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's help, he would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. However, he had failed to live up to expectations and failed to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He was destined to have no fate with the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. God is really playing a joke on me. First, he dropped a piece of pie for me to eat, but when I ate it, I realized it was fake. I can't eat it at all. This was how Ren Fei felt at this moment. However, since Ren Fei was mentally prepared to be eliminated from the beginning, he did not feel too sad. He only felt a little regretful. Ren Fei retreated to the side and looked at Lu Jian enviously. Look at how relaxed Lu Jian is now. It won't be difficult for him to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. How enviable. I can imagine he'll definitely benefit a lot if he enters the Saint Martial Secret Zone with Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. The moment Ren Fei thought of this, his eyes seemed as though they were about to spit fire. It was a burning desire that was mixed with jealousy. He believed with Duan Ling Tian's help, Lu Jian would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. How useless! Although Wang Fei Xian was mentally prepared, she still could not help but curse in a low voice when she saw Ren Fei being eliminated. Duan Ling Tian had long experienced the true character of this great young Miss Wang next to him. Due to this reason, he was not surprised by this. Ren Fei. I remember two people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion entered the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person seems to be at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage as well. If you compare your strength to his, who's stronger? He seems to have gone to the mystical palace. Do you think he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Although Duan Ling Tian was prepared to return the favor to the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, he would be relieved if he could return the favor in advance after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone. After Ren Fei was eliminated, he recalled Ren Zhong had brought two people with him to the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person was also at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. His strength is slightly weaker than mine. As for whether he'll be able to obtain a spot to enter the mystical palace, I'm not sure. However, I think his chances are higher than mine. Although the mystical palace doesn't have as many spots as the Heaven Palace, the competition isn't as intense. When Ren Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's question through voice transmission, a hint of jealousy could be heard in his voice. Previously, the reason he entered the Heaven Palace was because he was chosen by the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. He did not have the right to choose, so he was neither Duan Ling Tian nor Wang Fei Xian. If he had the chance to choose, he would definitely not choose the Heaven Palace. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's good. If I meet him in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, I'll do my best to help him. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Thank you. When Ren Fei heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he quickly thanked him. At the same time, he could not help but ask through voice transmission, Ling Tian, is it convenient for you to tell me why you're helping us? I heard from Lu Jian that you're the one who said you want to repay the favor to our seniors. Is it convenient for you to tell me what favor you owe us? Strictly speaking, It's not me who owes your elder a favor. It's a friend of mine who owes your elder a favor. Back then, because of some urgent matters, he stood your elder up, so he felt very guilty. Half a year ago, when he broke through to the eminent saint stage and left the lower province for the upper province, he told me that if there's a chance, I'll help him repay the favor to your seniors. Duan Ling Tian replied. He had reason to believe that his actions earlier had caused Ren Fei, who was a disciple of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Jian, who was a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, to be certain that he had a close relationship with Li Feng, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking. After all, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion were the ones who presided over the Rising Sky ranking battle. They must have told their juniors about his actions back then, including his son's true origin and his territory that was as hot as the sun. For this reason, he took advantage of the situation and said that Li Feng was his friend. It seems like I'm right. You're really related to Li Feng. Ran Fei finally understood what was going on. His voice was filled with shock. You said earlier that Li Feng had already broken through to the eminent saint stage half a year ago? Ran Fei's voice was slightly trembling when he said this. He had already broken through to the eminent saint stage before the age of 40. Such innate talent left him in the dust. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head. Can you tell me what's the relationship between you and Li Feng? Why are your true essences and domains so similar? Ren Fei could not help but ask. This was one of the things that puzzled him the most. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my senior brother. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Our master is from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He came to the lower province a long time ago to live in seclusion and took me and Li Feng as his disciples. We've been together since we were young, and we cultivate the same cultivation method. Even the martial tactics we cultivate are the same. In the end, the territories we master are almost the same as well. Your master must be a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ren Fei said enviously. Perhaps. However, he has already returned to the upper province 10 years ago. Even for us, we can only rely on our own strength to look for him after we've broken through to the eminent saint stage. Duan Ling Tian said. Chapter 1751. Two people had cultivated the same cultivation method since they were young. Even the martial tactics they cultivated were the same. The true origins in their bodies were similar, and the territories they mastered were similar as well. This was not a rare thing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Ren Fei did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. Naturally, not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Duan Lingtian's seemingly methodical words were merely a bluff. As time passed by, apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Feixian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji, the rest of the refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples began to sweat. As for the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine Saint Stage, their bodies were trembling non-stop. Even Lu Jian's face was extremely pale. His body had also begun to tremble slightly. Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, saw everyone's reaction clearly. He felt it was normal for Duan Lingtian, Gao Peng, and Zhao Ji to be so calm since the two weakest among the three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. It was normal for those at the intermediate refined saint stage to not feel like it was too much for them to withstand the pressure he was exerting on them. However, the problem was Wang Feixian was as calm as Duan Lingtian and the other two. Has she made a breakthrough? Xiaoyi was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out this possibility. Moreover, based on the current situation, this was the only explanation for Wang Feixian's current situation. Moreover, he had long heard that Wang Feixian's cultivation base was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. It was only natural for her to have made a breakthrough. I can't believe that apart from Ling Tian, there's such an outstanding genius among the new disciples who joined our Heaven Palace this time. Wang Feixian is younger than Gao Peng and Zhao Ji, but she has such an achievement. This shows that her innate talent is not inferior to Gao Peng and Zhao Ji. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi was overjoyed. This was because whether it was Ling Tian or Wang Feixian, they were all recruited into the heavenly hall by him. Finally, another few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage could no longer withstand the pressure and fell from the sky one after another. When there were only 10 people left on the same level as Duanling Tian, the pressure disappeared in an instant, and the result was also revealed. If someone were to take a closer look, they would realize that apart from Duanling Tian, who looked completely fine, Gao Peng, Zhao Ji, and Wang Feixian were all breathing rapidly. The pressure from earlier had also affected them to a certain extent. Of course, it only affected their breathing slightly. Congratulations, Lu Jian. Ran Fei enviously looked at one of the 10 people standing at the end and congratulated him. Lu Jian, a disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of Duan Lingtian's partners. He had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Thank you. Although Lu Jian's face was pale, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes when he obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He knew what this meant. This meant that he would be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehend the Divine Ability Relic. With Ling Tian's help, he might even have a chance to comprehend the high-grade Divine Ability Relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The 10 of you will gather here 10 days later. At that time, Lord Palace Master will personally bring all of you to the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and send all of you in. Xiao Yi's divine consciousness swept out and swept past the 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, memorizing all of them. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yi left as quickly as he came. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Many people sighed emotionally. Just a little bit more. In the end, we missed the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine Saint stage who were eliminated in the end shook their heads and smiled wryly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. It was true that they did not manage to withstand the pressure and were eliminated before the other Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. If they could hold on for a few more breaths, perhaps, they would not be the ones who were eliminated. All in all, it was their own strength that was lacking. Naturally, there would be people who were happy. Haha! Saint Martial Secret Zone, here I come. Many Heaven Palace's disciples who obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone cried out excitedly as though they had gone mad. Wang Feixian, you've also broken through to the intermediate refined Saint stage? Wang Pai appeared next to Duan Lingtian and asked as he looked at Wang Feixian in surprise. Earlier, he had also seen Wang Feixian's performance. She was in no way inferior to Gao Peng and Zhao Ji. Yes. Although Wang Pai was already mentally prepared, he could not help but be surprised when he saw Wang Feixian nodding her head. At the same time, he did not forget to congratulate her. Congratulations. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang Pai. In front of Wang Pai, a Heaven Palace's disciple, Wang Feixian did not dare to be disrespectful. This was because not only was Wang Pai Xiao Yi's direct disciple, but he was also an eminent saint stage disciple on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. An eminent saint stage powerhouse was worthy of her respect. Wang Feixian has broken through? Gao Peng, who was standing nearby, was shocked when he heard the conversation between Wang Pai and Wang Feixian. He had heard of Wang Feixian before. He knew that Wang Feixian was widely acknowledged as the strongest female powerhouse among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Previously, he had also heard that Wang Feixian had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, although Wang Feixian's strength was not bad, she was only at the early refined saint stage. He did not expect that after 2 months, she would actually break through to the early refined saint stage. Her cultivation base was not inferior to his and Zhao Ji's. She was not even 40 years old yet, but she was already at the intermediate refined saint stage. Such innate talent could be considered top-notch in the Debussy subterranean. Although there were not many men with such innate talent in the Debussy subterranean, there were still quite a number of them. However, the number of women with such innate talent could be counted with one's fingers. After all, a woman's innate talent was weaker than a man's. Wang Feixian. Zhao Ji's gaze had already landed on Wang Feixian. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes that contained a desire to conquer her. In the past, although he had heard about Wang Feixian, he had never seen her with his own eyes. He had always thought the rumors were exaggerated. This was because he did not think a woman with such a high innate talent would have such a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Subconsciously, he felt there would not be such a perfect woman in this world. However, when he saw Wang Fei Xian today, he realized there was really such a perfect woman in this world. The heavens seemed to have given the best to this woman. Innate talent, appearance, figure. Every single good point about Wang Fei Xian made him feel a strong desire to conquer her. I Zhao Ji, want this woman no matter what. Miss Fei Xian has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage? Soon after, the people in the surroundings also learned about Wang Fei Xian's breakthrough. It instantly caused another commotion. Miss Fei Xian, senior brother Ling Tian, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. Lu Jian walked up to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. The paleness on his face had mostly faded, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Congratulations. Wang Fei Xian nodded indifferently. Although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, he nodded at Lu Jian as well. What are the two of you doing? Wang Pai had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why Lu Jian would look for Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian after obtaining the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Moreover, he even said such words. Senior brother Wang Pai, the three of us plan to work together after we enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Duan Ling Tian explained. The three of you will work together? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Pai's eyes widened immediately. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. If the two of you work together, I'm afraid you'll be able to do whatever you want in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, with your strength, bringing him along seems to be a burden to you, right? When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, he glanced at Lu Jian. Lu Jian did not feel awkward at all since he thought so as well. It was his fortune to be able to work together with Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. Work together? Gao Peng's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. Ling Tian, why don't I join the three of you and work together as well? Upon hearing Gao Peng's words, Duan Ling Tian was put in a spot. It was undeniable that he had a good impression of Gao Peng. However, this did not mean he would bring another person along with him into the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Most importantly, he and Gao Peng could not even be considered as friends. In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, let alone intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivators like Gao Peng and Wang Fei Xian, even a mastery refined Saint Stage martial cultivator would only be a burden to him. There was a reason he decided to work together with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Wang Fei Xian could be considered as his friend. Lu Jian was brought along by him to repay Lu Hongguang's favor. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid this won't do. When Duan Ling Tian was in a spot, Wang Fei Xian seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's dilemma. She looked at Gao Peng and said, if the three of us work together, we'll reach our limit in terms of numbers. After all, nobody knows if the three of us will be able to find more than 3 divine ability relics. For this reason, senior brother Gao Peng, you might not have an advantage if you work with us. Moreover, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to find a good divine ability relic even if you don't work with us. Senior brother Gao Peng. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, she glanced at Lu Jian and said, the reason we brought Lu Jian along is mainly because Ling Tian wants to repay his senior a favor. If we come across a high-grade divine ability relic in the divine ability relic, we'll have to give it to him first. Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid you won't agree to this, right? Give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic? Gao Peng did not comment on the first half of Wang Fei Xian's words. However, he found it difficult to accept the second half of her sentence. After all, in his opinion, Lu Jian was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He was destined to be a burden to them in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, such a burden actually had to give him the priority to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic? In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, apart from the fact that only one person could comprehend a divine ability relic, the divine ability relic would disappear along with the formation after the person comprehended it for a period of time. It was almost impossible to find it again. Chapter 1752. Since Gao Peng could not accept the fact that a burden like Lu Jian would be given priority in comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic, he only smiled apologetically at Duan Ling Tian and did not bring up the matter of working together again. From the beginning until the end, he acted as though he was in the wrong when he faced Duan Ling Tian. Miss Wang, you're really something. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gao Peng before he looked at Wang Feixian and transmitted his voice to her. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. Wang Feixian not only managed to get rid of Gao Peng with just a few words, but she even managed to make Gao Peng feel guilty toward him. He could not help but admire her for her actions. If it were you, even if you directly rejected him, he wouldn't dare to say anything. He wouldn't even dare to complain. Wang Feixian rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission. Indeed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he directly rejected Gao Peng would not dare to complain. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wang Feixian's words. Feixian. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. It was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and the others. It was none other than Zhao Ji. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhao Ji's voice, he could not help but frown. However, when he heard Zhao Ji's words, he could not help but look at Wang Feixian with a hint of confusion in his eyes. It was as though he was asking Wang Feixian, "Who are you? Do you know him?" When Wang Feixian saw the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she shook her head. At the same time, she turned around and looked at Zhao Ji with his two followers. "Do you know me? Feixian, don't tell me you don't recognize me? I'm your brother Zhao Ji. Do you remember when you were 3 years old, I followed my father to your tyrannical saber mansion as a guest?" This time, Zhao Ji completely ignored Duan Lingtian. His burning gaze landed on Wang Feixian as he spoke with a smile on his face. "I don't remember such a thing, and I don't remember my grandfather mentioning it either." Hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian did not give him any face at all. She should have been wary of Zhao Ji, but when she saw Zhao Ji trying to curry favor with her, not only did she feel disgusted, she even revealed her dissatisfaction in her words. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to not let Duan Lingtian misunderstand. Besides, it was true that she did not know this Zhao Ji. She had never heard her grandfather mention Zhao Ji. Of course, she was not sure if Zhao Ji was telling the truth. "What?" When Zhao Ji heard Wang Feixian's words, he turned pale with fright. "Didn't your grandfather tell you that there's an engagement between you and me? When you were 3 years old, my father personally made a marriage agreement with your grandfather." Engagement! The moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. When everyone's eyes landed on Wang Feixian, Duan Lingtian could not help but shift his gaze over as well. He did not expect Wang Feixian and this arrogant good-for-nothing rich kid, Zhao Ji, had an engagement. Really? Zhao Ji and Miss Feixian have an engagement? Why haven't I heard of it before? That's right. I've never heard of it before. If Zhao Ji really has an engagement with Wang Feixian, I'm afraid this news would have spread in the mystical sky territory long ago. How could we not know about it? Don't tell me Zhao Ji is lying? The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples in the surroundings whispered among themselves. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji skeptically. Engagement? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian did not get angry. Instead, she laughed. Zhao Ji, are you daydreaming? If I really have an engagement with you, how could I not know about it? How could my grandfather not tell me? What a joke! The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, even more people thought Zhao Ji was lying. If I say we have an engagement, then we definitely have an engagement. Faced with the skeptical gazes from the surroundings, a devilish smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face. After a while, when my father comes out of his closed-door cultivation, I'll ask him to personally go to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage. I believe your grandfather won't reject my family's proposal. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a hint of burning desire could be seen in his eyes. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian, you should feel lucky that I've taken a liking to you. You want me, Wang Feixian, to marry you? Dream on. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's voice transmission, a hint of disgust could be seen in Wang Feixian's eyes as she expressed her stance. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be up to you anymore. The devilish smile on the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth widened. Based on his gaze that was trained on Wang Feixian, it was as though he was certain Wang Feixian would be his woman. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian's expression turned grave immediately. If Zhao Ji's father insisted on going to the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage, It would be difficult for her grandfather to reject him. Once he rejected him, not only would he offend Zhao Ji's father, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, but he would also offend Zhao Ji's grandfather, one of the two great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Although it was impossible for the Mystical Sky Mansion to make things difficult for the tyrannic Saber Mansion because of Zhao Ji's personal matters, her grandfather was not afraid of her grandfather. However, her grandfather was not afraid of Zhao Ji's father. However, her grandfather had no choice but to fear Zhao Ji's grandfather since he was a top powerhouse in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only inferior to the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Her grandfather was no match for him at all. Noisy. When many people were looking at Wang Fei Xian with a pitiful expression, a voice suddenly reverberated in the air. In the next instant, everyone only saw a flash before their eyes as though they were being illuminated by the sun. A loud bang reverberated in the air. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, a figure appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier like a ghost. On the other hand, Zhao Ji was sent flying far away. As he was sent flying in a wretched manner, blood spurted out of his mouth and splattered in the air, blooming into dazzling red roses. Silence! Everyone present on the scene shifted their attention to the figure that had appeared at the spot where Zhao Ji was standing earlier. Boom! Another loud bang reverberated in the air as Zhao Ji's body crashed hard on the ground. He rolled a few times before the true origin in his body broke free from the shackles and broke out of his body to help him stabilize his body. When Zhao Ji stood up again, his face was as pale as a sheet. However, his expression was extremely unsightly. His eyes were gleaming with a terrifying light. Ling Tian, how dare you sneak attack me? You're seeking death. Zhao Ji glared at the young man who sent him flying. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was filled with killing intent as well. Sneak attack. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. Does this mean you're not convinced by my sneak attack? How about this? Let's have a fair duel. I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves. What do you think? A fair duel. A handicap of 3 moves. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the people present on the scene regained their senses one by one. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji mockingly. In their opinion, although Zhao Ji had a powerful background, he was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator at most. If he really wanted to fight Ling Tian head-on, he would definitely be asking for trouble. Who was Ling Tian? He was the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. With Zhao Ji's strength, how could he possibly be a match for such a person? Let alone Ling Tian giving Zhao Ji a handicap of 3 moves. Even if he only cast a defensive technique, Zhao Ji would not be able to break through his defense. This was the difference in their strength. The difference in their cultivation base was 2 levels apart. Faced with Duan Lingtian's challenge, Zhao Ji's expression changed rapidly. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew he could not accept his opponent's challenge. Even if his opponent gave him a handicap of 3 moves, he would still be asking for trouble. Due to the fact that everyone present on the scene had their eyes on Zhao Ji, nobody noticed that one of the 2 Heaven Palace's disciples who followed behind Zhao Ji had already left. After he left the peak, he left the Heaven Palace and made his way to the main mansion. As expected, he still cares about me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian making a move to avenge her, a warm smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Lingtian, don't be too arrogant. I didn't offend you earlier. Why did you hurt me? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Why did I hurt you? Duan Lingtian smiled. Don't tell me you still don't know why I hurt you? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I won't let this matter go. Don't think you can do whatever you want in the Mystical Sky Mansion just because you have a high innate talent and powerful strength. Let me tell you, there are many people who are stronger than you in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Any one of my father's direct disciples would be able to kill you. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with threat. You think you're in the right to bully a weak girl in front of so many people? Duan Lingtian sneered. His expression was calm. From the beginning until the end, not only was he not frightened by Zhao Ji, but he also did not seem to take Zhao Ji's words to heart. As it turns out, you're standing up for her. Zhao Ji's gaze shifted from Duan Lingtian to Wang Fei Xian before he sneered. I've said before that if I want you, I'll definitely be able to get you. I believe your grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, will agree to betroth you to me. When you're married to me and I'm tired of playing with you, I'll find 100 burly men to play with you. Of course, Zhao Ji was the one who sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian. Even if I, Wang Fei Xian, die, it's impossible for me to marry you. Wang Fei Xian replied through voice transmission without any trace of politeness. Even if her grandfather compromised in the end, it was impossible for her to marry Zhao Ji. She would rather die than marry Zhao Ji. Good, very good. Let's wait and see. This time, Zhao Ji's voice transmission was filled with exasperation. In the end, when he calmed down a little, he added, My men have already gone to the main mansion to invite my senior brother over. When my senior brother comes, I'll let you see with your own eyes how miserable the fate of this fellow who stood up for you will be. Wang Fei Xian was not afraid of death. However, if Duan Lingtian was in danger because of her, she would not accept such a thing happening no matter what. Quickly tell senior brother Wang Pai that you're looking for Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. Zhao Ji has already sent someone to the main mansion to invite his senior brother over. I suspect the senior brother he mentioned is most likely his father's direct disciple, the eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking. Chapter 1753. He was an eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking in the main mansion. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold immediately. Killing intent surged in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Ji again. Initially, he had only wanted to teach Zhao Ji a lesson and let him know that not everyone could be bullied by him. At the very least, he could not bully Duan Lingtian's friends. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Wang Fei Xian was already his friend in his heart. Seeing his friend being teased and bullied like that, how could he possibly endure it? If he could, he would not be Duan Lingtian anymore. Whoosh! It was as though a gust of wind had blown past as Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot. Junior brother Lingtian. Wang Pai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Duan Lingtian, but it was too late. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Ji. Half of Zhao Ji's face was swollen, and a clear palm print could be seen on it. Ling! Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and a murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but before he could finish, another slap sounded in the air. This time, Duan Lingtian had slapped Zhao Ji again, causing the other half of his face to swell as well. The killing intent in Zhao Ji's eyes intensified, but he no longer dared to say anything. He was worried this fellow would slap him again if he opened his mouth again. Endure. Zhao Ji, you must endure now. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You'll definitely be able to get your revenge later. You'll definitely make this fellow die a graveless death. You'll definitely be able to. Zhao Ji comforted himself in his heart as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Naturally, he was so enraged that he felt as though he had gone insane. This was the first time he was slapped in his life. Moreover, it was by someone who was around his age. To him, this was a humiliation that was engraved in his bones. As long as the person in front of him didn't die, he would feel uneasy. Hiss, 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 hiss. At the same time, a series of gasps sounded from the surroundings. The people present reacted one after another. They were all frightened by Duan Lingtian's actions just now. This junior brother Lingtian is really... Wang Pai smiled bitterly. He did not stop Duan Lingtian from attacking earlier because he did not like Zhao Ji's actions. This time, Duan Lingtian made his move. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Isn't this Lingtian a little too valiant? This is Zhao Ji, not an ordinary Heavenly Palace disciple. Many of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were watching the scene muttered to themselves in a daze. To them, the scene earlier was not only visually shocking, but it was also emotionally shocking. They knew exactly what kind of person Zhao Ji was and what kind of background he had. In the mystical sky mansion, let alone the mystical sky mansion's disciples, even those mystical sky mansion's elders with lofty positions did not dare to offend Zhao Ji. However, today, Zhao Ji was actually beaten up by a disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion who was not even 30 years old. Moreover, he was even slapped twice after being beaten up once. What a guy! Where did this Ling Tian get his courage from? Who gave him the courage? He's dead meat for offending Zhao Ji to this extent. I don't think so. Don't forget that this Ling Tian is not an ordinary disciple in our mystical sky mansion. He's the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion. He's the hope of our mystical sky mansion. If he's in danger, I'm afraid even Lord Mansion Master will step in to protect him, right? You have a point. However, don't forget that in our mystical sky mansion, Lord Mansion Master might not be involved in killing someone. Many mystical sky mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by treating Zhao Ji like this. Junior brother Lingtian, you're too rash. Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I can say you have a reason for teaching Zhao Ji a lesson earlier. However, the 2 consecutive slaps you gave him are no different from humiliating him in public. It's unreasonable for him to not be able to raise his head in front of others in the future. The reason Wang Pai said this was because he did not know Zhao Ji had already sent someone to the main mansion to look for the eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking to deal with Duan Lingtian. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian slapping Zhao Ji twice, she was shocked as well. When she regained her senses after a long time, she recalled Zhao Ji's background. She broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. You were too rash when you slapped him twice. Wang Fei Xian said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Her voice was filled with worry. You've completely offended Zhao Ji by doing this. I'm afraid only one of you can stay in the mystical sky mansion in the future. Although Wang Fei Xian knew the reason Duan Lingtian slapped Zhao Ji twice, she still felt Duan Lingtian was a little rash. Naturally, she felt this way because she was worried about Duan Lingtian. Rash. Duan Lingtian was non-committal when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He knew Zhao Ji's background was very powerful, but it was not Duan Lingtian's style to just take it lying down. There was no fear in Duan Lingtian's path in the martial Dao. Even if the path ahead was difficult and dangerous, he would still overcome all obstacles and slaughter out a path of blood, and he would directly soar into the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, Gao Peng had retreated further away as though he was afraid he would be implicated and get into trouble. I've been in the mystical sky mansion for so long, but I've never admired anyone before. However, this time I must say that I admire Ling Tian. Someone cried out. Although his voice was not loud, many people heard it. Agreed. Let's not talk about what Ling Tian will do. Just his courage alone is admirable. Many mystical sky mansion's disciples chimed in. Naturally, there were people who admired Duan Lingtian, but there were also people who felt Duan Lingtian was seeking his own death. Does Ling Tian really think he can do whatever he wants in the mystical sky mansion just because he has a high innate talent? Why doesn't he think about his current cultivation base? There are many people who are stronger than him in the mystical sky mansion. That's right. The person he has offended is no ordinary person. It's Zhao Ji. Everyone knows about Zhao Ji's background. If the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian find out about the humiliation Zhao Ji has suffered this time, they will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. The Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian might not personally make a move, but as long as their subordinates make a move, they'll definitely make Ling Tian pay the price. In the mystical sky mansion, perhaps, the Vice Mansion Master and the old Guardian's subordinates won't dare to kill him. However, who can be sure they won't look for an opportunity to kill Ling Tian? No matter how high one's innate talent is, it's useless if it dies before it matures. Most of the mystical sky mansion's disciples felt it was unwise for Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ji to end up in such a situation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard these words as well. However, he did not care about it at all. This was because he knew even if he did not make a move on Zhao Ji earlier, Zhao Ji would not let this matter go just like that due to the conflict between them. He was very confident in his ability to judge people. With just a glance, He could tell Zhao Ji was a petty person. Even if it was a small matter, it would be magnified by him. For this reason, until now, Duan Lingtian did not regret his actions at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. In just a few moments, 3 figures appeared on the peak of the Heaven Palace. One of them was the person who had left earlier. He was also one of Zhao Ji's 2 subordinates. At this moment, he was following behind 2 young men. The 2 young men, one was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black, walked side by side in the air. They looked like the black and white ghosts who had come from hell. Zhao Baiju. Zhao He Tu. The appearance of the young man in white and the young man in black naturally attracted the attention of many people. The first person to react and recognize them was Wang Pai. When he saw them, Wang Pai's expression turned solemn. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian, who was not far away. Junior brother Lingtian, come to my side. Quick. Wang Pai's tone was slightly anxious. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed the newcomers. Since Wang Fei Xian had warned him beforehand, he was not too surprised. When he heard Wang Pai's words, he did not refute Wang Pai's good intentions. With a flash of his body, he flew back to Wang Pai's side. Senior brother Baiju. Senior brother He Tu. When the 2 young men appeared, Zhao Ji, whose face was swollen from being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian, finally dared to speak. As he spoke, his body moved swiftly and arrived next to the 2 young men in just a blink of an eye. Perhaps he felt safer next to the 2 young men. Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gaze as soon as he arrived next to them. Senior brother Baiju. Senior brother He Tu. It's him. He's that Lingtian. Not only did he hurt me, but he even slapped me twice in public. He slapped me in public. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also humiliated my father. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with grief and indignation. When the 2 young men heard Zhao Ji's words, their faces turned gloomy immediately. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The one in white is called Zhao Baiju, and the one in black is called Zhao He Tu. Both of them are disciples that Zhao Ji's father took in outside in his early years. Since both of them are orphans, they took Zhao Ji's father's surname. Although their strength can only be considered as ordinary among Zhao Ji's father's direct disciples, their loyalty can't be compared to other disciples. Wang Pai's voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Zhao Baiju. Zhao He Tu. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Just like me, they're both early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. Wang Pai continued to speak through voice transmission. Early eminent saint stage. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. With his current strength, he would be suspected of bullying the weak if he fought with people below the eminent saint stage. He would be more than happy to fight with powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. You're Lingtian? Chapter 1754. Faced with Zhao Baiju's question, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Let alone Zhao Baiju was only an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Even if he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. If he really angered him, he would just take out the Jasper Celestial Sword and kill him instantly. It's Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu. Soon after, many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene recognized the newcomers and exclaimed in a low voice. They're eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking. They usually stay in the main mansion to cultivate. Isn't the person following behind them Zhao Ji's subordinate? When did he leave? It seems like Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu were brought here by him. No wonder Zhao Ji swallowed his anger earlier. As it turns out, he had already sent someone to look for help. At this moment, the people present on the scene could guess the reason Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu were here. They must have been brought here by Zhao Ji to deal with Lingtian. In our mystical sky mansion, only eminent saint stage disciples are qualified to be ranked on the mystical sky ranking. Whether it's Zhao Baiju or Zhao He Tu, since they're ranked on the mystical sky ranking, Their cultivation base must have already entered the eminent saint stage. Now that they're here, I'm afraid Ling Tian is going to suffer. I know about Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. They're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. It's said that they're orphans since they were young and were adopted by Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In their hearts, Vice Mansion Master Zhao is no different from their father. Zhao Ji is the only son of Vice Mansion Master Zhao. They love the house and its crow, and they treat Zhao Ji as their own younger brother. As it turns out, they're Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. No wonder Zhao Ji brought them here. Two eminent saint stage powerhouses. I wonder how Ling Tian will deal with them today. Although Ling Tian is strong and is the strongest person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he's still far from being comparable to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. That's right. If Ling Tian has a few more years, he might be able to catch up to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. However, he's far from being a match for them. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian as they discussed animatedly. Shameless. When Wang Fei Xian heard the discussions around her, she also learned about the origin of Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. Her face suddenly changed and she cursed in a low voice. At the same time, a look of deep worry appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Speaking of which, the reason why Duan Lingtian had fallen out with Zhao Ji was because of her. Therefore, her heart was filled with guilt. No wonder you dared to hurt junior brother. You're really crazy. Seeing that Duan Lingtian dared to ignore Zhao Baiju, Zhao He Tu's gaze also landed on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. However, Duan Lingtian had seen too many similar gazes along the way, so he was almost completely immune to it. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He Tu, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me. Zhao Ji said through gritted teeth as he glared at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression on his swollen face. His eyes were filled with hatred as he spoke through gritted teeth. Although he was extremely furious, he did not lose his rationality completely. Although he wanted Duan Lingtian to die, he knew it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian in such a situation. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. Although his background was not insignificant, if he dared to kill someone in public in the mystical sky mansion, he would be violating the mystical sky mansion's rules as well. At that time, even his father and grandfather might not be able to protect him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely be expelled from the mystical sky mansion. To Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu, their master who brought them back to the mystical sky mansion was like a second parent to them. He was the person they respected the most. However, today, the only son of their most respected master, their little junior brother, Zhao Ji, whom they doted on the most, was not only injured, but he was even slapped twice in public. It was a complete loss of face for them. How could they not be furious? Due to this reason, the moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu stepped out in unison. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Wang Pai and another figure appeared near Duan Lingtian, shielding Duan Lingtian behind them. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my, Wang Fei Xian's, dead body first. A persistent and resolute voice rang out from the beautiful figure who stood in front of Duan Lingtian. It attracted the attention of the people present on the scene. The owner of the beautiful figure had a devilish figure, an angelic face, and a valiant bearing. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian stood in front of Duan Lingtian protectively like a tigress protecting her cub. She stared at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu as though she was prepared to die. Whoosh! At the same time, the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. They did not expect Wang Fei Xian to be so valiant. She was willing to sacrifice her life to protect Duan Lingtian. One had to know that not everyone had the courage to do so. Do you think you can stop us? When Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu heard Wang Fei Xian's words, they looked at Wang Fei Xian in shock. However, after they recovered from their shock, they did not take Wang Fei Xian seriously at all. After probing with their divine consciousness, they could see this female disciple was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. She did not have the ability to stop them at all. I don't have the habit of letting a woman protect me. Just as Wang Feixian and Zhao Baiju were confronting each other, another domineering man's voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Wang Feixian and shielded Wang Feixian behind him. He should have stepped forward a long time ago. However, Wang Feixian's actions had taken him by surprise to a certain extent, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Due to this reason, it took him some time to step forward. When Wang Feixian stepped forward and shielded him behind her, the last bit of prejudice he had toward Wang Feixian disappeared as he looked at her slender and graceful figure. He was touched, and at the same time, he also acknowledged Wang Feixian as a friend in his heart. I'm the one who caused this. I won't stand by and do nothing. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her, she said anxiously, Don't worry, they won't dare to kill me. Unfortunately, her words were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if Wang Feixian was not involved, a narrow-minded person like Zhao Ji would not let him off so easily. The outcome would still be the same. Wang Feixian's matter had only intensified the conflict between him and Zhao Ji. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he did not think that Wang Feixian had anything to do with the conflict between him and Zhao Ji. Duan Lingtian stood in front of Wang Feixian and looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu calmly. It was as though he was not facing two eminent saint stage powerhouses, but two opponents that he could easily defeat. Not bad, you're manly enough. However, sometimes, you have to pay a high price to show off in front of a woman. Of course, even if you don't show off, you'll still have to pay a high price today. Zhao Heitu grinned. His smile was so eerie that it made one's hair stand on end. Did you hear what my little junior brother said? Kneel down and apologize. Zhao Baiju glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said in a commanding tone. Zhao Baiju, Zhao Hei Tuesday. At this moment, Wang Pai took a few steps forward in the air and stood next to Duan Lingtian. He looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu with a solemn expression on his face. Both of you should know very well who's right and who's wrong in today's matter. Don't go overboard. What? Wang Pai, are you trying to stand up for him? Zhao Heitu smiled eerily. I remember you were defeated by me, right? Upon hearing Zhao Heitu's words, Wang Pai noticed the gazes from the surroundings. His expression turned even gloomier. Zhao Heitu, junior brother Lingtian is different from me. If you want to touch him, you better be mentally prepared. What do you mean by that? Zhao Baiju asked with a frown as he looked at Wang Pai. I'm sure both of you have heard about junior brother Lingtian's innate talent. As far as I know, Lord Mansion Master knows about his existence as well. This time, Wang Pai was speaking to Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu through voice transmission. Therefore, the others did not know what he was talking about. Lord Mansion Master. The moment Wang Pai's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's expressions turned solemn immediately. They all knew what Wang Pai meant by that. Since Lord Mansion Master knew about Lingtian's existence, he would definitely pay attention to him. He might even take him in as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Both of you are smart people. I don't think I need to elaborate on certain things, right? Wang Pai added through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu exchanged glances before they looked at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby. They transmitted their voices to Zhao Ji and told him what Wang Pai had said earlier. Lord Mansion Master? Upon hearing Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's words, Zhao Ji could not help but frown. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered as he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Baiju, senior brother Heitu, both of you don't have to worry about this. Wang Pai has always had a good relationship with Lingtian. It's normal for him to stand up for him. As for what he said, it might be true, but so what? Even if Lord Mansion Master intends to take Lingtian as his disciple, that's a matter for the future. Don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will seek revenge on us after taking Lingtian as his disciple? Zhao Ji continued to speak. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes gleamed viciously. Moreover, if he kneels and apologizes to me in public today, no matter how much Lord Mansion Master thinks highly of his innate talent, he won't have any intention of taking him in as his disciple. How can Lord Mansion Master possibly take someone who has been so humiliated as his disciple? A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Ji's face when he finished speaking in one breath. Chapter 1755. That was right. If Ling Tian admitted defeat and knelt down to apologize to Zhao Ji, this matter would definitely spread in the mystical sky mansion. Under such circumstances, no matter how high Ling Tian's innate talent was, nobody would think highly of him. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention of taking him in as a disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were instantly relieved. They ignored Wang Pai's words. When Wang Pai saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju's and Zhao He too's eyes, horror dawned on him. He noticed Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too were not intimidated by his hint. He immediately transmitted his voice again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but do you really want to take the risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing. Zhao Baiju replied mockingly through voice transmission. As long as Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when this matter spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think this way. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian will kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? What a fool's dream. You'll find out very soon whether it's a fool's dream or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan. At that time, even if your master is Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi, he might not be able to protect you. A threat. A blatant threat. Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned pale immediately. He knew Zhao Baiju was telling the truth. Due to the existence of the old guardian and the vice mansion master of Zhao clan, the Zhao clan could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand in the mystical sky mansion. Those who offended the Zhao clan usually did not have a good ending. Wang Pai, you better think this through. Are you going to go against our Zhao clan for a new disciple who has just entered the mystical sky mansion? Zhao He too looked at Wang Pai and sneered. Senior brother Wang Pai, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to make enemies with others because of me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and said with a smile, no matter what, I still have to thank Senior Wang Pai for standing by my side at this time. However, I'll have to ask Senior Wang Pai to step aside and watch. I'll handle it myself. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Wang Pai a confident look. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's confidence, Wang Pai only thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid that he would be worried, so he deliberately acted this way to reassure him. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the kind of person who would abandon my friends and run away? Wang Pai said with a dissatisfied expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt that he wanted to advance and retreat together with Duan Ling Tian. Me too. Wang Fei Xian chimed in. She wanted to step forward as well, but Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and pushed her back. Why are you joining in the fun? Duan Ling Tian turned around and glanced at Wang Fei Xian with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian still wanted to step forward stubbornly, he could only send her a voice transmission helplessly. Don't worry. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still deal with them. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Fei Xian was dumbstruck as though she was struck by lightning. It's just two early eminent saint stage martial cultivators? If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, Wang Fei Xian's first thought would be, what a boastful tone. However, when it was Duan Ling Tian who said this, she had a different feeling. Although she had not known Duan Ling Tian for long, she had gained a deeper understanding of him during this short period of time. She knew that if Duan Ling Tian was not confident, he would not have said such a thing in such a situation. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who can deal with an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. However, Wang Fei Xian still found it a little inconceivable. This was because she felt it was almost impossible. However, when she saw the confidence in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, she could not help but believe him a little. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian did not insist on going forward, he turned around and looked at Wang Pai again before he said with a smile, Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you mean well, but these two trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are nothing to me. Trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. If these words were said by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, the people present on the scene would not think much of it. However, the problem was these words were said by a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had not even entered the Mystical Sky ranking. It gave them a completely different feeling. What a boastful tone. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He sneered. You're just a new disciple who hasn't even entered the Mystical Sky ranking, but you actually dare to look down on the powerhouses on the Mystical Sky ranking? How arrogant. Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He too, since he looks down on both of you, you should teach him a lesson first before making him kneel in front of me and apologize to me. Zhao Ji said viciously as he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. Don't worry, little junior brother. After I've taught him a lesson, I'll make him kneel in front of you obediently and apologize to you. Zhao He too stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips as a vicious smile appeared on his face. His piercing gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Brat, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you're on par with an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse just because you've broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage and defeated the Luo brothers when they joined forces? On the way here, Zhao He too had learned about what had happened from Zhao Ji's lackey. Zhao He too was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao He too's body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian, standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. One of the sound of wind whistling was caused by Wang Pai's moving body. He shot toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to help Duan Lingtian deal with Zhao He Tuesday. Although Duan Lingtian was very confident, he thought Duan Lingtian was just trying to comfort him. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage would be able to compete with an early eminent Saint Stage martial cultivator since both of them were not on the same level at all. If the latter fought the former, he could easily crush the former. However, although Wang Pai's speed was fast, there was someone else who was even faster than him. When Wang Pai noticed someone had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he looked at the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian in shock. How could it be him? Junior brother Lingtian knows him? The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian first was a tall and sturdy young man. The young man's facial features were well defined. He could not be considered handsome, but he gave off a feeling of determination. With just a glance, one could tell he was a tough guy. Senior brother Gu Li? When Zhao He too saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. You know Lingtian? Gu Li? Originally, Duan Lingtian was puzzled when a stranger appeared in front of him. Moreover, this stranger seemed to be helping him. He did not know this person and was certain he had never seen this person before. However, when he heard Zhao He too's words, he finally found out the sturdy young man's name was Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li. When Zhao Baiju saw the sturdy young man who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian behind him, his expression turned solemn immediately. Senior brother Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li. At the same time, the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed respectfully at Gu Li. When the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples faced Gu Li, they were even more respectful than when they faced the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect this sturdy young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with the intention of protecting him would have such a high position in the eyes of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed to Gu Li, all of them showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it! How does he know Gu Li? Seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression turned somewhat ugly. Although he was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was only a title given to him by others because of his background. His grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he was wary of among his peers in the Mystical Sky Mansion. This person was none other than Gu Li. Gu Li was the son of the other old guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Due to the fact that he had a son at an old age, the old guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion doted on his only son very much. As long as it was something he could give, he would give it to his son unconditionally. Gu Li did not let him down and became the #1 genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion for several hundred years. Naturally, that was before Duan Lingtian had arrived. After Duan Lingtian appeared, the innate talent he displayed was even more monstrous than Gu Li. One could say that he had snatched away the title of the #1 genius in the mystical sky mansion for several hundred years from Gu Li the moment he arrived. Gu Li was actually in his early 50s. He was in the prime of his life, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only that, but Gu Li was also the strongest person on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple broke through the eminent saint stage and entered the divine saint stage, his name would be removed from the Mystical Sky ranking and he would become an elder. The fact that Gu Li was the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking was enough to prove his strength was invincible below the divine saint stage in the Mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Gu Li arrive? I didn't notice. It seems like senior brother Gu Li intends to stand up for Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian knows senior brother Gu Li. No wonder he was so calm earlier. As it turns out, this is his trump card. The surrounding Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. All of them felt that the reason Duan Lingtian was so calm was because he knew Gu Li would appear to help him. Duan Lingtian was naturally rendered speechless when he heard the whispers in the surroundings. Chapter 1756. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to study Gu Li seriously. Gu Li was a muscular young man who was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight-fitting robe that accentuated his perfect muscles, giving off a sense of strength. Apart from that, Gu Li's face was filled with determination. He emitted a manly charm. This could be seen from the infatuated looks in the eyes of many Mystical Sky Mansion's female disciples when they looked at him. The strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? He's only in his early 50s, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage? Through the whispers in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian easily learned about Gu Li. He was shocked as well. However, what surprised him even more was yet to come. The only son of a Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian? Duan Lingtian finally realized that not only was Gu Li's innate talent and strength high, but his background was not simple as well. He was actually the only son of one of the two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians were widely acknowledged as powerhouses who were second only to the Mansion Master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although his background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji's, it was not too far off. After all, Zhao Ji only had a Vice Mansion Master as his father. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene respected Gu Li was not because of Gu Li's background, but because of Gu Li's strength. Zhao Ji's background was slightly more powerful than Gu Li's, but how many people would treat him with such respect? Senior brother Gu Li, do you know Ling Tian? Zhao Baiju asked anxiously as he looked at Gu Li. Although he really wanted to stand up for his junior brother and take revenge, when faced with Gu Li, he felt powerless in his heart. If Gu Li really wanted to protect Ling Tian, he and Zhao He too would not be able to do anything. Therefore he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Gu Li had only come out to watch the show, and not to help Ling Tian. Even though he himself felt that this possibility was close to zero, he couldn't help but think this way. No, I don't. However, Gu Li's indifferent reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes light up. Even Zhao He too's eyes lit up. Gu Li didn't know Ling Tian? The moment Gu Li finished speaking, the dark clouds on Zhao Ji's face instantly dispersed, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Since this Gu Li doesn't know him, why did he come out for no reason? Do you want to show your presence? Zhao Ji was somewhat dissatisfied. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian? The moment Gu Li's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was stunned as well. Initially, they thought Gu Li was the helper Ling Tian had found. However, it did not cross their minds that Gu Li would actually say he did not know Ling Tian at such a critical moment. It seems like we're all wrong. Senior brother Gu Li isn't the helper Ling Tian found. When senior brother Gu Li appeared, I thought Ling Tian would be able to escape this calamity. However, it didn't cross my mind that senior brother Gu Li didn't come for Ling Tian. Since senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian, it seems like there's no reason for him to help Ling Tian. Perhaps, Senior brother Gu Li only wants to watch the show and has no intention of helping Ling Tian at all. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. In their opinion, since Gu Li did not know Duan Ling Tian, he was definitely not the helper Duan Ling Tian had found. Without Gu Li's help, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, would not be a match for Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, even if he had Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know junior brother Ling Tian? Wang Pai's expression turned grave. He felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell like a deflated balloon. Although he had planned to help Duan Ling Tian since the beginning, he knew his own limits. Even if he helped, he would not be able to stop Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. At this moment, Gu Li's appearance was like a flame that appeared in the darkness, igniting the hope in his heart. As long as Gu Li was willing to help, junior brother Ling Tian would definitely be able to turn the situation around. When Wang Pai saw Gu Li's appearance, he thought Gu Li knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Gu Li did not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help. Similar to Wang Pai, Wang Fei Xian also sighed in relief when Gu Li appeared. She thought Gu Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend and would help Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, when Gu Li said he was not Duan Ling Tian's friend, her expression changed again. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian remained calm from the beginning until the end and had an indifferent expression on his face, her expression softened again. Based on this guy's expression, he doesn't seem to know Gu Li as well. In that case, his confidence doesn't come from Gu Li. Don't tell me he really has a way to fight an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator with his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage? When Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she began to look forward to it even though she found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Ling Tian as her eyes shone brightly. She muttered to herself, "I hope you're not bragging." As it turns out, senior brother Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao He too looked at Gu Li and grinned before his expression turned grave immediately. Senior brother Gu Li, this Ling Tian is too arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone. Today, as long as senior brother Gu Li can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor. Slap. The moment Zhao He Tu's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Gu Li did not seem to have made any move, but Zhao He Tu's head suddenly tilted to the side. Half of his face was swollen from the slap. Senior brother Gu Li, why you? Zhao He Tu was furious when he saw Zhao He Tuesday. Zhao He Tu was naturally angry after being slapped for no reason. However, he didn't dare to show it in front of Gu Li. He just looked at Gu Li with a blank and aggrieved face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of showing me your attitude? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of me making things easy for you? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of representing the Zhao clan? Gu Li said nonchalantly as he looked at Zhao He Tu with a mocking smile on his face. When the others, including Duan Ling Tian, saw this scene, they were stunned. They did not know what Gu Li was trying to do. He clearly did not know Duan Ling Tian, but he had slapped Zhao He Tu at this moment. Although Zhao He Tu's expression was a little gloomy, everyone knew that he was showing his attitude to Duan Ling Tian. However, Gu Li had seized on this point and said that he was showing his attitude to Zhao He Tu and slapped him. He was clearly trying to protect Duan Ling Tian. Gu Li, don't you dare cross the line. Zhao Ji's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Li. Although his strength was far inferior to Gu Li's, he was not afraid of Gu Li. After all, he had a powerful background. However, Gu Li acted as if he did not hear his furious roar at all. From start to finish, he did not pay any attention to him. Zhao Ji was instantly enraged. It was as though his eyes were about to spit fire at any moment. Senior brother Gu Li, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian? Unlike Zhao Ji, who was fearless, Zhao Baiju's face was filled with bitterness and confusion when he looked at Gu Li. As soon as Zhao Baiju finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at Gu Li. They were also curious about this. They did not know why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Ling Tian and protect Duan Ling Tian even though he did not know Duan Ling Tian. Who said that I can't help him just because I don't know him? Gu Li glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Baiju was instantly speechless. Problem? Of course, he had a problem with that. However, did he dare to say it out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Gu Li cared about his master and the old guardian. Even if he attacked Zhao Ji, he would not be ruthless. As for him, even if he was killed by Gu Li, his death would be in vain. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to make sure his death was worth it. If he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian now, it would be pointless. Junior brother Lingtian, hurry up and thank senior brother Gu Li. At this time, Wang Pai's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Wang Pai was reminding Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately regained his senses. He looked at Gu Li's back and cupped his hands together slightly. Senior brother Gu Li, thank you. Haha. When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud. Junior brother Lingtian, I've heard about you a long time ago. However, I've never had the chance to meet you. Today, the Heavenly Palace is competing for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I'm here to see you. In the past, I only knew that your martial Dao talent is monstrous and even better than mine. However, I don't know much about you as a person. After everything that has happened, I realized that junior brother Ling Tian is to my liking. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, it was as though he regretted not having met him earlier. Then it's my honor. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Even if Gu Li did not stand up for him, he was not afraid of Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei Tuesday. However, Gu Li was unaware of this. Due to this reason, he owed Gu Li a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene finally understood why Gu Li would stand up for Duan Lingtian even though he did not know Duan Lingtian at all. As it turned out, he felt sorry for not having met Duan Lingtian earlier. Gu Li and Duan Lingtian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion, while the latter was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius in the past several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment both of them met, they instantly became friends. It just so happened that birds of a feather flocked together. Gu Li. Just when many people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao Hei too, thought the matter had come to an end, Zhao Ji's eyes were burning with rage. His sharp gaze landed on Gu Li as he said in a deep voice, "Are you deliberately going against me?" His voice was cold and deep as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Little junior brother. Chapter 1757. Although they were not worried Gu Li would cross the line, Gu Li still dared to teach Zhao Ji a lesson. So what if I'm deliberately going against you? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson? Gu Li sneered as he glanced at Zhao Ji indifferently. You! Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Zhao Ji's face turned green and pale. He was rendered speechless, let alone teach Gu Li a lesson. If he made a move, he would be the unlucky one and not Gu Li. With his strength, he could not even defeat Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Gu Li, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. If you don't dare to, then stop grumbling in front of me. Gu Li had a disdainful expression on his face. After he retracted his gaze, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Junior brother Lingtian, nice to meet you. Let's go. Let's have a drink with senior brother. After he finished speaking, Gu Li stepped up into the air and disappeared into the distance in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Feixian, and Lu Jian before he left with Gu Li, leaving behind a handsome back view for the others to see. Today's farce came to an end. Ah! After Gu Li and Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling from anger, finally could not help but shout loudly. His voice was filled with anger and indignation. Gu Li, Lingtian. I, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let the two of you go. I won't let the two of you go. Zhao Ji continued to roar in his heart. If thoughts could kill, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li would have been killed by him many times. That fellow is really lucky. To think that even Gu Li is on his side. Now that the matter had come to an end, Wang Feixian heaved a sigh of relief. This was the best ending for her. If she really let Duan Lingtian make a move, she still felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian followed Gu Li to his residence for a drink. After a drink, they became familiar with each other. Of course, this was also because Gu Li was a sentimental person, which suited Duan Lingtian's taste. Senior brother Gu Li, are you really helping me today because you find me pleasing to the eye? After 3 rounds of wine, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and asked with a smile. Of course. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Really? Duan Lingtian didn't even blink. He stared at Gu Li's eyes, as if he wanted to see something in Gu Li's eyes. That's enough. Stop looking. As the saying went, the eyes were the window to the soul. Even Gu Li could not make his eyes betray his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian staring at his eyes, he immediately surrendered. At the same time, he said honestly, the reason I appeared there and helped you is because of Grand Master. Grand Master mentioned you to me before, and he even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with the fact that your name is widely spread in the mystical Sky Mansion, I'm very curious about you. As it turns out, Grand Master has a good eye. You're indeed extraordinary. Gu Li said. Grand Master? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know who Gu Li's Grand Master was. Based on what he knew, Gu Li's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was from the same generation as the Mansion Master, and his seniority could be considered very high in the mystical Sky Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, there were not many people whose seniority was higher than Gu Li's father. As for the martial ancestor that Gu Li spoke of, his seniority was definitely higher than his father. Spirit Pool. When Gu Li saw the puzzled expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he reminded him slowly. So that senior is your Grand Master. Since Gu Li had already reminded him to this extent, if Duan Lingtian still did not know who the Grand Master was, then his reaction would be too slow. Gu Li's Grand Master was the one-armed old man who was guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that Senior is your master's master? Duan Lingtian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Gu Li smiled. My master should be waiting for me in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Senior brother Gu Li is planning to go to the upper province? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Yes. Gu Li nodded. When my cultivation base breaks through to the Divine Saint stage, I'll go to the upper province. Going to the upper province has always been my goal. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. In the WCI subterranean, Gu Li was not the only one who wanted to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with high innate talent and confidence in themselves yearned to go to the upper province, since it was the place where the true powerhouses of the Dao Martial Saint Land gathered. There were many powerhouses that did not exist in the WCI subterranean. Will it be soon? Duan Lingtian asked. 1 year at most. Gu Li smiled confidently. In 1 year at most, he would break through to the Divine Saint stage and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. So soon? Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. It might be fast compared to other people, but it's not fast compared to you, junior brother Lingtian. I believe junior brother Lingtian will definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Gu Li admired Duan Lingtian's innate talent very much. He also thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, do you plan to go to the upper province after you break through to the Divine Saint stage? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. He would definitely go to the upper province, but he would not go there after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, it would take him a long time to break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait that long. He had long decided that once his cultivation base had broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for Kerr and his child. It seems like our goal is the same. We don't plan to waste time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to pressure myself and strive to make a name for myself in the upper province before you go to the upper province. Junior brother Lingtian. That way, I'll be able to take care of you. Junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li smiled. I believe senior brother Gu Li will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the upper province. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Some people might not be able to become friends even if they knew each other for a lifetime. Naturally, this was referring to true friends. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had only known each other for a day, they quickly became friends due to their similar temperaments. Moreover, they were friends who could open their hearts to each other. Junior brother Lingtian, when we were at the peak of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting with the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seem to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin that appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Don't tell me you really know him? Gu Li asked suddenly as though he had recalled something. Senior brother Gu Li, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If it was someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would not be surprised if they thought his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's after witnessing his territory and true origin. This was because many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, the person before him was Gu Li, a disciple of the mystical Sky Mansion. He was not from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, a friend of mine was present. My friend is a Dao Talisman Master, and he has a deep understanding of the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the fact that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble Chess set in the Nimble Valley, ordinary Mirror Image Talismans can't record the scene at all. Gu Li said, although the Mirror Image Talisman my friend inscribed can't perfectly record the scene in the Nimble Chess set, it can record some fragments. In those fragments, I saw Li Feng and saw his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, but I also heard that when you first entered the mystical Sky Mansion, you told someone that you know Li Feng. When Gu Li reached this part of his sentence, he paused and looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior brother Gu Li, although we've only known each other for a day, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. For this reason, I won't hide some things from you. Duan Lingtian said. Although they had only known each other for a day, Duan Lingtian had already regarded Gu Li as a good friend whom he could confide in. He was also certain Gu Li would not betray him. Oh! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li became even more curious. Actually, the Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district that time was me. Duan Lingtian said frankly. What? It was apparent that Gu Li was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Junior brother Lingtian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, there's no sign of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the Mirror Image Talisman before. His appearance is ordinary, and it's worlds apart from your handsome face. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance with my true origin. As Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, the muscles on his face began to twitch. In the end, under Gu Li's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. This ordinary-looking face was not unfamiliar to Gu Li. Previously, the Li Feng he saw through the Mirror Image Talisman was exactly this face. I can't believe there's such a miraculous disguising secret tactic in this world. After a while, Gu Li regained his senses and praised him with a thumbs up. Junior brother Lingtian, is there a reason you're disguising yourself to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle? Gu Li found this a little strange. Senior brother Gu Li, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was because... Since he did not plan to hide his identity as Li Feng from Gu Li, Duan Lingtian told him everything about Han Shu and I see. When Gu Li heard this, realization dawned on him. If that's the case, Sister Xuan and I must thank you for killing Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. That's how she managed to escape from the engagement. Su Jing didn't die. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Su Jing. How's that possible? Chapter 1758. Although Gu Li did not go to the scene of the Rising Sky ranking battle, he had seen the scene through the Mirror Image Talisman his friend had recorded. Although the scene was intermittent, he had witnessed how Duan Lingtian killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, with his own eyes. Even a great overarching celestial would not be able to save Su Jing when the sword pierced through his glabella. Due to this reason, Gu Li immediately refuted Duan Ling Tian when he said Su Jing was not dead. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Gu Li's reaction. He smiled faintly and asked, "Senior brother Gu Li, have you heard of the soul congregation technique?" Soul congregation technique? Gu Li was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you mean Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, knows the soul congregation technique?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "But how's that possible? I've never heard of any Devil Dao cultivation method that has a soul congregation technique in the WCI subterranean before. As far as I know, the Devil Dao cultivation methods that have records of the soul congregation technique are all profound Devil Dao cultivation methods that only appear in the upper province." Gu Li had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe there was someone in the WCI subterranean who knew the soul congregation technique. "Nothing is absolute." Duan Ling Tian sighed and said, "Senior brother Gu Li, since your friend was there, I'm sure you've heard of Su Jing's improvement in just a year." "Yes." Gu Li nodded. "I heard from my friend that Gu Li has cultivated from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me it's because he has cultivated a profound Devil Dao cultivation method that he has such an improvement?" As he spoke, Gu Li came to a realization. The Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivates is definitely not an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. However, even if it's the best Devil Dao cultivation method in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's impossible for an early refined saint stage devil cultivator to break through 3 stages consecutively to the peak of the refined saint stage in just 1 year if he doesn't take a shortcut. Duan Ling Tian said with a solemn expression. "Therefore, I suspect that Su Jing must have cultivated an extremely extraordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. That Devil Dao cultivation method is very likely to be the kind of Devil Dao cultivation method that is universally condemned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a huge improvement. Of course, this is only my guess. If my guess is wrong, then he must have had some other amazing fortuitous encounter." Duan Ling Tian added. "An amazing adventure in the WCI subterranean?" Gu Li shook his head. "Compared to the latter, I'm more inclined to the former. He must have cultivated some profound Devil Dao cultivation method. I don't know much about this kind of Devil Dao cultivation method. I'll ask Grand Ancestor if there's any Devil Dao cultivation method in the lower province that has the soul congregation technique. Grand Ancestor has lived for a long time, so he must know more than me. However, since Su Jing didn't die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion allow the news of Su Jing's death to spread and not refute it?" Gu Li was puzzled by this. "It's not difficult to deduce." Duan Ling Tian said, "Su Jing must have cultivated a Devil Dao cultivation method that has the soul congregation technique. That's why he managed to escape death. If this news spreads, it won't be a good thing for the Rising Sky Mansion. Why didn't I think of this?" Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Gu Li interrupted Duan Ling Tian as realization dawned on him. If the news of Su Jing's survival spreads out, people will definitely link the soul congregation technique to Gu Li's survival. The soul congregation technique only exists in those profound Devil Dao cultivation methods. Once the news of Su Jing mastering the Devil Dao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion will definitely become a target for everyone. At that time, let alone the other fourth-rate forces, even the quasi-third-rate forces including our mystical Sky Mansion will be interested in the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing mastered. Gu Li was not stupid. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he immediately came to a realization. "That's right." Duan Ling Tian nodded before he scoffed. "The people from the Rising Sky Mansion aren't stupid. So what if they're not stupid? There's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Even if they tried to hide it, we still found out about it." Gu Li smiled before he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The smile on his face disappeared as his expression turned solemn. "Junior brother Ling Tian, I learned about this from you. For this reason, I'd like to ask for your opinion. Can I tell my father about this and ask him to inform Lord Mansion Master? If that Devil Dao cultivation method is really a heinous and heartless method, it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to keep it than for it to spread outside. If it's not a cruel Devil Dao cultivation method, It'll undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical sky mansion if it's just a pure top devil Dao cultivation method. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Senior brother Gu Li, before I reply to you, I'd like to ask you a question. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Gu Li intently. Speak. When Gu Li saw how solemn Duan Lingtian was, he became serious as well. I want to know if it's confirmed that the devil Dao cultivation method Su Jing has cultivated is a heinous and heartless one and the mystical sky mansion has obtained it. Would the mystical sky mansion allow someone to cultivate the devil Dao cultivation method? Duan Lingtian asked. Although the Dao martial Saint Land valued the strong and killing and being killed was a common occurrence, the devil Dao cultivation method was a heinous and heartless method. However, some deranged demonic cultivation methods had already reached the point of inhumanity. As long as one was a normal person, they would not be able to accept that kind of demonic cultivation method. No. Gu Li shook his head. Junior brother Lingtian, you've just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago, so you might not know this yet. Many years ago, during the battle between the Wuxia subterranean and the inhumane devil Dao cultivation method, the ancestor of the current mansion master of mystical sky mansion was a powerhouse from the righteous sect. Due to this reason, as long as Lord Mansion Master is around, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains that devil Dao cultivation method, nobody will be able to cultivate it since Lord Mansion Master won't allow it. Gu Li added. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. Since that's the case, I don't have any objections. Speaking of which, this is actually a good thing for me. It's fine if the Rising Sky Mansion cooperates with the Mystical Sky Mansion, but if they don't, I'm afraid they'll be annihilated. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated. Gu Li's eyes gleamed as he said. Ha! Duan Lingtian was stunned. If they cooperate and hand over the devil Dao cultivation method, we'll still have to annihilate them? Anyone from the Rising Sky Mansion who knows about the devil Dao cultivation method won't be able to survive. After all, even if our mystical sky mansion obtains the devil Dao cultivation method, we don't want everyone to know about it. In the Wuxia subterranean, there's still the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our mystical sky mansion. If they find out we've obtained the devil Dao cultivation method, they'll definitely come and get a share of it. Gu Li continued to say, an ordinary man is innocent, but he's guilty because of his wealth. Junior brother Lingtian, you should know about this. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was also the reason the Rising Sky Mansion was targeted by the mystical sky mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the fact that Su Jing had cultivated the devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique, Gu Li was in a hurry to look for his father. For this reason, Duan Lingtian quickly parted ways with Gu Li and returned to his own residence. The Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in 10 days. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days. Naturally, he was looking forward to the various divine ability relics in there and the difficulties and obstacles he would encounter in his search for the divine ability relics. In other words, it was a test. As far as he knew, there were ancient formations everywhere in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The divine ability relics in there were all sorts of tests set up using ancient formations. Only those who passed the tests and made it to the end would have the chance to stand in front of the divine ability relic. If there was more than one person standing in front of the divine ability relic, the person who made it to the end would have to fight for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The Saint Martial Secret Zone is a secret zone that has been passed down since ancient times. It's said that one can even project one's clone in there. If one's clone is killed in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, the clone will be destroyed, and the soul will return to the original body. However, at the same time, the clone will be eliminated. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Projecting a clone. What kind of technique was that? Duan Lingtian found it hard to imagine. At the same time, he wanted to give it a try. It said that the existence of the Saint Martial Secret Zone can be traced back to ancient times. Nobody knows exactly what era it was. At the very least, although the books in the main mansion's library and the mystical sky mansion mention the Saint Martial Secret Zone, nobody knows how long the Saint Martial Secret Zone has existed and who created it. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now that he had obtained a chance to enter the St. Martial secret zone and would officially enter in 10 days, it was only natural that he was excited. Apart from that, it seems like I don't need to deal with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when he recalled the matter he had told Gu Li earlier. With the mystical Sky Mansion's interference, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely not end well this time. As the person involved, Su Jing would definitely not be able to escape death. When a divine saint stage powerhouse mainly cultivated their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and easily pry open the mouth of others. Naturally, there were very few divine saint stage powerhouses like that. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if they did not cultivate their spiritual energy and divine consciousness, they would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry about Su Jing not opening his mouth. Chapter 1759. In the mystical Sky Mansion, even if there were no divine saint stage powerhouses who mainly cultivated spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, it was not a big deal for the mystical Sky Mansion to use the soul-searching secret tactic. However, the Saint Martial secret zone will open in 10 days. Even if the mystical Sky Mansion wants to make a move on the Rising Sky Mansion, I'm afraid they'll have to wait until we come out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Ling Tian had heard that the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion would personally oversee the opening of the Saint Martial secret zone. Put aside the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion would not make a move on the Rising Sky Mansion at this juncture, even if the St. Martial secret zone did not open, the Mystical Sky Mansion would still need some time to come up with a plan to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was not as powerful as the Mystical Sky Mansion, as a fourth-rate force, it was not easy to deal with. If they fought head-on, even if the Mystical Sky Mansion managed to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion, they would definitely suffer some losses. Naturally, it would not hurt the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. However, if they were prepared, the Mystical Sky Mansion would be able to annihilate the Rising Sky Mansion without suffering any losses. This was the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute. Just as Duan Ling Tian stepped into the room, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. Without turning his head, Duan Ling Tian could tell who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Is there anything? Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at Wang Fei Xian with a smile. After what happened earlier, Duan Ling Tian had completely acknowledged Wang Fei Xian as a friend. Although Wang Fei Xian was only a woman, her sense of responsibility surpassed many men. When he was facing Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, Wang Fei Xian knew she was not a match for them, but she still wanted to stand out and go through thick and thin with him. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian smiling at her, Wang Fei Xian blushed slightly. She naturally noticed the obvious change in Duan Ling Tian's attitude towards her. To her, this was something to be happy about. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you, did you know Senior Martial Brother Gu Li long ago? Wang Fei Xian said. No, I don't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. In that case, what Senior Martial Brother Gu Li said is true. Did he really not know you before today? And the reason why he helped you was because of your talent and because he found you to his liking? Wang Fei Xian believed Duan Ling Tian's words. Because of this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. That's not entirely the case. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth from Wang Fei Xian. You should still remember the senior who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's the master of Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's father. He's also Senior Martial Brother Gu Li's Grand Master. That's why Senior Martial Brother Gu Li took notice of me. Today, he came for me because he wanted to see me. As for the reason why he helped me in the end, it's because I'm to his liking as well. Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master? After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wang Fei Xian could not help but gasp. Her voice was trembling slightly. It was obvious she was shocked. Guardian Gu was Gu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the position of the two great guardians was only second to the Mansion Master. Correspondingly, their strength was only second to the Mansion Master as well. After a while, Wang Fei Xian finally regained her senses. She looked at Duan Lingtian again and said, "There's another thing that I came to look for you about. It's about the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Just like Ren Fei, he didn't get a chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone as well. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior this time." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this since he was not sure if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone or not. "Since I've already told you about this matter, I won't disturb you anymore. You should focus on your cultivation. See you in 10 days. After she was done talking, Wang Fei Xian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Duan Lingtian also returned to his room and immediately entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, it was almost 2 months. 2 months was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, the mystical sky mansion that seemed peaceful was filled with undercurrents. After Gu Li parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he went to look for his father, Gu Xiayun, one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. "Li, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is there anything?" If it was someone else who had woken him up from his cultivation, he would have been furious. However, since the person who had woken him up was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he even asked with a gentle smile on his face, "Father, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. It's just that this matter is too important." When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and solemn. "What's the matter?" Gu Xiayun knew his only son very well. If it was not something important, he would not be so solemn. Perhaps, Gu Xiayun was influenced by Gu Li, but his expression turned solemn as well. In front of his father, Gu Li, who had obtained Duan Lingtian's permission, naturally, did not conceal anything. He told his father about Duan Lingtian's speculation in full detail. "Su Jing, the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion? The Devil Dao cultivation method that contains the Soul Congregation technique?" After listening to Gu Li's words, Gu Xiayun's eyes narrowed immediately. As one of the 2 great guardians of mystical sky mansion and Gu Li's father, Gu Xiayun's knowledge was, naturally, higher than Gu Li. He had a better understanding of the Soul Congregation technique. He knew it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, a Devil Dao cultivation method that contained the Soul Congregation technique was extremely rare. It was almost impossible to find it in the lower province. Usually, it would only exist in the upper province where there were many powerhouses. However, he had learned from his son that such a Devil Dao cultivation method had also appeared in the WCI subterranean. Gu Xiayun's breathing quickened immediately. If that kind of demonic cultivation method was found, it would be condemned by the world and inhumane. Once it was discovered, it must be destroyed. If it was not inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the mystical sky mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps, with this Devil Dao cultivation method, the mystical sky mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators in the future. It might even be possible for the mystical sky mansion to compete with the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a top force in the WCI subterranean. In the WCI subterranean, in the opinion of ordinary people, quasi-third-rate forces were the top forces. However, in truth, there were only 2 forces that were at the top of the WCI subterranean. Chapter 1760. P.S. Don't be in a hurry to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. This is a serious matter. I must report this to Lord Mansion Master personally. Gu Xiayun said solemnly. "Li, follow me to see Lord Mansion Master." "Yes, Father." Gu Li replied and followed Gu Xiayun to see the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhao Ji had also arrived at the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. The first thing he did was to complain to his father. "Father, that Gu Li has gone too far." Zhao Ji looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with shame and indignation. His eyes were burning with hatred and indignation. "That new disciple, Ling Tian, actually slapped me twice in front of so many people. Not only does he not respect me, but he also doesn't respect you, father." The middle-aged man was dressed in a light green long robe. His appearance was 50% to 60% similar to Zhao Ji. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng. He was also one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. What happened? Zhao Deng was a protective person. Moreover, Zhao Ji was his only son. Due to this reason, he was furious when he heard Zhao Ji's words. Zhao Ji was excited when he saw his father was angry. Because he knew that as long as his father was angry, he would definitely stand up for him. Due to this reason, Zhao Ji quickly told his father everything that had happened today. He told the truth and did not try to hide his good-for-nothing image at all. Of course, the reason why he was so casual was because he knew that even if he told the truth, his father would still stand up for him. In his father's eyes, not to mention bullying, even if he killed someone, his father would still clean up after him and settle everything for him. Gu Li doesn't know him, but he still helped him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was another Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have asked someone to call him over and teach him a lesson. However, that person was Gu Li. Not only was Gu Li the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Guardian Gu Xiayun of Mystical Sky Mansion. Since Gu Xiayun had a son at an old age, everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew how much he doted on Gu Li. If he wanted to lay a finger on Gu Li, Gu Xiayun would definitely fight him to the death. Although he was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of status and strength, he was far from being comparable to Gu Xiayun. Gu Xiayun was at the same level as his father. It's impossible that Gu Li doesn't know him. Zhao Ji said angrily, "Father, think about it. If Gu Li really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it's as Gu Li said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he found Ling Tian pleasing to the eye. However, that Ling Tian actually slapped me twice in public and embarrassed me in front of everyone. If he didn't have someone to rely on, would he dare to do that? In fact, he wasn't facing me at that time. He was facing Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. He's just a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he's still able to remain so calm in the face of Senior Brother Bai Ju and Senior Brother Hey Tuesday. If it's not because of Gu Li's support, what else could it be? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "Jeer." Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, "You should know about Gu Li's identity as well. Even father can't lay a finger on him." "Father, I know about this." Zhao Ji nodded angrily. "It's fine if we don't lay a finger on Gu Li. After all, his father is Guardian Gu." In fact, he might even become his last disciple. Zhao Deng said solemnly. "Last disciple?" When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt from the blue had struck him. The last disciple of Lord Mansion Master on top of that. He knew very well what this meant. "Father, no. We can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple." Zhao Ji was in a complete panic. He could imagine that once Ling Tian became the last disciple of Lord Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his title as the strongest person among the second generation in Mystical Sky Mansion would change. Moreover, with a conflict between him and Ling Tian, would Ling Tian let him go so easily? Don't panic." When Zhao Deng saw how anxious Zhao Ji was, he immediately comforted him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, it'll only happen after he comes out from the Saint Martial secret zone. Go and call your eldest senior brother over. I'll make the arrangements. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what his father's plan was, he still obediently went to look for his eldest senior brother. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was Zhao Deng's eldest disciple. He was also ranked third on the Mystical Sky ranking. Similar to Gu Li, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Naturally, although they were both at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, his strength was slightly weaker than Gu Li's. Zhao Ji's eldest senior brother was called Wei Wei. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a short and muscular body. His eyes were bright and piercing, and his thick eyebrows made him look majestic and imposing. "Master is looking for me?" When Wei Wei learned that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stopped cultivating and followed Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. Along the way, he did not forget to ask, "Little junior brother, do you know why Master is looking for me?" "Eldest senior brother, Father must be looking for you because he wants you to stand up for me," Zhao Ji replied. Wei Wei's expression darkened. "What's going on?" Wei Wei's expression turned grave as flames of anger rose in his eyes. Someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. That person was really seeking death. As Zhao Deng's eldest disciple, Wei Wei respected Zhao Deng so much that he revered him like a god. Due to this reason, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng's only son, and treated him like his own younger brother. Now that he heard Zhao Ji was being bullied, and this matter had even alerted his master, how could he not be furious? After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even graver. "I've also heard of that Ling Tian. Initially, I thought our mystical sky mansion would have an amazing person. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant and condescending. Even if such a person grows up in the future, it might not be a good thing for our mystical sky mansion. However, since Gu Li is so protective of him, it's obvious they have a special relationship. With Gu Li around, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to make a move on him." Although Wei Wei really wanted to teach that Ling Tian a lesson and stand up for his junior brother, he would not be able to do so. However, if that Ling Tian had Gu Li's protection, he would not be able to make a move on him since he was not a match for Gu Li. "Eldest senior brother, I'm aware of what you just said. However, since Father has asked me to bring you to see him, I'm sure he must have a plan." Zhao Ji had long thought of what Wei Wei had said. However, he still chose to believe in his father. "Yes, I believe in Master." Wei Wei nodded. He trusted his master unconditionally. "Master." However, just as Wei Wei and Zhao Ji were about to greet Zhao Deng, before Zhao Deng could even speak, a slightly anxious voice sounded from outside. "You're right." "Lord Vice Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master has asked for you to come over immediately." The urgent voice resonated in the air. Based on the voice, one could tell it was an urgent matter. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng prepared to go over immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Ji, both of you wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first. Thank you for all your support. I hope you can give your support to the Writers' Hall of Honor and the Writers' Hall of Honor and the overall selection of works this time. Apart from that, there are also some red packets and gift bags. Take them and continue to subscribe. Chapter 1761. Yes, Master. Yes, Father. After Wei Wei and Zhao Ji sent Zhao Deng off, they obediently stayed in Zhao Deng's residence and waited for his return. The wait lasted for an entire afternoon. However, both of them did not dare to complain. Zhao Deng only returned when the sun set in the west and evening arrived. When he returned, Zhao Deng's expression remained the same. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, his eyes shone strangely. "Father, you're finally back." Zhao Ji was excited when he saw Zhao Deng had returned. "Now, can you tell me how you want eldest senior brother to help me deal with that Ling Tian?" Let's put aside the matter about Ling Tian for now. However, this was the only thing Zhao Ji received in response to his father's words. After Zhao Deng finished speaking, he no longer cared about Zhao Ji, whose expression changed immediately. He immediately looked at Wei Wei and said, "Wei, there's nothing else. You may leave now." "Yes, Master." Although Wei Wei did not know what had happened that caused his master to dismiss the idea of dealing with that Ling Tian, he still listened to his master's words. Therefore, he immediately left and returned to his residence in the main mansion. When Wei Wei left, Zhao Ji opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, Zhao Deng glared at him and interrupted him. Zhao Ji was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell that his father was worried. At this moment, he obediently kept his mouth shut. However, A hint of unwillingness and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. When Wei Wei's silhouette finally disappeared from his sight, Zhao Ji could no longer hold it in. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and asked anxiously, "Father, what's the matter? Why did you send eldest senior brother away? Also, why did you put aside the matter about that Ling Tian for now? He humiliated me in public." "Humiliating me is equivalent to humiliating you, father." I know you hate that Ling Tian a lot. In fact, I also want him to disappear from this world." Zhao Deng shook his head and quickly asked, "Do you know why Lord Mansion Master summoned me so urgently? Could it be because of that Ling Tian?" Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. "Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has spoken to protect that Ling Tian and forbade you from interfering?" "That's not it." Zhao Deng shook his head. "This time, Lord Mansion Master is in a hurry to look for me mainly because of the Rising Sky Mansion. However, that Ling Tian contributed quite a bit in this matter. If our Zhao clan were to make things difficult for Ling Tian at this time, the Manor Lord would definitely not be happy. Before I came back, I've already discussed this with your grandfather. We won't touch Duan Ling Tian for the time being. We'll talk about this again after the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is settled." Zhao Deng continued. "Grandpa? He knows too." Zhao Ji glared at him. "I was summoned by the Lord Mansion Master today. Your grandfather and a few other Vice Mansion Masters were also summoned. Of course, Gu Xiayun and Gu Li were also summoned." Zhao Deng said. "Gu Li was there as well?" Zhao Ji frowned. "Although I don't know what the Mystical Sky Mansion is going to do to the Rising Sky Mansion, since the Lord Mansion Master has summoned the 2 Great Guardians and a few Vice Mansion Masters of the Mystical Sky Mansion, I'm sure it's not a trivial matter. How could Gu Li be qualified to be present on such an occasion? This is because Gu Li was the one who told Gu Xiayun about this matter, and Gu Xiayun told the Lord Mansion Master about it," Zhao Deng said. "Father, you're right. I still don't know what's going on. What's the matter that made you temporarily put aside your plan to deal with that Ling Tian?" Zhao Ji asked curiously. He really could not figure out what kind of great contribution Ling Tian could make. It's like this. Although the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion had asked Zhao Deng and the others to keep this matter a secret, Zhao Ji was different from Wei Wei. He was Zhao Deng's only son. Therefore, he did not hide it from him and told Zhao Ji that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Su Jing, had cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method. Soul Congregation Technique? Resurrection from the Dead? Top Devil Dao cultivation method? When Zhao Ji heard about this matter, his breathing quickened involuntarily. If he could cultivate such a Devil Dao cultivation method, wouldn't his strength increase in a short period of time? It would be impossible for him to surpass Ling Tian. After all, Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, was able to break through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage in just a year because he had obtained that Devil Dao cultivation method. If I can cultivate that Devil Dao cultivation method, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the Eminent Saint stage in just a year. Zhao Ji was very confident about this. When Zhao Deng saw his son's gleaming eyes, how could he not know what was on his son's mind? He immediately reminded him, "It's fine if Su Jing cultivates an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method since you'll have a chance to cultivate it. However, if Su Jing doesn't cultivate an ordinary Devil Dao cultivation method but an inhumane one, Lord Mansion Master won't allow anyone to cultivate it." Zhao Ji nodded. However, inwardly, he did not agree or disagree. "It's fine as long as I can become stronger. As for inhumane ones, I don't care. As long as I can raise my strength to the point where I can crush Ling Tian, so what if everyone in the world dies?" This was Zhao Ji's true thoughts. As long as he could raise his cultivation base, he would not hesitate to use any means and disregard any consequences. "Father, what do you plan to do now?" Zhao Ji coveted the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing cultivated. Due to this reason, he kept mentioning the matter of going to the Rising Sky Mansion to snatch Su Jing's Devil Dao cultivation method. "Lord Mansion Master hasn't said what we're going to do. We'll have to wait until all of you come out from the Saint Martial secret zone. Only then will Lord Mansion Master be free to do anything," Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji was shocked. "Lord Mansion Master is going to personally make a move?" Zhao Ji was taken aback. In fact, The Lord Mansion Master of their mystical sky mansion had not made a move for many years. However, he was prepared to make a move this time. Our opponent is the Rising Sky Mansion. If Lord Mansion Master isn't here, even if we strike first to gain the upper hand, we'll still suffer quite a bit of damage. The strength of the Rising Sky Mansion's Mansion Master is not inferior to your grandfather. In our mystical sky mansion, only Lord Mansion Master is able to suppress him completely, Zhao Deng said. Zhao Ji nodded. A fourth-rate force's foundation and strength could not be underestimated as well. Moreover, although the Rising Sky Mansion was only a fourth-rate force, it used to be a quasi-third-rate force many years ago. A fourth-rate force like this was much stronger than an ordinary fourth-rate force. I know you hate Ling Tian, but now's not the time to deal with him. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to wait until the matter with the Rising Sky Mansion is over. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and warned him. Father, if we wait until then, I'm afraid Lord Mansion Master would have already taken Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Didn't you say there's a high possibility Lord Mansion Master would take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple after we come out of the St. Martial secret zone? Zhao Ji became anxious when he heard Zhao Deng's words. I can understand how you feel. However, after all of you come out of the St. Martial secret zone, the first thing Lord Mansion Master would do is not to take Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Instead, he would go to the Rising Sky Mansion and snatch the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, has mastered. Zhao Deng comforted him. Zhao Ji nodded, feeling slightly relieved. Moreover, even if Ling Tian really becomes Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, don't tell me Lord Mansion Master will always be by his side to protect him? As long as he dares to go out alone, isn't it as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass for our Zhao clan to take his life? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with confidence. I'm relieved to hear your words, father. Zhao Ji felt relieved. All right, Ji, what you should be thinking about now is not the enmity between you and Duan Ling Tian. Instead, you should prepare yourself. You'll enter the St. Martial secret zone in 10 days. I hope you'll be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. If you enter the Divine Saint stage in the future and master that divine ability, you'll have a chance to become the next Mansion Master of our mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji expectantly. There hasn't been such a person in our Zhao clan before. For this reason, I hope you'll be the first person in our Zhao clan to be able to master the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage. Father, I'll work hard and won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji vowed. I won't disappoint you, Zhao Ji said solemnly. During this trip to the St. Martial secret zone, apart from you, there are 4 other people from our Zhao clan who have also obtained a chance to enter the St. Martial secret zone. However, the strongest person among them is only at the early refined saint stage. If you have the strength to spare, please help them. If you don't, just take care of yourself, all right? Zhao Deng said solemnly. He did not wish for his son to miss out on the high-grade divine ability relic in the St. Martial secret zone because of someone else. Yes, father. In fact, there was no need for Zhao Deng to remind him. After all, Zhao Ji was a selfish person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that while he was cultivating and waiting for the day of the St. Martial secret zone's opening, he had managed to escape death due to the Devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, had cultivated. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng's great direct disciple, Wei Wei, made a move, he might not necessarily be able to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, even if he had the Jasper Celestial Sword, he did not dare to use it in front of others. The temptation of the Jasper Celestial Sword was not any less than the Devil Seal Tablet. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not risk using the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of others. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was definitely not a match for Wei Wei. Wei Wei might not dare to kill him due to the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules, but he would definitely dare to injure him. Chapter 1762. In the next 10 days, the mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion was engulfed by a shocking news. The true origin in Ling Tian's body and the territory he mastered are exactly the same as Li Fei, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Li Fei is his senior brother who has broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, and has gone to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. When this news spread out, it swept through the entire mystical Sky Mansion like a hurricane. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation were shocked. Then, there were people who questioned the authenticity of this news. However, with the disciples from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion present, they quickly obtained the answer. For a time, the entire mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. Have you heard? Ling Tian is the junior brother of Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. Is this true? Of course it's true. Everyone in the mansion is talking about it now. No wonder such monstrous geniuses like Li Feng and Ling Tian appeared in our Debussy subterranean in just a few years. As it turns out, they're senior brothers. That's not all. I also heard that Ling Tian and Li Feng's master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Li Feng went to the upper province to look for his master. Sooner or later, Ling Tian will also go to the upper province to look for his master. What? Ling Tian has a master? Similar news could be heard everywhere in the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian is Li Feng's junior brother? When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, she immediately went to look for Duan Ling Tian. However, she discovered Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation. She suppressed the curiosity in her heart and turned around to return. I'll have to ask him when the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. When Wang Fei Xian heard this news, it was only natural that the others had heard about it as well. Junior brother Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother? Wang Pai was shocked by this news. Ling Tian actually has a master? Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, frowned. He knew the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion intended to take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple or even his last disciple. However, once this news spread, the mansion master of Heaven's Mansion, the mansion master of Mystical Heaven Mansion might mansion. After all, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take Ling Tian as his disciple because he hoped Ling Tian would be able to strengthen the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, now that they found out Ling Tian would head to the upper province to look for his master just like Li Feng, it was not realistic for them to ask Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and help out. Moreover, Ling Tian already had a master. Moreover, his master was a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely take this into consideration and not take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. What a pity for such a genius. Xiao Yi sighed. While Xiao Yi felt that it was a pity, on the other side, someone was wild with joy. Father, have you heard? Ling Tian is actually Li Feng's junior brother. Moreover, he has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. It seems like Lord Mansion Master won't take him in as his disciple anymore. After Zhao Ji learned about this, he immediately went to look for his father, Zhao Deng. I can't believe that Ling Tian has a master from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. His master must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to nurture two monstrous geniuses at the same time. Zhao Deng sighed. So what if his master is a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land? As long as we do it discreetly, his master won't be able to find out about us at all. Zhao Ji said fiercely as his eyes flashed fiercely. Indeed. Zhao Deng nodded. After this matter with the Rising Sky Mansion comes to an end, I'll arrange for Ling Tian to be killed. At that time, we'll just create an illusion that he's missing. Nobody will investigate a dead person. No matter how high his innate talent is, he's not completely loyal to the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even if his master leaves the upper province and comes to the lower province, it'll be a long time later. Even if his master wants to investigate, he won't be able to find out anything. Zhao Ji smiled sinisterly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion in the Mystical Sky Mansion and the collusion between the father and son from the Zhao clan. It was only until the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opened that Duan Ling Tian left the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to his room. He opened the door and walked out. "You've finally come out of closed-door cultivation." As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out, a familiar voice entered his ears. Without looking, he could tell it was Wang Fei Xian's voice. "So early." Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian and greeted her with a smile. "It's not early anymore. The sun is already out." Wang Fei Xian looked at the rising sun in the horizon and said to Duan Lingtian, "Oh right." Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian's eyes gleamed as her expression turned solemn. "Recently, there's a rumor in the mystical sky mansion. It's spreading like wildfire. The rumor says you're Li Feng's junior brother, and you have a master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Is that true?" "That's right." Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. "You don't seem surprised at all. Don't tell me you already know this news has spread in the mystical sky mansion? Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 days? Wang Fei Xian asked in bewilderment. "I didn't know this news had spread in the mystical sky mansion. However, since someone knows about this, it's only a matter of time before it spreads." Duan Lingtian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. Previously, he had told Ren Fei about this because he wanted Ren Fei to spread the news. The main reason he did this was because he did not want the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to accept him as a direct disciple. Apart from that, he also wanted the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion to know that he would not stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long. He would leave for the upper province to look for his made-up master. Naturally, his master was a made-up story. However, it was true that he was going to the upper province. However, he was not going to look for his master. Instead, he was going to look for his fiancée, Ker, and their child. How can you be so calm at such a time? Don't tell me you're not unhappy at all? Wang Fei Xian was even more puzzled when she saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. Why should I be unhappy? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Why you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Do you know? Currently, many people in the mansion are spreading the news that after this trip to the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Lord Mansion Master will most likely accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. Duan Lingtian asked. Don't you know that if news of you having a master and will be heading to the upper province spreads, it'll affect Lord Mansion Master's decision? Perhaps, he might want to accept you as his direct disciple or his last disciple. He might even want to groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if news of this spreads, Lord Mansion Master will definitely dismiss the idea of accepting you as his disciple and groom you to become the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian still had an indifferent expression on his face after she finished speaking, she was completely speechless. Don't tell me you don't think it's a pity at all? There's nothing to feel pity about. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The news is true. Even if it doesn't spread now, it'll still spread in the future. At that time, if the Mansion Master has already accepted me as his direct disciple, I'm afraid things won't end well for me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian fell silent. After a long while, her eyes gleamed brightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was looking at a monster. What are you looking at? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was not used to being stared at like this, and he felt uncomfortable as well. I'm trying to see who you are. To think you don't care about becoming the direct disciple of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Fei Xian said. Didn't you say I have a master in the upper province? Don't tell me you think my master is weaker than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked with a shrug. Wang Fei Xian really did not know how to refute Duan Lingtian's words. Although she did not know how powerful Duan Lingtian's master was, based on the two monstrous geniuses he had nurtured, he was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was much stronger than the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion when it came to nurturing disciples. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We should go to the peak and meet up with the others. Wang Fei Xian reminded Duan Lingtian when she recalled the important matter. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded in response. Then, he followed Wang Fei Xian to the peak of the Heaven Palace. When they arrived at the peak, Duan Lingtian realized he and Wang Fei Xian were considered late. The other 8 people had already arrived. Lingtian. Among the 8 people, Zhao Ji immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian the moment he appeared. His eyes were filled with coldness as though he had a blood feud with Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhao Ji's hostile gaze. However, he did not bother about it at all. Whether it was in the past or now, he did not take Zhao Ji seriously at all. In his opinion, Zhao Ji was only capable of glaring at him twice. Zhao Ji was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, even if he knew he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian, he would still charge forward and fight with his life on the line. On the peak, apart from the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples who had obtained the qualification to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, there were also many other people. These people were all Heaven Palace's disciples. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind swept in from afar. After a while, Duan Ling Tian and the others saw 2 familiar figures. They were none other than Xiao Yi and Wang Pai. After the 2 of them appeared, their eyes shifted to the other side of the sky in unison. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." Following that, Xiao Yi and Wang Pai bowed in unison. Their voices were filled with humility. "Welcome, Lord Palace Master." At this moment, the others present on the scene finally regained their senses and bowed in the direction of the sky in the distance. "The Palace Master of Heaven Palace?" Chapter 1763. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Ling Tian, a figure finally appeared in the sky in the distance. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace was an old man with a medium build and white hair. Apart from his white eyebrows, he had a goatee on his chin. He looked kind and amiable, but his eyes gleamed brightly as though they were telling others that he was not simple. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace wore a long grey robe as he hovered in the air. No matter how the wind blew, his robe did not move at all. "You're Ling Tian?" Under the watchful eyes of the others, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at Duan Ling Tian. A hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes that were gleaming brightly. "Palace Master." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head slightly. "That's right." The Palace Master of Heaven Palace nodded as a smile appeared on his face. Then he retracted his gaze and said nonchalantly, "Since everyone is here, let's go." Under the lead of the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi and his disciple, Wang Pai, followed closely behind. As for Duan Ling Tian and the others, they followed behind Xiao Yi and Wang Pai as they made their way to the main mansion. The entrance to the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone was in the main mansion. It seems like Lord Palace Master values Ling Tian a lot as well. That's right. There are so many Heaven Palace's disciples, but he only called out to Ling Tian. He didn't even bother with the others, including Zhao Ji. As expected of the strongest person among the younger generation in our Mystical Sky Mansion. He's really extraordinary. Apart from the Heaven Palace's disciples who were watching the show at the peak of the Heaven Palace, many of the Heaven Palace's disciples who followed Duan Ling Tian to the main mansion could not help but whisper among themselves. Hearing those whispers, the others were still fine, and did not show any abnormal reactions. However, that Zhao Ji's expression turned completely gloomy. He was the son of the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. If it was in the past, he would be the one favored by the heavens, the focus of everyone's attention. However, due to the appearance of Duan Ling Tian, he had become the target of neglect. For someone like him who was extremely prideful, this was undoubtedly unacceptable. Thus, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the hatred in his eyes deepened. Although Duan Ling Tian did not deliberately pay attention to Zhao Ji's gaze, he could still feel it. However, he didn't care at all. To him, the current Zhao Ji was like a mad dog that was biting people by the roadside. If he were to argue with a mad dog, it would make him look inferior. Fortunately, Zhao Ji did not know what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood in anger. Under the lead of the Heavenly Palace Master, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at a spacious area behind the main mansion. When they arrived, they saw that there was already a group of people there. Duan Ling Tian had an impression of the person behind the leader. It was the Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. "Senior Brother Zhu, your Heavenly Palace is very early." It was obvious that the leader of the group was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. When he saw the group of people from the Heavenly Palace, he took the initiative to greet them. The person he greeted was none other than the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, Zhu Luqi. Junior brother Qian, your yellow palace is even earlier than us. Zhu Luqi said with a faint smile in front of the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace, Qian Ping Shang. This must be Ling Tian, right? I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed a man of striking appearance. Soon after, Qian Ping Shang's eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian. Although he had never seen Duan Ling Tian before, the Vice Palace Master behind him had seen him before. Therefore, with the Vice Palace Master's reminder, he easily knew who Ling Tian was. Thank you for your compliment, Palace Master Qian. The other party was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace after all. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to slight him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ji's eyes turned red with jealousy. He, Zhao Ji, was, after all, the son of a Vice Palace Master, the grandson of a protector. Yet, this Yellow Palace's Palace Master acted as if he simply did not see him at all. Instead, he was showing a lot of favor to this unknown country boy. Naturally, although Zhao Ji was angry, he vented all of his anger on Duan Ling Tian. Not only was the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace a Palace Master in the mystical Sky Mansion, but he was also a Vice Mansion Master. In terms of status, he was not inferior to his father. In fact, his father's status was even lower than the Palace Master of the Yellow Palace. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were also Vice Mansion Masters. Apart from guarding the mystical Sky Mansion, their responsibility was to govern the 4 palaces. The 4 palaces were the foundation of the mystical Sky Mansion, and they could not afford to lose them. For this reason, they were all managed by the 4 Vice Mansion Masters with the highest seniority and strength. These Palace Masters were from the same generation as Zhao Ji's grandfather. Although they were not as strong as Zhao Ji's grandfather, they were stronger than Zhao Ji's father. Among the 4 Palace Masters, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the most senior and the strongest. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Luqi was also widely acknowledged as the 4th strongest person in the mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only below that of the Mansion Master and the 2 Guardians. You're really respected. Even the Palace Master of Yellow Palace took the initiative to greet you. Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. If it was in the past, Wang Fei Xian would definitely feel jealous when she said this. However, she felt happy for Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of her heart now. 10 days ago, when they were facing 2 eminent saint stage powerhouses at the peak of Heaven Palace, Duan Ling Tian was like her guardian angel as he shielded her behind him. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian's actions had touched the softest spot in the depths of her heart. Nobody had ever touched that place before. Duan Ling Tian was the first person to touch that place. Perhaps, he was the only woman she had ever met in her life who was able to touch that place. Ling Tian, one day, I'll definitely enter your heart and become your woman. Although Wang Fei Xian was a straightforward woman, her beautiful cheeks could not help but blush when this thought appeared in her mind. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. He only treated Wang Fei Xian as a friend who was worth befriending. Soon after, the people from Earth Palace and Mystical Palace arrived one after another. The people in the lead were the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace. After they arrived, they greeted the Palace Masters of Heaven Palace and Yellow Palace before looking at Duan Ling Tian curiously. They were curious about Duan Ling Tian, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, even though he had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After seeing him in person, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Why wasn't such an outstanding genius in the palace under their command? When he saw the Palace Master of Earth Palace and the Palace Master of Mystical Palace were fighting to greet Duan Ling Tian, he was so angry that his body began to tremble. It felt as though his heart was going to explode at any moment. Exactly 30 people. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the lineup of the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace and discovered there were a total of 20 Saint Stage disciples from the 3 palaces. Including the 10 people from the Heaven Palace, there were exactly 30 people. At this moment, the Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces were also sizing up Duan Ling Tian. Many of them had dread in their eyes, but there were also many people who had jealousy and envy in their eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the 4 palace masters turned to look at the sky in unison, Duan Lingtian and the others followed suit and looked into the distance as well. In the distant sky, everything was calm in the beginning. However, after a while, the white clouds began to stir before a few figures appeared. One of them was in the lead while the other 4 followed closely behind. The person in the lead was dressed in a white long robe with golden edges. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man with a jade-like face. When he walked in the air, it seemed as though the air was trembling. Every step he took seemed to be opening up a path that belonged to him. Moreover, the middle-aged man's body emitted an incomparably majestic aura. This aura was even denser than the aura of the 4 palace masters. His arrival gave people the feeling that he was a monarch arriving at court. At this moment, there was no need for anyone to introduce or explain. Duan Lingtian and the others who had never seen this middle-aged man before had already guessed his identity. He was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing. As the leader of a quasi-third-rate force, Meng Qing's reputation was extremely high in the WCI subterranean. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had already heard of his name and knew he was a top powerhouse in the WCI subterranean. His strength was only inferior to the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was someone who could make the WCI subterranean tremble 3 times with just a stomp of his feet. Due to this reason, even Duan Lingtian had to stop joking around when he faced Duan Lingtian. His expression was solemn. However, when he saw one of the 4 people following behind Meng Qing, he could not help but be stunned. Senior brother Gu Li? Why is he here as well? Moreover, he even came with Lord Mansion Master. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that although the surrounding area was vast, he could not see anyone else. At that time, he had already guessed it must be to prevent others from coming close. If that was not the case, many people would have come to watch the show. Initially, he thought he would not be able to see Gu Li. However, he did not expect Gu Li would come with Mansion Master Meng Qing. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the instant Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Li's voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Senior brother Gu Li, why are you here? Moreover, you even came with the mansion master. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, slightly surprised. Gu Li replied through voice transmission, speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Me? Duan Lingtian was confused. It's precisely because of your deduction that after I reported the matter of Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, to my credit, Lord Mansion Master immediately agreed to my request to join in the fun on the day the St. Martial Secret Zone opens. See, I followed Lord Mansion Master here. I followed him, Gu Li replied through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Ha! Chapter 1764. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could guess the identity of the middle-aged man who was glaring at him with hostility. It was Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was also Zhao Ji's father. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to recognize him with just a glance was due to his 60 to 70% resemblance to Zhao Ji. It was difficult for him not to recognize him. After guessing the other party's identity, Duan Lingtian did not find it strange that Zhao Deng was glaring at him with hostility. He and Zhao Ji were already like fire and water. It was only normal for Zhao Deng to be displeased with him. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities as well. They must be the other 2 vice mansion masters of external affairs other than Zhao Deng. There were a total of 9 vice mansion masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Other than the 4 vice mansion masters who were the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, there were another 5 vice mansion masters who were in charge of the Mystical Sky Mansion's external affairs. They were usually stationed outside and would only return to the Mystical Sky Mansion to rest and guard the main mansion when they were on duty. Zhao Deng was one of them. Lord Mansion Master. Soon after, with Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, in the lead, everyone bowed at Mansion Master Meng Qing one after another. Some of the saint stage disciples in particular, were so excited that they could not stop trembling when they found out the middle-aged man before them was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was extremely calm even though this was his first time meeting Mansion Master Meng Qing. Yes. Meng Qing nodded his head nonchalantly when faced with everyone's greetings. Then, he shifted his gaze to Zhu Luqi. To be more precise, he was looking at Zhu Luqi and the people from Heaven Palace. Who's Ling Tian? Meng Qing asked after a while. The moment he opened his mouth, he was looking for Duan Ling Tian. At once, many pairs of eyes could not help but shift to Duan Ling Tian as though they were telling Meng Qing who he was. This is the Ling Tian you're looking for. Mansion Master. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and nodded at Meng Qing as a form of greeting. Previously, he had addressed Zhu Luqi as Hall Master. Now, he addressed Meng Qing as Manor Head. This was a habit that he had developed at some point in time. In his heart, the people that appeared before him were all people that he would surpass one by one. When facing these people, it was truly difficult for him to respectfully address them as Lord like the others. How dare you! All of a sudden, Zhao Deng, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, shouted furiously. His sharp gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian. If his gaze could turn into a blade, he would have cut Duan Ling Tian into pieces. Ling Tian, how dare you address the Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master, when you see him? Don't tell me you don't know any etiquette? It was not easy for Zhao Deng to find an opportunity to openly make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he would not let it go. Or are you saying that you, Ling Tian, have no respect for the Mansion Master at all? Whoosh! The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. Many people felt Zhao Deng was nitpicking. However, there were also many people who felt Zhao Deng's words made sense. It was inappropriate for Duan Ling Tian to address Duan Ling Tian as Mansion Master. Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is Zhao Ji's father. Usually, it's not appropriate for him to lower himself to make things difficult for Ling Tian. However, now that he's seized this opportunity, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. This should be considered as using his position to avenge a personal grudge, right? Not really. After all, it's indeed inappropriate for Ling Tian to address Lord Mansion Master as Mansion Master. That's right. Lord Mansion Master is the leader of our Mystical Sky Mansion. It's indeed a little disrespectful for Ling Tian to address him as Mansion Master. Regardless of the whispers in the surroundings, there were even more people who looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity in their eyes. This was because Zhao Deng's words were perfectly justified. Nobody could refute it since it would be considered as disrespectful to the Lord Mansion Master. This fellow, junior brother Ling Tian. Wang Fei Xian and Wang Pai broke out in cold sweat on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. This was because Duan Ling Tian was currently in a dire situation. Due to Zhao Deng's actions, to a certain extent, he had the moral high ground. Coupled with the fact that he had struck first in front of the Lord Mansion Master, it was extremely disadvantageous to Duan Ling Tian. Lord Mansion Master, junior brother Ling Tian is definitely not like what Vice Mansion Master Zhao said. Gu Li was also anxious at this moment. He quickly tried to defend Duan Ling Tian. Humph! Before Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, could even speak, Zhao Deng had already snorted coldly. Gu Li, I know you're close to Ling Tian, but you've crossed the line by defending him at this moment. Don't tell me you're the one who taught him to be disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master? Zhao Deng's words even dragged Gu Li into this matter. It was truly vicious. Gu Li was so infuriated that his expression turned grave. His eyes gleamed fiercely. What a great disrespect to the Mansion Master. What a big accusation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth. He looked at Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face as he said unhurriedly, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, right? I'd like to ask you, which rule in the Mystical Sky Mansion states that one must address the Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master instead of addressing him as Mansion Master? Humph! Even if there's no such rule, it's only right to address Lord Mansion Master as Lord Mansion Master. That's basic courtesy. You're disrespecting Lord Mansion Master by addressing him as Mansion Master directly. Zhao Deng snorted coldly again as he said in an overbearing manner. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, since you keep saying I don't respect the Mansion Master, I'll let you know that I really don't respect the mansion master. Duan Ling Tian laughed out loud before he continued to speak in a carefree manner. Silence. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only Duan Ling Tian's laughter could be heard. Apart from Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, everyone, including Zhao Deng, was stunned. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would suddenly say such a thing. Meng Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian quietly. His expression did not change at all. No one knew what was on his mind. What is he trying to do? Wang Fei Xian was so worried that she was flustered. When she regained her senses, horror dawned on her face. She was so anxious that her heart almost stopped beating. Junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li's face was pale as well. He did not expect his junior brother Ling Tian to be so valiant. He actually dared to say something like, "I really don't respect the mansion master." Wasn't this the same as asking for a gun? In his opinion, such an action was no different from suicide. Even the palace masters of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces and the vice palace masters behind them could not help but frown. They could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would say something so disrespectful. Duan Ling Tian did not seem like a reckless person. Disrespectful. Disrespectful. At this moment, Zhao Deng finally regained his senses. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian would refute him. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to cooperate with him. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was afraid he would not die quickly enough. Ling Tian, you're disrespectful to Lord Mansion Master. You're no longer qualified to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Deng looked at Duan Ling Tian with an indignant expression on his face. It was as though he had done something righteous. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide whether I'm qualified to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion or not, right? Moreover, I haven't even finished speaking, and you're already in a hurry to say that I'm disrespectful. Don't you think you're being too presumptuous? Duan Ling Tian interrupted Zhao Deng with a mocking smile on his face. You even dare to say that you don't respect Lord Mansion Master. Don't tell me you think you'll be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion? Zhao Deng sneered. I've already said that I haven't finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently before he looked at Meng Qing, the person in question, and said confidently, "It's true that I don't take the Mansion Master seriously, but I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have provided such important information to Lord Mansion Master. Don't you think so, Mansion Master?" When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Meng Qing with a smile on his face. You're twisting words. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. Although he knew he had managed to get past Duan Ling Tian, he was still a little unwilling. All right, that's enough. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Mansion Master really did personally stop this farce and said, "It's just a title. Some people keep calling me Lord, but they don't seem to respect me at all. Some people don't call me that, but they treat me as a big deal more than others." Based on Meng Qing's words, it was obvious he agreed with Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, it was as though he had given Zhao Deng a tight slap. Damn it! Originally, Zhao Ji thought his father would be able to expel Duan Ling Tian from the Mystical Sky Mansion by making things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would bring up the matter of the Rising Sky Mansion. He knew very well how important this matter was to the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was definitely a great merit. With this great merit, Lord Mansion Master would definitely not allow his father to expel Ling Tian. However, although he knew this, he was still unwilling to accept this. Information? What's that? I'm not sure. However, it must be some important information. I don't know what it is exactly. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and the 7 Vice Mansion Masters, only Duan Ling Tian, Gu Li, and Zhao Ji knew what was going on. The others, on the other hand, did not know anything. They could not figure out what the information Duan Ling Tian was talking about. No matter what, the farce ended peacefully. Even most of the people present on the scene found it unbelievable. However, this was how it ended. At the same time, The people who were worried for Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, along with a series of noises that resonated abruptly, the clouds above everyone's head began to disperse, revealing a vacuum. And in this vacuum area, a small vortex appeared. As the noises grew louder, the tiny whirlpool grew bigger as well. Chapter 1765. It's open. It's the entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The Saint Martial Secret Zone has opened. When the gigantic whirlpool appeared in the sky and the suction force swept down, most of the people present on the scene shifted their attention from Duan Ling Tian to the whirlpool in the sky. To be more precise, their attention was shifted to the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This is the entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone, M? Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the whirlpool in the sky. The suction force that extended from it seemed as though it was going to suck him in. However, although the suction force was not weak, it could not suck him in without his permission. It was the same for the others as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the Saint Martial Secret Zone, so I won't explain it to you. I only hope all of you will be able to gain something in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the Saint Martial Secret Zone, death is not real death. However, once you die, you'll be sent out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, said calmly. For this reason, if it's possible, I hope all of you will cherish your lives in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. You'll only be able to obtain more things if you stay alive. The divine ability relics inside have their corresponding tests. The higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the more difficult the corresponding test will be. Since the Saint Martial Secret Zone only allows those below the age of 40 to enter, all of you will have to depend on yourselves. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, was the first to turn around and look at the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian. In a while, when all of you are sucked in, you'll feel as though your divine consciousness is being sucked away. Don't panic, that's because the Saint Martial Secret Zone is projecting your clones that will be wandering inside. It's precisely because of the Saint Martial Secret Zone's projecting your clones that you won't really die even if you die inside. Of course, if your clones die, your divine consciousness will return to your original body and you'll be kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Just like what Lord Mansion Master said earlier, if you want to gain something, you'll have to cherish your lives inside even if it's just your clones. Alright, all of you can go in now. Relax your bodies. The Saint Martial Secret Realm will send you in one by one. As Zhu Luqi's words left his mouth, many of the Heavenly Hall's disciples relaxed their bodies. The moment they relaxed their bodies began to rise until they disappeared into the huge vortex in the sky. It was as if they had been swallowed by a giant beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Of course, not all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples entered. Duan Ling Tian, Wang Fei Xian, Lu Jian, and Zhao Ji hadn't gone in yet. What are you doing? Seeing this, Zhu Luqi couldn't help but frown. Humph. Zhao Ji glared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. He then relaxed his body and entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone. I heard that after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, everyone will be sent to unknown places. For this reason, before the three of us meet up, try not to have any conflicts with the others. Even if there's any clues about the divine ability relic, don't explore it alone. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian as a reminder. Since he had already decided to work together with the two of them, he naturally didn't want the two of them to meet with misfortune and be eliminated before they met up with him. All right. Wang Fei Xian replied. Yes. Lu Jian quickly replied as well. Then, the three of them relaxed their bodies and allowed the vortex at the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone that looked like a giant beast's mouth to swallow them. After being swallowed, Duan Ling Tian felt his vision darken. His divine consciousness trembled as it was pulled out of his body by a mysterious force. It shot toward an unknown place at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian discovered his divine consciousness had returned to his body. When he opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian sensed the clone that was exactly the same as his main body. He did not notice anything amiss at all. If it was not for the fact that the spatial ring on his hand was no longer there, he would not have been able to tell if this was his main body or his clone. Everything was so natural. He did not feel anything was wrong at all. Before entering the Saint Martial secret zone, Duan Ling Tian already knew some of the things that would happen after entering the Saint Martial secret zone. This included his clone being projected and the fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone. The fact that the spatial ring would not appear on his clone meant that he could not rely on any external forces in the Saint Martial secret zone other than his own strength and techniques. Naturally, if he obtained any saint weapons or Dao talismans in the Saint Martial secret zone, he could use them. As for the substantial benefits he obtained in the Saint Martial secret zone, such as saint weapons and Dao talismans, they would appear next to his main body when he wanted to leave the Saint Martial secret zone. The moment he returned to his main body, those items would also leave the Saint Martial secret zone with his main body. Naturally, if he died in the Saint Martial secret zone, no matter how he died, he would not be able to bring out the substantial benefits he obtained. If one wanted to leave the Saint Martial secret zone, there were two other methods other than dying. One of them was to stand still on the spot and try to communicate with the Saint Martial secret zone with his divine consciousness, so that the Saint Martial secret zone would send him out. The other method was to stay in the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 months. At that time, no matter where he was in the Saint Martial secret zone, he would be forcefully sent out by the Saint Martial secret zone. This is the Saint Martial secret zone? After looking around, Duan Ling Tian realized he was in a forest. All he could see were towering trees. Under the towering trees, there were dense shrubs. Occasionally, there would be some strange noises coming from behind the shrubs as though it was warning him of the danger in this place. Roar! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a roar, a swift black shadow pounced out from the bushes and headed straight for Duan Ling Tian. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian saw the red eyes of the black figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a ferocious black wolf. Naturally, it was not an ordinary black wolf. Based on Duan Ling Tian's judgment, the black wolf's speed was comparable to an early pristine saint stage powerhouse. Based on its appearance, it was obvious it was a savage beast. Naturally, a savage beast at this level would not pose any threat to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not even make any movements. With just a thought, the true origin that surged out of his body transformed into more than 10 golden sword rays that soared across the sky and left fatal bloody holes on the black wolf's body. Bang! The black wolf's body fell to the ground, causing dust to fill the air. Roar! Roar! As soon as Duan Ling Tian killed the black wolf, a series of howls reverberated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions. After a while, black figures leaped out from the shrubs around Duan Ling Tian. They were savage beasts that looked similar to the black wolf that was lying on the ground. A pack of wolves? Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. He did not expect the death of the black wolf would attract a pack of wolves. Moreover, the wolves in the pack were all at the pristine saint stage. The weakest one was at the early pristine saint stage while some were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, to Duan Ling Tian, there was no difference between the early pristine saint stage and the intermediate pristine saint stage. As the sun true origin in his body surged out, rays of golden sword rays swept across the sky. The black wolves fell one by one, and their blood flowed like a river. The death of these black wolves did not scare the rest of the black wolves away. Instead, it stimulated the bloodlust in their bones, causing them to become even crazier as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian one after another. However, no matter how crazed they were, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. In the end, even the Wolf King appeared. It was a black wolf that had a lot of golden fur on its body. Its size was 3 times bigger than an ordinary black wolf, and its cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, so what if it was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? With Duan Ling Tian's current strength that was even stronger than an early eminent saint stage existence, killing a wild beast at the peak of the pristine saint stage was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Whoosh! With the death of the Wolf King, the battle had finally come to an end. Are these real savage beasts or are they illusory savage beasts in the illusory formation? This was something that even Duan Ling Tian was not certain about. This was because he felt that everything that he came into contact with earlier did not seem fake at all. As for his clone, he did not think that it was fake. This was the reason why he had such doubts. Let's look around and see if I can meet them. When Duan Ling Tian thought of Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian, he soared up into the air and flew above the forest. He found a direction and moved forward rapidly. Along the way, There were many bird-type savage beasts that attacked him. However, all of them died in his hands in the end. The weakest bird-type savage beasts were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. They were not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. I wonder where the rest of them are. When he finally left the forest, what appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was a boundless grassland. A wry smile appeared on his face immediately. How big was this Saint Martial secret zone? While the 10 Heaven Palace's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, were wandering around the Saint Martial secret zone, the 30 Saint Stage disciples from the other 3 palaces had also entered the Saint Martial secret zone one after another at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion. At this moment, only the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were left outside. Zhao Deng, I heard there seems to be quite a conflict between your son and Ling Tian. If they meet inside, I'm afraid your son will be in big trouble. Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, looked at Zhao Deng and chuckled. Although they were both vice-mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, Qian Pingshang was from the same generation as Zhao Deng's father. For this reason, he usually treated Zhao Deng as though he was facing a junior. Upon hearing Qian Pingshang's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 1766. Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples could only enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone once in their lifetime. This was because the interval between the second opening of the Saint Martial secret zone was extremely long. It was impossible for a Saint Stage disciple below the age of 40 to enter it more than twice. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng really hoped his son would be able to find a high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone and memorize the divine ability contained in it so that he could comprehend it when he broke through to the divine saint stage. In that case, his son would be able to rise rapidly. It would not be impossible for him to become the next mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he heard Qian Pingshang's words, he began to worry. Based on the conflict between Ling Tian and his son, if they bumped into each other in the Saint Martial secret zone, Ling Tian would definitely not show mercy. He might even kill his son directly. If his son was killed in the Saint Martial secret zone, although he would not really die, he would be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone and lose the chance to comprehend the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. This was something he did not want to see. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned grave as he said through gritted teeth, "If he dares to affect my son's comprehension of the divine ability relic because of a personal grudge, my Zhao clan will definitely not let him go." At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have lost his mind. It was as though he had completely forgotten that the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was right next to him. Humph! As expected, Meng Qing snorted coldly as soon as he heard Zhao Deng's words. His sharp gaze instantly landed on Zhao Deng. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, don't forget the rule our Mystical Sky Mansion set for the Saint Martial secret zone. It's allowed to kill each other in the Saint Martial secret zone since nobody knows what's going on inside. After all, nobody could be certain if there was a third person present when 2 people met in the Saint Martial secret zone. Under such circumstances, even if one was not eliminated by one's fellow disciple, one could still slander one's fellow disciple after being kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Although the person who was slandered could swear on the lightning penalty oath in the end to prove his innocence, that was undoubtedly an extremely insulting thing to do. Even if the person who slandered his fellow disciple had to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not let the person who was slandered swear on the lightning penalty oath, it would still be an insult to the latter. Moreover, even if one was killed in the Saint Martial secret zone, one would not really die. For this reason, whether it was the Mystical Sky Mansion or the other quasi-third-rate forces, they all tacitly agreed that their fellow disciples would kill each other in the Saint Martial secret zone. Those who were kicked out could only say that their skills were not up to par. Those who were kicked out were usually weaklings. Such people would have a slim chance of breaking through to the Divine Saint stage and comprehending the divine ability contained in the high-grade divine ability relic. Lord Manor Lord, I misspoke. Hearing Meng Qing's stern words, Zhao Deng immediately reacted. At the same time, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Even if that unfilial son of mine is really killed by Ling Tian and is eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone, it can only be attributed to his incompetence. My Zhao clan will definitely not hold a grudge against him and make a move against him. Zhao Deng immediately changed his stance. I hope you'll keep your word. Meng Qing glanced at Zhao Deng indifferently, causing the latter to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye to the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene. For this reason, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed as they waited for the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial secret zone one by one. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, no mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated from the St. Martial secret zone. Lord Mansion Lord. At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. After a few moments, an aged figure appeared. It was none other than one of the mystical Sky Mansion's elders. This mystical Sky Mansion's elder was the one who was patrolling the main mansion recently. Since he had appeared here to look for the Mansion Lord, he must have something important to tell him. For this reason, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, opened their eyes one after another. Their gazes landed on the mystical Sky Mansion's elder, causing him to feel uneasy. Although he was a mystical Sky Mansion's elder, apart from Gu Li, the person with the lowest status among the group of people before him was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of these people, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lord Mansion Lord, someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion is here. Faced with the attention of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the mystical Sky Mansion's elder immediately looked at Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, and reported respectfully. Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Meng Qing was not the only one who raised an eyebrow. Even the others could not help but narrow their eyes. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the mystical Sky Mansion. Perhaps in the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength was not much weaker than the mystical Sky Mansion's strength. However, the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion today was completely above the mystical Sky Mansion. Not only that, but it was also comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. All of this was because the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master with monstrous strength. Under the leadership of the new Mansion Master, the Azure Cloud Mansion had been rising steadily until today. It had even reached a point where it was comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Ever since the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion appeared, nobody from the Azure Cloud Mansion had taken the initiative to visit the mystical Sky Mansion. Due to this reason, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, found it strange. Why did the Azure Cloud Mansion send someone here all of a sudden? Moreover, it was at this moment. Who's the person who came? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice as he looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report. It's Kumi. When the mystical Sky Mansion's elder mentioned Kumi's name, his voice trembled slightly. Kumi. Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, other than Meng Qiu who only frowned slightly, horror dawned on the others. Kumi was a notorious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Together with another powerful person in the Azure Cloud Mansion, they were known as the Azure Profound Duo. They were the right-hand men of the current Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In terms of strength, Kumi and the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion, Rong Yuan, were not inferior to the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Since Kumi had personally come to the mystical Sky Mansion, it was definitely not a simple visit. There must be something important. Meng Qing and the others could guess this as well. Go and invite him here. Meng Qing looked at the mystical Sky Mansion's elder who came forward to report and ordered. If it was the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion who came personally, Meng Qing would have to personally welcome him. However, the person who came was Kumi. He was not qualified for him, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, to personally welcome him. Yes. The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder responded and left. After he left, apart from Meng Qing and Gu Li, the other Mystical Sky Mansion's Vice Mansion Masters on the scene could not help but discuss among themselves. Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is a ruthless person. Why did he come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Kumi and Rong Yuan's positions are equivalent to the two great guardians of our Mystical Sky Mansion. There must be something important for him to personally come to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Our mystical sky mansion and the azure cloud mansion don't usually have any interactions. I wonder why he came here. Amidst the discussion, the group of mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters had a hint of dread in their eyes. Even the strongest among them, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was filled with dread when he mentioned Ku Mi. Although he was from the same era as Ku Mi, he could not help but shudder when he heard about Ku Mi's ferocious name. In the mystical sky mansion, most likely, only mansion master Meng Qing was capable of defeating Ku Mi in a one-on-one battle. Soon after, the mystical sky mansion's elder returned. Following him was a skinny old man who was completely covered in a black robe. Wherever the black-robed old man passed by, the air seemed to have turned colder. Apart from Meng Qing, the mansion master of mystical sky mansion, the others could only feel chills running down their spines when they saw the black-robed old man. This was because the pressure the black-robed old man gave them was too great. It was so great that they could not bear it. Greetings, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man cupped his hands slightly at Meng Qing and nodded indifferently as a form of greeting. Elder Ku, it seems like your strength has improved a lot since the last time we met. Meng Qing exclaimed as he looked at the black-robed old man with a gleam in his eyes. Mansion Master Meng, please don't tease this old man. Even if I've improved in these few years, I'm still not a match for you, Mansion Master Meng. The black-robed old man was Ku Mi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As he stood there, he emitted an oppressive aura. Meng Qing was the only one who could ignore this aura. May I know the purpose of your visit, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked with a smile. He did not take Ku Mi seriously if he was alone. However, the Azure Cloud Mansion behind Ku Mi was something he did not dare to offend even if he had a powerful force like the mystical sky mansion under his command. For this reason, he was polite and did not dare to be negligent when he spoke to Ku Mi. Mansion Master Meng, I know you're a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The reason I'm here is to meet the new disciple your mystical sky mansion has recently recruited. Ku Mi did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. New disciple? The moment Ku Mi's words left his mouth, Meng Qing and the others were stunned. After a while, a figure appeared in their minds simultaneously. The owner of the figure was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, in the eyes of Meng Qing and the others, the owner of the figure was Ling Tian. Elder Ku, are you here for Ling Tian? Meng Qing asked bluntly. Yes. Ku Mi nodded. May I know the purpose of your visit for Ling Tian, Elder Ku? Meng Qing asked again. Chapter 1767. Mansion Master Meng and everyone present here. If I'm not mistaken, all of you must think I'm trying to poach your mystical sky mansion's disciple, right? The moment Ku Mi opened his mouth, one could see he was a straightforward person who did not like to hide anything. Isn't that the case? This time, before Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion could speak, Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had already spoken first with a mocking expression on his face. In fact, Ling Tian was a member of the Heaven Palace. If they wanted to poach his disciple, they would have to ask him, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, for permission. That's not it. Faced with Zhu Luqi's vigilance, Ku Mi shook his head. Then, under the stunned gazes of Meng Qing and the others, he said nonchalantly, I came here this time just to meet that genius in your mystical sky mansion. I don't ask for anything else. As long as I meet him, I'll definitely turn around and leave without any hesitation. Ku Mi, with your lofty position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, we should believe your words. However, since this concerns Ling Tian, we have to be cautious. You keep saying you only want to meet Ling Tian, but how would we know if you're secretly trying to recruit Ling Tian to your Azure Cloud Mansion through voice transmission? Zhu Luqi was not courteous at all when he spoke. At this moment, there was no need for him to be courteous. When Ku Mi heard Zhu Luqi's words, he snorted coldly. At once, the temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. I, Ku Mi, am an upright person. I won't stoop so low to do such a thing. Elder Ku, please don't be angry. Palace Master Zhu didn't mean it. After all, he doesn't know you very well. Meng Qing stepped forward in time to smooth things over. Although he was not afraid of Ku Mi, he had to be wary of the colossus behind Ku Mi, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Ku, you're a guest from afar. By right, I should receive you properly. However, I can't leave for the time being. I'm sure you know that since 3 days ago, the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone will open in the next 3 months. According to tradition, we'll have to guard this place. Meng Qing added. It's fine. I only need to wait for that Ling Tian to come out and take a look at him before returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was obvious that he planned to stay here with Meng Qing and the others. You. Upon hearing Ku Mi's words, Zhu Luqi's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Meng Qing. Meng Qing replied through voice transmission, I'm sure you've heard a little about Ling Tian. He has a master in the upper province, and he won't be able to stay in the lower province for long. Even if he decides to join the Azure Cloud Mansion, it won't be a huge loss to us. In fact, we even formed a good relationship with him. That little fellow is a righteous and affectionate person. Meng Qing had specially sent someone to verify the matter regarding Ling Tian. At the same time, he also found out about Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He found out that the news Ren Fei told him was personally told by Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he also found out that Duan Ling Tian wanted to work together with Ren Fei in the St. Martial Secret Zone in order to help Li Feng return the favor. Unfortunately, Ren Fei did not live up to expectations and did not manage to obtain a spot to enter the St. Martial Secret Zone. He missed a good opportunity to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. Upon hearing Meng Qing's voice transmission, Zhu Luqi fell silent and did not say anything else. Just like that, another person was waiting for the 30 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to come out of the St. Martial Secret Zone. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that one of his father's capable subordinates, Ku Mi, had already come to the mystical Sky Mansion and was waiting for him to come out with Mansion Master Meng Qing and the others. 3 days have passed, and I've only met a few people. Moreover, they're not from the Heaven Palace. After wandering in the St. Martial Secret Zone for 3 days, many wild beasts had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. He had also obtained some gains. However, he did not care for those gains. He found them cumbersome, so he did not bring them with him. This was because he was currently a clone. Not only did he not have his spatial ring with him, but he also did not have his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with him. Due to this reason, no matter what he obtained, he had to personally carry it. It was extremely inconvenient. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw a figure flying across the sky in a hurry. In just a blink of an eye, he met up with another person in the distance. After the two of them met up, they seemed to be talking about something. Then, the latter quickly followed the former in the direction the former came from. Due to the distance, they did not notice Duan Ling Tian at all. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to see them clearly was, naturally, because he had activated his strange pupil. Activating his strange pupil to look into the distance would not cause too much of a burden to his spiritual energy, as long as he did not spend too much time doing it. That person seems to have discovered something. Duan Ling Tian could tell something was amiss. Driven by his curiosity, he followed the two of them from afar, wanting to see where they were going. In the beginning, it was still normal for him to follow them. However, after he had followed them for a distance, a gigantic bird-type wild beast shot out from the clouds with a loud cry. Its target was Duan Ling Tian. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his divine eye, discovered it was a bird-type wild beast at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. With just a wave of his hand, he killed it. I've been discovered. When Duan Ling Tian killed the bird-type wild beast, he also noticed the two people in front of him had turned around and were rapidly approaching him. Naturally, the two of them only reacted when the bird-type wild beast appeared. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian was exposed in front of the two of them. Ling Tian. When the two of them saw Duan Ling Tian, their eyes narrowed immediately. Initially, they thought they would meet someone they could work with. It did not cross their mind that they would meet this monster instead. In terms of partners, none of the people who entered the St. Martial Secret Zone with them could be compared to this person in front of them. However, with this person's strength, there was no need for him to work with them at all. Did the two of you discover something? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and asked with narrowed eyes when he saw the two of them approaching. And no. When the two of them heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions turned unnatural. However, they still denied it in unison. What a joke! If Ling Tian found out that they had discovered something, would they still have a share in it? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the two of them's responses. However, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, I'll send the two of you out of here." Initially, when the two of them saw Duan Ling Tian smiling, they thought the matter had come to an end. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, they heard Duan Ling Tian's words again. Their faces turned green immediately. Send them out? They knew very well what Duan Ling Tian meant. He was planning to kill them and send them out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Once they were sent out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it would mean that they would no longer be able to obtain the good things in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This was especially true for the divine ability relics. They would no longer have anything to do with them. Ling Tian, we remembered wrongly just now. We did discover something. Soon after, the two of them looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. After reaching a tacit understanding, one of them quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian and tried to salvage the situation. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's a very strange place. There seems to be more than one formation in there. I suspect there's a divine ability relic in there, the person replied. There's a possibility. Divine ability relic? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. At the same time, he glanced at the two of them indifferently. Lead the way. Yes, yes. Although Duan Ling Tian spoke to them calmly, they still felt pressured in their hearts. This fellow in front of them was not a kind person. This could be seen from how he had slapped Zhao Ji twice in public not long ago. Who was Zhao Ji? He was Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only son. He was Guardian Zhao's grandson. In the mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Ji was definitely the strongest person among the second generation. However, such a person was slapped twice by Ling Tian in public. Based on this, one could see how ruthless Ling Tian was. Faced with such a ruthless person, they had no choice but to accept it. Due to this reason, the two of them did not dare to play any tricks as they continued to lead the way. They knew if they dared to play any tricks, they might be killed and kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone in the next moment. This was not something they wanted to see. Tell me what you all know in detail. Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently along the way. I'm the only one who has been to that place for now. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful wild beasts at the peak of the pristine Saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to attack together instinctively. If it wasn't for the fact that I managed to escape in time, I would have died there. The person who spoke earlier continued to say, after I escaped, I started to look around to see if there's anyone I can work with. Then, I met Pang Xian. Pang Tsen is also a mystical palace's disciple like me. Our cultivation bases are on par with each other. For this reason, when I saw him, I immediately explained the situation to him and convinced him to work with me. As he spoke, he looked at the other young man next to him and introduced himself to Duan Ling Tian. I'm Hu Rue, and I'm also a mystical palace's disciple. Isn't that Zhao Ji? At this moment, Pang Tsen's gaze landed in the distance. After being stunned for a moment, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice. At the same time, he instinctively retracted his gaze and looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing nearby. He thought to himself, don't tell me this Ling Tian killed Zhao Ji? The moment he thought of this, he felt chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji. As soon as Pang Tsen's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian followed his gaze and looked over. With just a glance, he saw Zhao Ji who was flying past in the distance. When he looked over, Zhao Ji happened to notice him as well. Horror dawned on him immediately. Damn it! Why did I encounter him? When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, he did not have time to think about anything. The first thought that came to his mind was to run. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? The Saint Martial Secret Zone is so big, and I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already encountered this fellow. Chapter 1768. The moment Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji, he could not help but sigh inwardly at how small the world was. In the 3 days since he entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone, He had not met more than 10 people. However, it just so happened that Zhao Ji was among these 10 people. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that he and Zhao Ji were fated to meet. Otherwise, how could he have met Zhao Ji so quickly in this vast and boundless Saint Martial secret zone? Trying to run? Duanling Tian finally regained his senses when he saw Zhao Ji fleeing as though his life depended on it. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a playful gleam could be seen in his eyes. One must admit that Zhao Ji was very fast. How could he not be fast? No matter what, Zhao Ji was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Ji's silhouette had already disappeared from Hu Rue and Pang Tsin's sight. However, Zhao Ji's silhouette was particularly clear in the sight of Duan Lingtian's strange pupil. He was getting further and further away. Wait for me here. If you dare to run, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Lingtian glanced at Hu Rue and Pang Tsin indifferently before he moved and disappeared from their sight in just a blink of an eye. He chased after Zhao Ji at an even faster speed. In just a few moments, Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from Hu Rue and Pang Tsin's sight. Are we running or not? Both of them looked at each other and asked through voice transmission in unison. Then, both of them reached a tacit agreement and swiftly moved in another direction. We can't go in the same direction. We must go in another direction and return after a few days. Otherwise, that Ling Tian will definitely catch up to us. Since he's chasing after Zhao Ji, we'll have enough time to avoid him if we go in a different direction. They did not stand there foolishly and wait for Duan Lingtian to return. They were not stupid. If Duan Lingtian returned, would they still have a share in the place where the divine ability relic was hidden? On the other side, Zhao Ji's back was becoming clearer and clearer in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. This also meant that he was getting closer and closer to Zhao Ji. Initially, Duan Lingtian was chasing after Zhao Ji at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, now that he had left Hu Rue and Pang Tsin's line of sight, he no longer held back. He unleashed all of his Sun True Origin as he charged forward at an even faster speed. His current speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel or a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had passed Zhao Ji and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Shwa! When he saw a figure appear in front of him, Zhao Ji's expression changed. When he finally managed to stop himself and saw the person blocking his way, his face turned completely green. Lingtian. Lingtian. Great young Master Zhao, we meet again. Unlike Zhao Ji who was panting, Duan Lingtian acted as though nothing had happened. He looked at Zhao Ji with a calm expression as he said calmly. When he spoke, he slowly took a step forward and gradually closed in on Zhao Ji. With every step he took, Zhao Ji would be so frightened that he would take a step back. However, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian with a grave expression. If you dare to touch me, my Zhao clan won't let you get away with it when we get out of here. It was apparent Zhao Ji had also realized the danger he was facing. He began to threaten Duan Lingtian. However, he did not think about it. If Duan Lingtian was afraid of the Zhao clan, would he have slapped him twice in public? His actions that day were enough to prove Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the Zhao clan at all. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap rang in the air. Duan Lingtian appeared before Zhao Ji like a ghost and gave him a resounding slap. Half of Zhao Ji's face swelled up. Although it's just a clone, it doesn't feel any different from the main body. That slap felt so good. When Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Duan Lingtian looked at the palm of the hand that slapped Zhao Ji and blew on it before he said in a slightly intoxicated manner, "You're right." You. Zhao Ji's expression darkened. He still wanted to say something. Slap. Another slap. Just like the previous time, Zhao Ji's face swelled up like a pig's head. Great young Master Zhao, it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile as he spoke unhurriedly. However, in Zhao Ji's eyes, his smile was no different from the devil's. Lingtian, you better think this through. However, this time, Zhao Ji did not keep his mouth shut. Instead, he warned in a deep voice, The situation this time is completely different from the previous time. If you dare to touch me here and kick me out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, our Zhao clan will lose the opportunity to obtain a high-grade divine ability. At that time, you and our Zhao clan will have an irreconcilable enmity. The sect leader already knows about this, so it's impossible for him to accept you as his direct disciple, let alone his last disciple. Without the sect leader's protection, even if you have a good relationship with Gu Li, you won't be able to withstand the wrath of our Zhao clan. If you let me go today, we'll forget about the matter of you slapping me twice and the previous incident. Our Zhao clan will no longer make things difficult for you and will no longer do anything to you. In order to survive in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, Zhao Ji chose to be tough first before being soft. As for the words he said after that, naturally, he was just trying to fool Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would not make a move on him. If Duan Ling Tian made a move on him, he would definitely die. Even if it was just a clone in the Saint Martial Secret Zone and he would not really die, he would still be kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and would not be able to search for a high-grade divine ability relic. That sounds good. After listening to Zhao Ji's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian seem to be moved, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Ling Tian, I believe you're a smart person. You know it's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. If you let me go today, I, Zhao Ji, am willing to be your friend. My Zhao clan will also be your friend." Be friends with you? Be friends with the Zhao clan? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Ji with a smile. Yes. Zhao Ji smiled as well. He thought Duan Ling Tian was only acting this way because he was happy. However, in his heart he swore, "Ling Tian, I'll let you be happy for now. Once we're out of here, my Zhao clan will spare no expense to kill you." "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Instantly, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face vanished and was replaced by a face that seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. He immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, could he escape? Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and the Sun True Origin surged out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a golden light sword that shot toward Zhao Ji, who had turned around. Facing Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Ji did not have any intention of fighting. Moreover, his back was completely exposed in front of Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian only needed one strike to kill Zhao Ji. The golden sword ray flashed and cut Zhao Ji's body into two. The bloody scene did not appear. At the instant Zhao Ji's body was cut into two, the two halves of his body disappeared into thin air as though they had never appeared in this world. It was only a clone after all. Naturally, there would not be a bloody scene. He's already eliminated after only 3 days in here. I'm afraid Zhao Ji is the strongest person among the 30 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. After killing Zhao Ji, a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. At the same time, Zhao Ji's divine consciousness that was destroyed also returned to his body. As soon as it returned to his body was shrouded by a powerful force and was directly pushed out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the gigantic whirlpool. It was also the exit of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Whether it was entering or exiting, one would have to pass through it. At this moment, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials was waiting here. Apart from the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, there was also a sturdy young man and a black-robed old man. The former was none other than Gu Li. The latter was none other than Ku Mi. At this moment, the group of people was sitting cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. All of a sudden, as though they had sensed something, the group of people opened their eyes one after another and looked at the gigantic whirlpool above their heads. It's only been 3 days, and someone's already eliminated? Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, frowned slightly. At this moment, the 4 palace masters looked at each other and prayed in their hearts that it was not a disciple from their respective palaces. After all, to be eliminated from the Saint Martial Secret Zone in just 3 days was undoubtedly a very humiliating matter. Whichever palace had such a disciple, that palace would also be humiliated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No matter what the 4 palace masters were thinking, as the whirlpool spun rapidly, a figure finally appeared before their eyes. When the figure completely appeared, everyone, apart from Ku Mi, was stunned. After a while, Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was the first to regain his senses. The instant he regained his senses, horror dawned on his face as he cried out, "Jeeper!" It did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that in just 3 days, the first person to be eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone was actually his son. It's Zhao Ji. How's this possible? Not only is Zhao Ji a Heaven Palace's disciple, but his cultivation base is also at the intermediate refined saint stage. How did he come out of the Saint Martial secret zone so quickly? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, the fastest intermediate refined saint stage disciple to come out of the Saint Martial secret zone seemed to have lasted for 1.5 months. However, Zhao Ji came out in just 3 days. He's completely broken that record. I'm afraid Zhao Ji's name will go down in the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters whispered among themselves as they looked at Zhao Ji with a hint of pity. Perhaps, Zhao Ji's name would go down in history, but it would not be a good name. Chapter 1769. Jia. Why you? Zhao Deng was completely stunned as he looked at his son. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect his son would be the first to be eliminated from the Saint Martial secret zone. Before Ling Tian entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, his son was one of the strongest people among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. In terms of strength, he was more powerful than 90% of the people who entered this time. However, in just 3 days' time, his son was eliminated. On the other hand, Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave when he came out. His eyes were filled with rage. Ling Tian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face when he heard Zhao Ji's roar. The thing he was most worried about had happened. His son had encountered Ling Tian in the Saint Martial secret zone and was eliminated. Old Qian, your big mouth. At this moment, many people looked at the Yellow Palace's palace master, Qian Pingsheng. They felt that Qian Pingsheng's mouth was too accurate. This was because Qian Pingsheng had previously told Zhao Deng what would happen if Zhao Ji encountered Ling Tian. Now, as expected, Zhao Ji had encountered Ling Tian. Moreover, he was most likely eliminated by Ling Tian. The space in the Saint Martial secret zone is so vast. In just 3 days, I'm afraid only a few people will encounter each other. Zhao Ji, on the other hand, was coincidentally encountered by Ling Tian. Should I say that they're fated, or should I say that enemies often cross each other's path? The Palace Master of Earth Palace sighed. Isn't it obvious that enemies often cross each other's path? The Palace Master of Mystical Palace gloated. Only the Palace Master of Heaven Palace had a grave expression on his face. No matter what, Zhao Ji was still his Heaven Palace's disciple. However, when he recalled that Ling Tian was also his Heaven Palace's disciple, his expression softened a little. All that was left on his face was a wry smile. Could he blame Ling Tian? Of course not. Putting himself in Ling Tian's shoes, if he was in Ling Tian's shoes and encountered Zhao Ji, he would not have shown mercy either. Father, it was that Ling Tian who killed my clone and eliminated me. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. At the same time, Zhao Ji finally came back to his senses. He immediately looked at Zhao Deng and said with gritted teeth. His tone was full of hatred, as if he would not be at ease until Duan Lingtian was dead. Hearing what Zhao Ji said, the expressions of the people present, with the exception of Meng Qing and Ku Mi, all changed. Although Meng Qing's expression did not change, his face darkened. Someone had threatened to slaughter a fellow disciple in front of him. Pah! At the same time that Meng Qing's expression darkened, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was Zhao Deng who had arrived before Zhao Ji and slapped him. Half of his face was swollen. Zhao Ji stared at his father before him, completely dumbfounded. Earlier in the Saint Martial secret zone, he had suffered 2 slaps from Ling Tian. Now that he had come out, he thought he would be comforted by his father. However, he did not expect to be slapped by his father instead. At this moment, Zhao Ji felt there was no meaning in living in this world anymore. Idiot! Lord Mansion Master is present, and yet, you dare to say such words? At this moment, Zhao Deng's voice transmission entered Zhao Ji's ears, causing him to regain his senses. When he regained his senses and looked at Mansion Master Meng Qing, he saw the latter's gaze was filled with coldness. It scared him so much that his face turned pale immediately. Bastard! At this moment, Zhao Deng began to curse at Zhao Ji. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you were eliminated by Ling Tian in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, you can only blame yourself for being inferior. Who else can you blame? If Zhao Ji still did not know his father was trying to help him, he would be so stupid that no medicine could cure him. Father, it's my fault. I was foolish. It's my fault for being inferior. Zhao Ji quickly chimed in. Although he knew Zhao Deng and his father were putting on an act, since both of them had already said so, it was not appropriate for Meng Qing to say anything even though he was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji, although you've been eliminated, you've still stayed in there for 3 days. How was it? Did you manage to comprehend a divine ability relic during these 3 days? Gu Li asked as he looked at Zhao Ji gloatingly. When Gu Li's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was no different from adding fuel to the fire. It caused Zhao Ji's anger to soar, and it was about to erupt at any time. However, Zhao Ji also noticed that when Gu Li spoke, everyone, including his father, was looking at him as though they wanted to know if he had comprehended a divine ability relic or not. No! Zhao Ji gritted his teeth and shook his head. How could he have comprehended a divine ability relic in just 3 days? Moreover, he did not even see the shadow of a divine ability relic. That's really a pity. Gu Li let out a long sigh. It sounded as if he was truly feeling pity for Zhao Ji. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would discover that the gloating expression in Gu Li's eyes had become even more intense. Ling Tian. From the beginning until the end, Kumi had been watching this farce from the sidelines. However, when he heard the name Ling Tian, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After all, the purpose of his trip was to look for that young man. To be more precise, he wanted to confirm if that young man was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Father! That Ling Tian has gone too far. I want him dead. I must kill him. Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Deng and roared through voice transmission. Ji, don't worry. He destroyed your chance to comprehend a divine ability relic. To our Zhao clan, this is a great humiliation. It's also a blood feud. As long as our Zhao clan exists, we won't let him live in this world. When Zhao Deng replied through voice transmission, his tone was so cold that it sounded as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Deng's anger was no less than Zhao Ji's when his son was kicked out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone. In fact, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple only had one chance to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in their lifetime. Since Ling Tian had kicked his son out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it meant his son's chance to comprehend a divine ability relic had been cut off. If it wasn't for that Ling Tian, my son would have been able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic. As long as he memorizes the divine ability, he'll have a chance to master it when he breaks through to the Divine Saint stage in the future. However, everything has been destroyed by that Ling Tian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, the flame of hatred in the depth of his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the situation outside the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Currently, he had returned to the place where he discovered Zhao Ji. However, he discovered the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples were no longer there. They actually ran away. It seems like they didn't listen to me at all. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he muttered to himself. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear the bone-chilling coldness in his laughter. This way. Following that, Duan Ling Tian set off again. This time, he headed in the direction the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples had led him to earlier. Duan Ling Tian's destination was the place the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples had mentioned that seemed to contain a divine ability relic. While he was making his way there, Duan Ling Tian activated his strange pupil. Since that Mystical Palace's disciple was able to discover that place when he passed by, it shouldn't be difficult for me to find that place after I activate my strange pupil. He continued to speed up his journey, but he did not discover the 2 Mystical Palace's disciples at all. They're smart. They didn't take this route. As time passed, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure this out. Finally, after half a day, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil finally discovered a strange place. It was a vast stone forest. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought it was just an ordinary stone forest. However, when he used his strange pupil to take a closer look, he discovered it was a little blurry. That's right, it was a little blurry. Generally speaking, this was impossible. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with his strange pupil. He could see things that were further away, let alone the stone forest that was not far from his feet. There's something strange about this stone forest. Since he had discovered something strange about the stone forest, Duan Lingtian immediately barged in. When he approached the stone forest, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and sensed the fluctuation of a formation. The fluctuation was extremely weak. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's keen senses, he might not have discovered it. What a brilliant formation! Just as Duan Lingtian was sighing, he suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. In the next moment, when he saw light again, he discovered that everything in front of him had changed drastically. What entered his eyes was no longer the stone forest, but an empty space. Behind the empty space was a tower with a total of 6 floors. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed that 3 auras were rapidly taking form. After a while, 3 identical savage beasts appeared before him out of thin air. At first glance, these 3 savage beasts looked like leopards. However, upon closer inspection, they were not leopards. Looking at their faces, they were much more ferocious than leopards. In addition, each of them had a silver horn on their heads. Roar! Roar! The 3 savage beasts roared at almost the same time. In the next moment, they pounced. However, they did not pounce on Duan Lingtian. Instead, they pounced on Duan Lingtian, forming a triangle around Duan Lingtian. For now, I'm the only one who has been to that place. As soon as I entered, I encountered 3 powerful savage beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Moreover, they knew how to combine their attacks instinctively. If I didn't escape quickly, I would have died there. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the mystical palace's disciple. It seems like this is the place he was talking about. Indeed, there's more than one formation. Other than the illusory formation outside, there are many other formations here as well. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was certain this was the place he was looking for. Could the divine ability relic be in this tower? Chapter 1770. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Almost at the instant when Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the tower, the 3 wild beasts that surrounded him in a triangular formation seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they suddenly charged toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian soon discovered that the attacks of the 3 wild beasts that seemed to be independent of each other seemed to be connected, giving off a feeling as though they were one. It felt as though they were using themselves as the foundation to form a combined attack formation. Faced with the attacks of the 3 wild beasts at the same time, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was facing an early refined saint stage wild beast. In fact, these were merely 3 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage. What an amazing combined attack technique. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised, he did not stay idle. With just a flash of his body, he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 wild beasts. Even if the combined strength of the 3 wild beasts was comparable to an early refined saint stage wild beast, they were not much of a threat to Duan Lingtian. With his current strength, he could even defeat an ordinary early eminent saint stage wild beast. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian wanted to observe the profundity of the combined attack technique of the 3 wild beasts. However, he soon discovered that the profundity of the combined attack seemed to be ingrained in their bones. It could not be seen from the outside at all. For this reason, he immediately dismissed the idea of secretly learning from them. I'm not going to play with all of you anymore. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, the sun true origin on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the surface of his body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the rain of swords that filled the sky, the three wild beasts were quickly pierced into a beehive. Unlike the savage beasts that Duan Ling Tian had encountered outside, these three savage beasts did not bleed at all after being shot into a beehive. Instead, they disappeared into thin air as if they had never existed. The moment Duan Ling Tian killed the three savage beasts, the tower in the distance shook. Then, the only door in the entire tower, which was the stone door on the ground floor, gradually opened, letting out a dull sound. Let's go in and have a look. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he shot into the tower. More precisely, he had entered the first floor of the tower. After entering, Duan Ling Tian's vision blurred. What came into view was an empty floor. Behind the floor was a flight of stairs that led to the second floor of the tower. Of course, saying that this floor was empty did not mean that there was nothing but stairs. Instead, other than the stairs, there were only two statues. They were two statues that were standing together, but they seemed to be fighting against each other. These two statues. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the two statues. When he took a closer look, he discovered something that surprised him. The two statues had a strong human body, but their heads were not human. Instead, they had the heads of a rat and a horse. After circling around the two statues, Duan Ling Tian did not discover anything strange about them. He immediately ignored them and walked up the stairs that led to the next floor. Just as Duan Ling Tian was walking up the stairs, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking tremors, Duan Ling Tian only felt that his body was shaking along with the tower. Then, he discovered that there were two rapid air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. One of the air-piercing sounds was unusually tricky. The other air-piercing sound was extremely fast. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from his original spot and reappeared not far away. At the same time, when he turned around in time after dodging, he discovered that the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue had somehow come alive. Not only that, but they had also changed the situation where they were fighting against each other and joined forces to deal with him. After the rat-faced statue and the horse-faced statue's first attack failed, it was only natural that they launched a second attack. The rat-faced statue's attack leaned toward tricky. The horse-faced statue's attack leaned toward speed. It happened to be the characteristics of a rat and a horse. However, aren't they a little too weak? Under Duan Lingtian's strange pupil, the speed of the two statues that came alive was pathetically slow. Based on Duan Lingtian's estimation, their strength was at the early pristine saint stage at most. They were much weaker than the three wild beasts he encountered outside the tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, two golden sword rays appeared. They were like two dazzling scorching suns. In just a blink of an eye, the sword rays pierced through the two statues' heads and pierced into their bodies before twisting wildly. After a while, they finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang, turning into two piles of gravel. Too weak. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he walked up the stairs to the next level. However, he was much more cautious this time since he had learned his lesson from the previous incident. However, he soon realized he was being too careful. Along the way, he did not encounter any obstacles until he reached the second level of the tower. The second level of the tower was as spacious as the first level. There was only a staircase that led to the third level and two statues. These two statues were confronting each other and fighting against each other. This was similar to the two statues on the first level. Ox-faced? Sheep-faced? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the heads of these two statues were the heads of a cow and a sheep respectively. Ox-faced man, sheep-faced man. The statues on the first level are rat-faced man and horse-faced man. Moreover, before they were activated, they were confronting each other with equal harshness. Cow, sheep, rat, horse. Could it be? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the 6 harmonies? Duan Ling Tian remembered that in his previous life on Earth, in his motherland, that ancient Eastern country, there was always the saying of metaphysics. The 6 harmonies was a type of metaphysics. It was said that the zodiac clashed with each other. There were a total of 12 zodiacs. When two of them clashed with each other, they formed the 6 harmonies. It should be. The first level is rat and cow. The second level is cow and sheep. The rat and cow clashed with each other, and the cow and sheep clashed with each other. If I'm not wrong, the third level should be tiger and monkey clashing with each other. The fourth level should be rabbit and chicken clashing with each other. The fifth level should be dragon and dog clashing with each other. And the sixth level should be snake and pig clashing with each other. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian understood many things. It seems like this tower also contains the mysteries of the 6 harmonies. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After regaining his senses, Duan Ling Tian walked up the staircase that led to the third level. During this process, he successfully activated the 2 statues on the second level, the goat-faced statue and the cow-faced statue. Compared to the 2 statues on the first level of the tower, the strength of these 2 statues was a level higher. Both of them were at the intermediate pristine saint stage. However, in front of Duan Ling Tian, there was no difference between an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse and an early pristine saint stage powerhouse. He could easily kill them. Just as Duan Ling Tian had guessed, he encountered the tiger-faced statue and the monkey-faced statue on the third level of the tower. Their strength was a level higher. Both of them were at the mastery pristine saint stage. On the fourth level of the tower, there were the rabbit-faced statue and the chicken-faced statue. Both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. On the fifth level of the tower, there were the dragon-faced statue and the dog-faced statue. Both of them were at the early refined saint stage. On the sixth level of the tower, there were the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue. Both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. When the two of them joined forces, even an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be able to gain an advantage over them. However, they were nothing in front of Duan Ling Tian. This is already the last level of the tower. Where's the divine ability relic? When Duan Ling Tian saw the snake-faced statue and the pig-faced statue had turned into 2 piles of rubble, his heart jolted as he began to scan the last level of the tower. Almost as soon as this thought left his mind, the void trembled as a gigantic statue walked out of the void. There were khaki halos flashing around its body. These halos gave off a feeling as though it was as heavy as a mountain. What's this? Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. At this moment, the gigantic statue moved. Although it was cumbersome, it moved like a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. It lifted one of its gigantic feet and stomped on Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been stomped into a pile of meat paste. Faced with the gigantic statue's menacing kick, Duan Ling Tian did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and placed both of his hands on the gigantic foot. Following that, the Sun True Origin in his body surged out without any reservation and gathered on his hands. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's hands seemed to be endowed with infinite strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Ling Tian's hands shook as he grabbed the gigantic statue's gigantic foot and spun it around like a windmill. In the end, as though he was bored with it, Duan Ling Tian let go of it and allowed it to smash against the wall of the 6th level of the tower. Bang! Along with a loud noise, the wall of the 6th level of the tower remained unscathed. On the other hand, the gigantic statue was unscathed as well. What a powerful defense! Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. If it was an ordinary mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, he would have been crippled even if he did not die. However, this gigantic statue that had the strength of a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was unscathed. The gigantic statue got up and charged at Duan Ling Tian again. Big guy, take this! Duan Ling Tian cried out softly. With a raise of his hand, the Sun True Origin shot out from his palm and transformed into a 3-foot-long green sword that shone with a dazzling golden light. Duan Ling Tian's body was like a willow catkin as his sword moved along with him. In just a few moments, he had already arrived in front of the gigantic statue. His sword shot out at lightning speed and aimed at the gigantic statue's head. Ding! Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought his sword would be able to pierce through the gigantic statue's head easily. However, he soon discovered he had overestimated himself. The khaki-colored halo around the statue seemed to be a layer of extremely sturdy defense that blocked his sword. What a guy! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. Then, he noticed something was amiss. The khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body doesn't seem to be as simple as its strength. It doesn't seem like a defensive martial tactic as well. Could it be? Could it be a divine ability? Chapter 1771. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'd like to help the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. If the khaki-colored halo on the surface of the gigantic statue was a defensive technique granted to it by the divine ability, then this divine ability must be very powerful. In fact, although Duan Lingtian had not exerted his full strength in that strike earlier, it was still comparable to the full force of an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, such a strike was actually blocked by the gigantic statue at the mastery refined saint stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although the gigantic statue had blocked his attack, the khaki-colored halo on the surface of its body had completely dimmed. Even its body seemed to have become much heavier at this moment, and its speed had also slowed down. It seems like the divine ability it cast is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy as well. It must have exhausted all of its energy to block my sword earlier. Right now, it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hand shook, and the golden light sword swept out again. This time, the gigantic statue's head was directly smashed into pieces. Boom! After its head was crushed, the gigantic statue fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it no longer made any sound. Ha! However, as soon as the gigantic statue fell, Duan Lingtian felt the air ripple again. A majestic and heavy aura filled the entire floor of the pagoda he was in. It gave him a feeling of vicissitudes and ancientness. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the void where the aura came from. A crack seemed to have appeared in the void, and a gigantic stone tablet appeared out of thin air in the crack. The stone tablet suddenly fell and landed on the ground, causing the entire tower to tremble a few times. The stone tablet stood there, emitting an ancient aura as though it was telling the surroundings that it had existed for a very long time. 6 Harmony's golden body? Is this a divine ability? When Duan Lingtian tried to probe the stone tablet with his divine consciousness, he discovered a piece of information was sent back by the stone tablet. Duan Lingtian instantly realized there was indeed a divine ability relic in this tower, and this stone tablet was one of the many divine ability relics in the St. Martial secret zone. As it turns out, everything I've experienced earlier was a test to obtain it. The defensive divine ability that the gigantic statue mastered is the 6 Harmony's golden body. However, although it's called golden body, the divine ability on the surface of the gigantic statue is khaki-colored. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the gigantic statue had cast the 6 Harmony's golden body. That was why his first sword attack to break its defense to the 6 golden body was unable to break. Duan golden body's divine abilities divine ability, 6 to the divine to the divine ability divine body. S origin. Duan to the divine to the day to be 2. S divine. When Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier, he also realized how extraordinary the divine ability, the 6 golden body, was. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to gain a deeper understanding of the 6 golden body, a commotion resonated in his ears, causing him to instantly regain his senses. At the same time, he withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at the entrance of the staircase. After more than 10 breaths, 3 figures walked out one after another. What's going on? There seem to be 2 piles of gravel on every floor of this tower. Is this really the place where the divine ability relic is hidden? The 3 young men who had ascended to the last floor of the tower were discussing among themselves. Soon after, their eyes landed on the gigantic stone tablet in the distance. What's that? Don't tell me that's the divine ability relic? Nobody knew who said this, but the 3 of their eyes lit up immediately. They wanted to walk up to the divine ability relic to observe it at a close distance. We meet again. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated from behind the 3 of them. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, It seemed like he knew the three of them. Or perhaps he knew some of them. When two of the three of them heard the words that came from behind them, horror dawned on them immediately. Ling Tian. This voice was not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian. It was also the voice of the Ling Tian whom they had abandoned earlier. That was right. Two of the three of them were the mystical palace's disciples, Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei, who had seized the opportunity to escape when Duan Ling Tian was chasing after Zhao Ji. Not even in their wildest dreams did they expect to encounter Duan Ling Tian here. Ling Tian. At the same time, the last person among the three of them turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby in shock. It was apparent he did not expect to encounter Duan Ling Tian here. Both of you. However, he soon noticed that Pang Tsen and Hu Rui's faces were pale as though they were afraid of something. His heart jolted as though he had figured out something. He immediately took a few steps back to put some distance between the two of them. Ling Tian, I'm actually not familiar with them. I'm a Yellow Palace's disciple, and I just happened to pass by. I was brought here by them, he hurriedly explained to Duan Ling Tian after taking a few steps back. Duan Ling Tian glanced at him indifferently and nodded before he looked at Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei. Both of you are really brave. How dare you ignore what I said? Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei lowered their heads, speechless. Of course, they were extremely regretful now. If they had known Ling Tian could discover this place just by knowing the direction, they would not have left Ling Tian behind. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Duan Ling Tian did not bother to say anything more to them. With a raise of his hand, two swift sword rays flew past and killed the two of them. To be more precise, he killed the two of them's clones. The moment their clones were killed, their divine consciousness would return to their bodies and be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. At that moment, only Duan Ling Tian and the Yellow Palace's disciple were left on the highest floor of the tower. Why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you want to leave with them. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Yellow Palace's disciple indifferently and asked. The Yellow Palace's disciple was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's attack earlier. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would send Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei out as soon as he made his move. Now that he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he immediately regained his senses and hurriedly walked down the stairs. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the divine ability relic, he did not dare to think about it at all. With Ling Tian around, even if it was a high-grade divine ability relic, he would not be able to obtain it. After the Yellow Palace's disciple left, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness merged with the gigantic stone tablet again and began to comprehend the divine ability recorded on it, the Six Harmonies golden body. Of course, strictly speaking, he was not comprehending it. He was merely memorizing it. While Duan Ling Tian was memorizing the divine ability, the Six Harmonies golden body, the group of people outside the Saint Martial secret zone noticed some movement at the entrance of the Saint Martial secret zone. After a short while, they saw two people coming out. Pang Tsen? Hu Ruei? You. Why did you come out as well? The palace master of Mystical Palace was stunned when he saw the two of them. The two people in front of him were his Mystical Palace's disciples. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the pristine saint stage. In terms of strength, they could be ranked among the top among the Mystical Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, they were eliminated in just slightly more than 3 days. They were only half a day later than Zhao Ji, who was the first to be eliminated. Lord Palace Master. We were eliminated by Ling Tian. Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei smiled wryly. They glanced at Zhao Ji, who was standing nearby at the same time. Luckily, I'm not the first one to be eliminated. When they saw there was a scapegoat who was at the intermediate refined saint stage, they did not feel too sad, even though they felt it was a pity to be kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zone. It's Ling Tian again. Upon hearing Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei's words, an uproar broke out immediately. What's that little fellow trying to do? Both of you have enmity with Ling Tian as well. The palace master of Mystical Palace asked in a deep voice as he looked at Pang Tsen and Hu Ruei. Lord Palace Master, before we entered the Saint Martial secret zone, we didn't interact with Ling Tian at all. Pang Tsen said with a bitter expression on his face. Then both of you. The palace master of Mystical Palace could not help but frown. He was quite good at judging people. Although he had only met Ling Tian before and had never interacted with him, he could tell he was not someone who would create trouble out of nothing. When Pang Tsin saw everyone looking at him in confusion, he quickly recounted what happened between the two of them and Ling Tian, including how they snuck away when Ling Tian went to chase after Zhao Ji. Both of you are too much. How could you just leave him behind like that? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't let both of you go either. The palace master of Mystical Palace shook his head. He did not blame Ling Tian. If he was in Ling Tian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. This was the law of survival of nature. Pang Tsin continued to recount how they met Ling Tian again, and how they saw the huge stone tablet that seemed to be a divine ability relic. What? Upon hearing Pang Tsin's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face. You're saying that Ling Tian has already obtained the divine ability relic? Zhao Ji, who was standing next to Zhao Deng, had a grave expression on his face as well. He had just entered the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 days, and he was kicked out by Ling Tian. Chapter 1772. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins if you vote. One can only enter a 6-story tower after killing 3 wild beasts that know how to attack together. There are 2 piles of gravel on each floor of the tower. On the 6th floor, apart from the 2 piles of gravel, there's also a gigantic statue. There's also a stone tablet that seems to be a divine ability relic. The Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene learned about the 6-story tower from Pang Cen, if I'm not mistaken, that's the 6 Harmonies Tower. The divine ability Duan Ling Tian obtained must be the 6 Harmonies Golden Body. In the end, Mansion Master Meng Qing was the first to regain his senses. He said slowly, although the 6 Harmonies Golden Body isn't a high-grade divine ability, it's not weak either. Among the divine abilities in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it can be considered as a medium-grade divine ability. It's a medium-grade divine ability. The others burst into an uproar immediately. Initially, they thought Ling Tian had only been in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 days, and it was already considered good if he could come across a low-grade divine ability relic and obtain a low-grade divine ability. However, they did not expect Ling Tian to come across a medium-grade divine ability relic and obtain a medium-grade divine ability. I've heard of the 6 Harmonies Golden Body as well. It seems to be a defensive divine ability. Qian Ping Shang, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, chimed in. Mid-grade divine ability. Damn it! When Zhao Deng and his son heard Duan Ling Tian had obtained a medium-grade divine ability, their expressions turned even graver. Their hatred for Duan Ling Tian increased as well. Not bad, not bad. Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, nodded his head in satisfaction. He was not stingy with his words of praise. He managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability after only being in the Saint Martial Secret Zone for 3 days. Kumi stood at the side, feeling slightly surprised as well. Even in the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who managed to obtain such results after entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Although Duan Ling Tian knew that the news of him obtaining the divine ability relic and obtaining the divine ability was most likely spread by Pang Tsin and the other 2. However, he did not expect Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, would be able to guess the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic was the 6 Harmonies Golden Body based on Pang Tsin's words. The 6 Harmonies Golden Body is indeed something that can only be understood but not explained. No wonder people say one can only comprehend and master it after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage. However, according to Hua Lao, I don't have to break through to the Divine Saint stage. I only need to break through to the Great Saint stage to comprehend the divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of his own situation. A day and a night had passed, and Duan Ling Tian had successfully memorized the divine ability, the 6 Harmonies Golden Body, including some things that could only be understood but could not be explained with words. When Duan Ling Tian withdrew his divine consciousness, he discovered the gigantic stone tablet in front of him had disappeared. Along with the stone tablet, the 6 Harmonies Pagoda that he was originally in, as well as the array formation space that the 6 Harmonies Pagoda was in, disappeared as well. At this moment, He had returned to the stone forest. Now that he was in the stone forest, he could no longer sense the aura of the formation. It was obvious the illusory formation had disappeared after he memorized the 6 harmonies golden body. It could be said that it had completed its mission. I wonder what level the divine ability the 6 harmonies golden body that I obtained this time is at. If only Hualao was here. He would definitely know what level the 6 harmonies golden body is at. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he left the stone forest. The most important thing now is to meet up with Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. I wonder where they are now and if they've met. The Saint Martial secret zone is so big. It won't be easy to meet them. In the next 20 days, although Duan Ling Tian met many people, he did not meet Wang Fei Xian and Lu Jian. Naturally, it was not as if he did not gain anything during these 20 days. He came across another divine ability relic and memorized another divine ability. The divine ability was called the Raging Flame Clone. It sounded good, but based on Duan Lingtian's deduction, it was not as advanced as the 6 harmonies golden body he had obtained previously. Not only was the process of obtaining it simple, but the content was also very simple. If he used it, Duan Lingtian was not sure if it would be of any help. There are still 2 months left. I hope I can meet them soon. Duan Lingtian wandered aimlessly in the Saint Martial secret zone as he searched for traces of divine ability relic. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many people in the past 20 days or so, he did not make a move on them at all. This was because he did not have any conflict with them. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to recklessly eliminate people based on the idea that one less person meant one less competitor. Duan Lingtian had just passed by a few steep barren mountains when he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. The sound of fighting did not last for long before it came to a stop. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian moved closer. With just a glance, he saw 3 people surrounding one person in the distance. Duan Lingtian had some impression of the person who was surrounded. He was also a new disciple who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. However, they did not have any interactions with each other. The other 3 people were not Heaven Palace's disciples. When Duan Lingtian saw the new disciple was forced into a corner by the 3 people, he raised an eyebrow and decided to intervene. It was because the person who was surrounded was a Heaven Palace's disciple. We're from the Zhao clan. As long as you tell us where the divine ability relic is hidden, we'll owe you a favor. After we leave, we'll tell Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng about this and let you join our Zhao clan as well. As long as you join our Zhao clan, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the mystical Sky Mansion. One of the 3 people who surrounded the Heaven Palace's disciples said to him, "Boy, with your strength, it's useless even if you know where the place is. You won't be able to pass the test and see the divine ability relic. Why don't you tell us?" "We owe you a favor," the other person chimed in. "Humph. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't want to be eliminated like your companion, you better tell us the truth." Unlike the first 2 people who tried to be soft, the last person took a hard approach. "Be eliminated like my companion?" The Heaven Palace's disciple did not show any signs of panic when he was surrounded by the 3 people from the Zhao clan. Instead, he sneered, "Go ahead and eliminate me. I'd like to see how you're going to find the place after you eliminate me." The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan did not expect this Heaven Palace's disciple to be so stubborn. Their expressions turned grave immediately. "How about this? As long as you tell us the location of the place, we'll let you join our small team. After we find the divine ability relic, we'll let you have the 4th divine ability relic." Soon after, one of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who spoke earlier spoke up. Based on his words, it was obvious he had chosen to give in. "Who knows if you'll go back on your words later?" Upon hearing his words, the sneer on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face grew even wider. What do you want?" The 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan were slightly angered. They really did not know what to do when faced with this stubborn Heaven Palace's disciple. Initially, they thought killing his companion would serve as a warning to others. However, it seemed like it was not effective at all. "Sure, I can join your small team. However, I want the 2nd divine ability relic we encounter. Moreover, all of you have to swear on the lightning penalty oath and not go back on your words." The Heaven Palace's disciple muttered to himself for a moment before he said in a difficult manner, "No." Upon hearing his words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan rejected him in unison. "We can't give you the 2nd divine ability relic. At most, we'll give you the 3rd divine ability relic. As for the lightning penalty oath, we can swear on it." One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan said, "This is our bottom line. If you're really unwilling to share it with us, we can only eliminate you even if we can't obtain the divine ability relic." The frown on the Heaven Palace's disciple's face eased up slightly. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to agree, a voice suddenly resonated and interrupted him. "Zhao clan?" Upon hearing the voice, the Heaven Palace's disciple turned to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a handsome and tall young man flying over from afar. His movements faintly emitted a powerful aura that made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. "Senior brother Ling Tian." The Heaven Palace's disciple cried out in surprise when he saw the person's face clearly. "Ling Tian." Upon hearing the voice behind them, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan who had yet to turn around were horrified when they heard the Heaven Palace's disciples' words. Ling Tian. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with this name. Not only that, but after this person had publicly slapped Zhao Ji twice, he had become the sworn enemy of the Zhao clan. The 3 of them turned around and looked at Ling Tian who was flying over from afar. Their expressions were extremely grave, and a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. "Do you know where Zhao Ji is?" Duan Ling Tian came to a halt in front of the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He glanced at them indifferently and asked, "We don't know." "Senior brother Ling Tian, we don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is." "Senior brother Ling Tian, we're not lying to you. We really don't know where senior brother Zhao Ji is. If we know, we'll definitely go with him." After all, there's strength in numbers in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The 3 of them thought Duan Ling Tian was looking for Zhao Ji, so they immediately explained in a panic. Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He knew they had misunderstood his question. "I didn't ask you where Zhao Ji is." Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold. "I just want to tell you that Zhao Ji is already waiting for all of you outside." Chapter 1773. P.S. Here's today's update. At the same time, I'm going to help the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll even get some coins for voting. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan finally regained their senses even if they were slow. Horror dawned on their faces immediately. "Ling Tian, why you killed senior brother Zhao Ji's clone?" When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Although they knew there was a conflict between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, it did not cross their minds that Ling Tian would dare to kill Zhao Ji in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. In fact, Zhao Ji was the strongest mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan who had entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone this time. Zhao Ji was also the person who had the highest chance of obtaining a medium-grade divine ability relic and breaking through to the Divine Saint stage to comprehend and master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic. If they killed and eliminated Zhao Ji, it would mean the Zhao clan would lose a Divine Saint stage powerhouse who had comprehended the divine ability in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This would be a great loss to the Zhao clan. I remember I met him on the 3rd day I came here. Since we're so fated, wouldn't it be rude of me to not send him out? Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly as though he was talking about something unimportant. When the Heaven Palace's disciple who was surrounded heard Duan Ling Tian saying he had sent Zhao Ji out, a horrified expression appeared on his face. Although he knew there was a conflict between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, he did not expect Ling Tian to be so valiant and directly kill Zhao Ji's clone. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was even more dumbfounded. Zhao Ji was eliminated on the 3rd day he entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Isn't Zhao Ji too unlucky? Although the Heaven Palace's disciple was speechless, he pitied Zhao Ji as well. 3 days. Although the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan already knew Duan Lingtian had eliminated Zhao Ji, they were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Originally, they thought Zhao Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian only a few days. However, they did not expect Zhao Ji would be eliminated by Duan Lingtian after 3 days. How unlucky he was. When they thought of the word unlucky, the three of them looked at each other and saw the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Speaking of unlucky, they seemed to be very unlucky as well, right? Together, the three of them were about to be wiped out by Ling Tian. Run. Although the chance of survival, to Zhao Ji's. I agree. Run. Run to run to run to run the three to run to run to run to Zhao to escape to run run's voice to run to escapes at this moment. They had completely forgotten about the Heaven Palace's disciples they had surrounded. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to survive Ling Tian's attack. Among the three mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, the weakest one was at the peak of the pristine saint stage while the strongest two were at the early refined saint stage. After they came to an agreement, one of them sent a voice transmission to remind them. The three of them made their moves almost at the same time, preparing to flee in 3 different directions. Only then would they have a chance to escape. Even if only one of them managed to escape, they would still feel better. After all, it was much better than being completely annihilated. As for pleading with Duan Lingtian, they did not even think about it. Even Zhao Ji from their Zhao clan was killed and sent out by Ling Tian. Even if the three of them groveled and begged for mercy, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Since that was the case, why would they not risk it? Even Zhao Ji didn't manage to escape from me. Do all of you think you're stronger than him? Duan Lingtian, who had long been on guard, had long covered the surface of his body with his Sun True Origin. When he saw the three of them were about to flee in different directions, he instantly mobilized the Sun True Origin that covered the surface of his body and transformed it into 6 dazzling sword rays that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, the three of them did not manage to escape far before 6 sword rays that were like 6 blazing suns pierced through the sky and landed on their bodies. The space between their brows and their hearts were pierced. The 3 figures were directly vaporized and disappeared. Gasp! Although the Heaven Palace's disciples who were standing nearby had already expected this outcome, they could not help but gasp. Among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, this person was the only one who could kill 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators and a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage with just a raise of his hand. After killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian's expression finally eased up a little. The enmity between him and the Zhao clan had already been formed when he slapped Zhao Ji twice in public. Moreover, there was no way he could turn the situation around. How could there be a turning back? Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion while his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. His 2 closest relatives were the 2 leaders with the highest positions in the Zhao clan. Offending Zhao Ji was equivalent to offending the entire Zhao clan. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he killed Zhao Ji or the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. He did not even bat an eyelid. Since he had already offended them, he did not mind offending them further. After nodding at the Heaven Palace's disciple as a greeting, Duan Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. Upon seeing this, the Heaven Palace's disciple was stunned. He had thought of many possibilities, but it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would leave without saying anything after killing the 3 mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Could it be that he did not hear the conversation between him and the 3 people from the Zhao clan? Did he not know he had clues about the divine ability relic in his hands? However, when he thought about it, he felt it was impossible. When he saw Duan Lingtian calmly approaching earlier, it was obvious he had been hiding at the side since the beginning. He must have heard their conversation. As for why he left now, it was naturally because he had no intention of forcing him to reveal the clues about the divine ability relic. The Heaven Palace's disciple had guessed correctly. Although Duan Lingtian did not mind snatching the clues about the divine ability relic from the other palace's disciples, he could not bring himself to snatch the clues about the divine ability relic from a Heaven Palace's disciple. No matter what, he was still a Heaven Palace's disciple, and he had even received the favor of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He had a sense of belonging to the Heaven Palace. Senior brother Ling Tian. When the Heaven Palace's disciple saw Duan Ling Tian was walking further and further away, he immediately chased after him. Is there anything else? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt and turned around to look at the Heaven Palace's disciple with a puzzled expression on his face. Senior brother Ling Tian, I want to work with you. The Heaven Palace's disciple took a deep breath and calmed down slightly before he said, Work with me. Duan Ling Tian smiled. I heard earlier that you have clues about the Divine Ability Relic. However, there's only one clue about the Divine Ability Relic. Even if we pass the test, who will be given the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability is still a problem. It's fine if I'm not working with anyone else. We can continue to look for the second divine ability relic and give the opportunity to comprehend the divine ability to someone else. However, the problem is I'm working with other people as well. I'm worried that I'll encounter my other two partners before I can find the second divine ability relic while I'm working with you. Duan Ling Tian said, I've already promised one of them that I'll give the first divine ability relic we encounter to him after we meet up. Senior brother Ling Tian, the fact that you can say that shows you're a magnanimous person. I, Xiao Dun, admire you very much. The Heaven Palace's disciple said with admiration on his face. Then, Xiao Dun changed the topic and continued to say, However, I don't only have one clue about the divine ability relic. I have two clues about the divine ability relic. As long as senior brother Ling Tian works with me, we'll each obtain one divine ability relic. What do you think? After Xiao Dun finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly. Two divine ability relic? Upon hearing Xiao Dun's words, Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised. He did not expect Xiao Dun, who was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage, would be able to obtain two clues about the divine ability relic after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Yes. Xiao Dun nodded. Then, as though he had recalled something, he let out a long sigh. Actually, the two divine ability relic were found by my friend. He cultivated a secret tactic that's related to his eyes. Due to this reason, his eyesight is far superior to ordinary people. It's precisely because of this that he was able to find the clues about the two divine ability relic in just a month's time. Unfortunately, when he was about to look for another divine ability relic and look for a refined saint stage powerhouse to work with us to explore the divine ability relic, he coincidentally encountered those three people. Due to this reason, he was eliminated. When Xiao Dun reached the end of his sentence, a look of pity could be seen on his face. Indeed, it's a pity. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he was inwardly shocked. Even he had only obtained two divine abilities after entering the Saint Martial secret zone for a month. Although Xiao Dun's friend did not obtain any divine ability, he managed to obtain two clues about the divine ability relic. His luck was not any worse than his. I just don't know what level the divine abilities in those two divine ability relics are at. Duan Ling Tian was curious about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he had not agreed to Xiao Dun's request to work with him. Senior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses when Xiao Dun spoke again. I can work with you. However, how are we going to split the two divine ability relic? Let me tell senior brother Ling Tian about the situation of the two divine ability relic that I know so far. Xiao Dun didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. The two divine ability relic were similar to the divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian had encountered earlier. Both of them were entered through an illusory formation. Not only that, but after entering, they would also encounter the first test. The first test of the divine ability relic that Duan Ling Tian had encountered for the first time was more difficult. Due to this reason, the divine ability he obtained was also more advanced. According to Xiao Dun, the first test of the two divine ability relic that he encountered was comparable to the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability, the Six Harmonies Golden Body, in terms of difficulty. It was apparent that the divine abilities recorded in the two divine ability relic were not inferior to the Six Harmonies Golden Body. Your friend is quite lucky. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. When Zhao Deng and his son were about to explode from anger, the young man next to the Earth Palace Master looked at the 3 Zhao clan's disciples who had just come out and pretended to sigh. What did you say? 2 divine ability relics. All of you discovered 2 divine ability relics? The 3 Zhao clan's disciples instantly widened their eyes as they looked at the young man in disbelief. He was the Earth Palace's disciple whose clone was killed by the 3 of them not long ago and was eliminated by them. Since I've already come out, what's the point of lying to all of you? I think senior brother Ling Tian and Xiao Dun should be on their way to the 2 divine ability relics now, the Earth Palace Master said indifferently. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The 3 Zhao clan's disciples were dumbfounded. How did the 2 divine ability relics slip away under their noses just like that? 2 divine ability relics. At once, many people shifted their attention to Zhao Deng again. Zhao Deng was so angry that his body began to tremble slightly when he heard the Earth Palace's disciples' words. How's this possible? What's so good about that Ling Tian? Why is he so lucky? Zhao Ji's eyes were red, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Ling Tian's really lucky. Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, could not help but sigh. Indeed. Many people agreed. Haha. Junior brother Ling Tian is really unexpected. Guli laughed as well. That Ling Tian's really lucky. I wonder if he's the young mansion master or not. Kumi stood at the side. Although it seemed like he did not make any movements, his heart was not calm at all. At the same time, in the Saint Martial secret zone, Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Dun and said, according to your words, the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics is about the same. I'm sure the divine abilities recorded in them are about the same as well. Since you're the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics, you can choose one of them first. Since they were about the same, Duan Lingtian did not make a fuss about it. Can I choose the one in the palace? Xiao Dun asked cautiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. A hint of anxiety could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Dun intently. As Xiao Dun waited anxiously, Duan Lingtian finally nodded his head. Sure. Although the first trial of the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun mentioned was about the same, they were located at 2 extremes. One of the divine ability relics was located in a dazzling palace. At that time, Xiao Dun and his companion were blocked outside the palace by the first trial. The other divine ability relic was located in a gloomy and dark swamp. It was the complete opposite of the former. Although the first trial of the 2 places was about the same in terms of difficulty, as long as one was a normal person, they would prioritize the former. This was because the former was a palace that looked grander. The divine abilities recorded in the divine ability relic would definitely not be simple. If Duan Lingtian were to choose first, Duan Lingtian would also instinctively choose the former. However, since Xiao Dun had made his choice, he did not say anything else. After all, Xiao Dun was the one who provided the clues to the 2 divine ability relics. If it were not for Xiao Dun, he would have to search for a while more before he could find the next divine ability relic. In that case, let's go to the divine ability relic that you chose first. After you've comprehended the divine ability recorded in it, you can bring me to the next divine ability relic. I'll explore the next divine ability relic alone. At that time, you can look for other divine ability relics. That way, it won't waste your time. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Dun. Senior brother Lingtian, you trust me so much? Xiao Dun was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's decision. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian would first go to the swamp to comprehend the divine ability relic that belonged to him. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would help him obtain the divine ability relic first. We're both Heavenly Palace's disciples. There's nothing to believe or not to believe. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but in Xiao Dun's ears, it made him feel ashamed. This was because he was still a little scheming earlier and chose the divine ability relic hidden in the palace first. Senior brother Lingtian, why don't we switch places? Even if the divine ability relic hidden in the palace is about the same level as the divine ability relic hidden in the swamp, I think it should be better. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Dun made his decision. The fact that you can say these words is enough to show that you're very sincere. However, since we've already decided, there's no need to switch places. The divine ability relic in the palace is still yours. Duan Lingtian said. Lead the way. After letting Xiao Dun lead the way, Duan Lingtian followed behind him and went straight to the first divine ability relic. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian followed Xiao Dun into a prairie and stopped above a huge lake. The entrance is in the lake? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Xiao Dun nodded and took the lead to enter the lake like an agile fish. Duan Lingtian followed him in. At their level of cultivation, entering the lake was as easy as walking on flat ground. They could completely block the lake water by covering their bodies with true origin. When they were close to the bottom of the lake, Duan Lingtian noticed the fluctuation of a formation. As they went deeper, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Dun had disappeared from his sight. As he continued to go deeper, his vision turned black as well. When the light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and discovered he had arrived at another place. This place was extremely solemn. A palace that looked like a gigantic beast was crouching in front of him. Everything here was exactly as Xiao Dun had described it earlier. Senior brother Lingtian, the ones guarding the entrance of this palace are 5 flying fierce beasts. Their strength is at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At this moment, Xiao Dun's reminder resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. 5 flying fierce beasts. They're all different fierce beasts, and their techniques are all different as well. When we first came in, we tried to break through, but we almost died here. Based on our estimation, we'll need at least 3 powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage to kill them and enter the palace. However, if it's a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above, he'll be able to kill them all on his own, Xiao Dun continued to say. When he reached this part of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the refined saint stage or above. Moreover, he was not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His body moved and shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the entrance of the palace in front of him. At this moment, the entrance of the palace was tightly shut. When Duan Lingtian was halfway through his journey, a few sharp cries suddenly sounded from afar. In the next instant, 5 gigantic figures appeared above the palace out of thin air. Chapter 1775. The 5 gigantic figures were none other than the 5 bird-type savage beasts that Xiao Dun had mentioned. The 5 bird-type savage beasts were not from the same clan. Some of them looked ferocious, some of them were good-looking, and some of them did not even have a single strand of feathers on their bodies. They were all bald birds. The only thing they had in common was that they were birds. Along with a few ear-piercing cries, the 5 bird-type savage beasts charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. Their speed was so fast that it was as though 5 bolts of lightning had struck out mercilessly. You're just a few mixed birds. How dare you show off in front of me? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly in the face of the 5 ferocious bird-type savage beasts. His tone was filled with disdain. In the next moment, the sun-true origin that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body transformed into streaks of sword qi that rapidly circled around his body before finally forming a gigantic bell. It was the colossal sword bell that Duan Lingtian had created based on the colossal arrow bell. Boom, 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 boom. One had to admit that the attack of the 5 bird-type savage beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage was very powerful. Each of their attacks could cause the void to tremble. When such an attack landed on the colossal sword bell, it also caused it to tremble. However, although it trembled, it did not show any signs of collapsing. How powerful! In the distance, Xiao Dun was dumbfounded. Although he had long known that senior brother Lingtian was very powerful, he could not help but be shocked when he witnessed senior brother Lingtian's strength. Back then, he and his companions were chased by these 5 mixed-haired birds. However, when it came to senior brother Lingtian, the situation was completely different. Senior brother Lingtian merely cast a defensive technique casually. No matter how hard the 5 mixed birds tried, they could not break through his defense at all. Too weak. How boring. When Duan Lingtian saw that the 5 bird-type savage beasts could not break through his colossal sword bell even though they tried their best, his interest waned. With just a thought, the colossal sword bell disappeared. The hundreds of sword chi that formed the colossal sword bell instantly shot toward the 5 bird-type savage beasts. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, a rain of swords seemed to fall from the void. Of course, this rain of swords was different from ordinary rain. Ordinary rain fell vertically, but this rain of swords fell horizontally. The rain of swords swept across the sky, setting off waves of ear-piercing sword whistles. Everywhere they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart. Under the baptism of the sword rain, the 5 bird-type savage beasts were vaporized. Just like the 3 savage beasts at the entrance of the tower. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly as he recalled the divine ability relic that recorded the golden body of reincarnation, the golden body of reincarnation tower. However, even though there were only 3 savage beasts guarding the entrance of the tower, because they knew how to attack together, their combined strength was not any weaker than the combined strength of the 5 flying savage beasts earlier. Rumble! Almost at the same time when the 5 flying beasts were killed, the door of the palace in the distance opened. It is indeed the same as the Tower of Freedom. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since the door was opened, it was only natural for him to enter. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not stop at all as he walked toward the entrance of the palace. Xiao Dun followed closely behind. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. After entering the palace, Duan Lingtian discovered that the test inside was similar to the one in the Tower of Freedom. Of course, by similar, it meant that the strength of the opponents was about the same. The further one progressed, the stronger the opponents would be. Xiao Dun's eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, he did not even need to make a move. To be more precise, he did not even have the chance to make a move. This was because senior brother Lingtian's speed was too fast. Of course, even if he made a move, he would not be able to pass the test at the end. The last hall is right in front of us. If I'm not mistaken, the divine ability relic should be in there. Duan Lingtian, who was walking in the passage in the middle of the palace, suddenly came to a halt and looked ahead as he said to Xiao Dun. Upon hearing that, Xiao Dun lifted his head to look at the last palace hall that they had yet to enter. He saw a plaque that was carved on top of the main entrance of the hall. The words Rock Heaven Hall were written on it in flamboyant calligraphy. These 3 words gave off an invisible pressure, as if they contained some kind of special power. Divine Ability Relic. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Dun felt a little excited. This was because he was about to obtain a divine ability. Although he might not be able to master the divine ability in the future, it was better than having no hope at all. Moreover, based on the tests along the way, he was certain the divine ability would not be a low-grade divine ability. Although he had only joined the mystical Sky Mansion later, he had also heard that the more difficult the tests in the St. Martial Secret Zone were, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic would be. Due to this reason, apart from feeling excited, Xiao Dun was also filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to finding out what kind of divine ability the divine ability relic in the Rock Heaven Hall would contain. After you enter, don't leave my side. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a final test inside. Before they entered, Duan Lingtian reminded Xiao Dun. With the experience of climbing the pagoda, he believed there would be another test waiting for him in the last Rock Heaven Hall. This was because until now, there had not been anything like the gigantic statue in the pagoda. Yes, senior brother Lingtian. Throughout their journey, Xiao Dun had long revered Duan Lingtian as though he was a god. He trusted Duan Lingtian's words unconditionally. Go on in. After receiving Xiao Dun's reply, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and walked into the Rock Heaven Hall in front of them. Rock Heaven Hall. The name sounded good. However, when Duan Lingtian walked in, he discovered it was different from the other halls he had walked through before. Apart from countless irregular stones, there was nothing else in this Rock Heaven Hall. In fact, the halls he had walked through along the way were all dazzling with gold and jade. However, the Rock Heaven Hall in front of him was more like a deserted place. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Even Xiao Dun was dumbfounded as he muttered, "Senior brother Lingtian, are we really still in the palace? Why do I feel like we've entered the wrong room?" They had entered the wrong room. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had the same feeling as well. However, the stunned expression on Duan Lingtian's face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly returned to the countless irregular stones in the room. His heart was filled with surprise. These stones were originally like dead objects, but now they seemed to be brewing life. What exactly are they? All of this was just fed back by Duan Lingtian's divine sense. Senior brother Lingtian, these stones seem a little strange. At the same time, Xiaodun also discovered the abnormality of the stones on the ground. Boom! Almost as soon as Xiaodun finished speaking, a loud noise came from behind Duan Lingtian. When he subconsciously turned his head, he found that the only exit of the Rock Heaven Hall was blocked by a stone door, and he and Xiaodun were trapped inside. Unlike Duan Lingtian's calmness, Xiaodun's expression changed greatly. Whoosh! 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 At this moment in the Rock Heaven Hall, which was supposed to be airtight, the void vibrated, and there was a sudden gust of wind. The wind was relatively light at first, but later on, it was like a raging gale, blowing Duan Lingtian and Xiaodun's robes. Senior brother Lingtian, these stones seem to be moving. Xiaodun suddenly exclaimed, and there was a slight tremor in his voice. Duan Lingtian nodded. He also discovered it. Following the raging gale in the Rock Heaven Hall, the stones on the ground began to tremble. At first, it was the relatively small stones, but in the end, even the stones that could be called huge stones began to tremble violently. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiaodun discovered that some of the relatively small stones were already suspended in the air, and were constantly rising. Gradually, the rest of the stones were suspended in the air as well. Under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Xiaodun, when all the stones rose into the air, they strangely gathered together, and finally turned into a stone golem that was like a small mountain. It was a stone golem that was completely composed of pieces of stones. The stone golem did not have eyes or mouth, but it was alive like a savage beast, and was not just a decoration. Bang! Suddenly, the stone golem moved. It took a step forward and landed on the ground. While the dust was raging, the entire Rock Heaven Hall trembled a few times as if there was an earthquake. Bang! 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 The stone golem took a few more steps, causing the Rock Heaven Hall to tremble even more violently. Even Duan Lingtian and Xiaodun, who were standing on the ground, trembled from head to toe. Bang! 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 After a few steps, both of them discovered that the stone golem's speed had increased again. Initially, it was walking before it seemed to be running toward them. Its speed was still increasing. At the same time, the aura on the stone golem began to spread out. It was getting more and more majestic. It was like a huge wave crashing toward them, causing Xiaodun to feel suffocated. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not affected at all. Senior brother Lingtian, be careful. Xiaodun, whose face was flushed, immediately reminded Duan Lingtian as he hastily rose into the air. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear him at all. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to say that he completely ignored Xiaodun's words as he continued to make his way toward the stone golem that was moving faster and faster. Unknowingly, the sun true origin shot out from his palm and transformed into a dazzling 3-foot-long blade. This stone golem's aura has stabilized. It's at the mastery refined saint stage. It's the same as the gigantic puppet on the last floor of the pagoda. After the stone golem's aura stabilized, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'd like to see if the gigantic puppet can take a casual blow from me. Can you do the same? With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's figure abruptly flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and the tip of the 3-foot-long blade in his hand pointed towards the stone golem. Until now, when he thought of the tests along the way, he still had some lingering fear. It really is a defensive divine ability. At first, Xiaodun did not take Duan Lingtian's words to heart because the divine ability relic had not appeared at that time. Logically speaking, no one would know what kind of divine ability was recorded in the divine ability relic. However, when he extended his divine sense into the stone tablet, he discovered that it was indeed a defensive divine ability. Rock Heaven Wall. The divine ability recorded in the stone tablet was called Rock Heaven Wall. It was a defensive divine ability. To be honest, Xiao Dun was slightly disappointed that he had obtained a defensive divine ability. After all, in this world, the spear and the shield had always been at odds with each other. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, if martial or Dao cultivators with the same cultivation base cultivated offensive or defensive techniques of the same level to the same stage, the spear would usually be able to break the shield even if the process was a little difficult. For this reason, Xiao Dun was looking forward to an offensive divine ability. It would be great if I chose the other divine ability relic. The idea, as soon as it arose, was suppressed by Xiao Dun himself. What am I thinking of? If it weren't for senior brother Ling Tian's help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the divine ability even if I knew where the divine ability relic is. Moreover, I was the one who chose the 2 divine ability relics first. When Xiao Dun thought of this, he blushed a little. Let's not talk about whether the divine ability recorded in the other divine ability relic is a defensive divine ability as well. Even if it isn't, senior brother Ling Tian deserves it. The moment Xiao Dun thought of this, he finally got over it. At the same time, he immersed himself in the stone tablet that recorded the divine ability. What a brilliant defensive divine ability! Even if this divine ability isn't a high-grade divine ability, it should be a mid-grade divine ability, right? The more he understood the rock sky wall, the more shocked Xiao Dun was. From the description of the rock sky wall, it was definitely not a low-grade divine ability. After a day and night, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes. Still not done? Since he had memorized the entire content of the divine ability, the golden body of enlightenment, in just a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian thought Xiao Dun would also be able to memorize it in just a day and a night. However, judging from the test in this divine ability relic, the defensive divine ability that Xiao Dun obtained should be of the same level as the golden body of reincarnation. I don't really need it since they're both defensive divine abilities. I wonder what kind of divine ability is recorded in the other divine ability relic in the deepest part of the swamp. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian began to yearn for the divine ability relic in the swamp. I hope it's an offensive divine ability. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Currently, he already had the defensive divine ability, the golden body of reincarnation, coupled with the speed divine ability, the golden crow's wings, which Hua Lao had taught him. He lacked an offensive divine ability. It said that only one person can comprehend a divine ability relic. I'd like to see if I can comprehend it while Xiao Dun is comprehending it. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness out of curiosity and approached the stone tablet that recorded the divine ability. However, before his divine consciousness could touch the stone tablet, it was blocked by a force emitted by the stone tablet. His divine consciousness could not get close at all. It's actually rejecting my divine consciousness. It seems like only one person can comprehend a divine ability relic. When Duan Ling Tian saw that Xiao Dun would not be able to comprehend it so quickly, he closed his eyes again and waited patiently. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Dun finally finished comprehending the divine ability relic. To be more precise, he had memorized the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Dun's vision turned dark. When the light returned, they discovered that they were under the lake again. Senior brother Ling Tian, let's go to the next divine ability relic. Xiao Dun did not go back on his words. After memorizing the divine ability relic, he brought Duan Ling Tian to the next divine ability relic. That's right. Senior brother Ling Tian, before the divine ability relic appeared earlier, how did you know it recorded a defensive divine ability? Xiao Dun asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's because the stone golem cast a defensive divine ability at the final stage. I've also challenged a divine ability relic before, so I know the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic will usually appear at the final stage. Duan Ling Tian replied. So that's how it is. Xiao Dun was enlightened. At the same time he asked casually, Senior brother Ling Tian, what kind of divine ability did you obtain earlier? It's the same as yours, a defensive divine ability. Duan Ling Tian replied. It's also a defensive divine ability? Xiao Dun was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, Fortunately, senior brother Ling Tian didn't choose the divine ability relic just now. Otherwise, it'd be a waste if they were all defensive divine abilities. That's not necessarily the case. Duan Ling Tian did not comment on Xiao Dun's words. Even if it's a defensive divine ability, there's still a difference in strength. Moreover, it's not a defensive divine ability that's guaranteed to be comprehended. The defensive divine ability you memorized might be more suitable for me than the one I memorized earlier. Perhaps I'll have a chance to comprehend the divine ability you memorized in the future, but I won't be able to comprehend the one I memorized. That's true. Xiao Dun nodded. He agreed with this point. Every divine ability had its own characteristics and could not be compared. The next divine ability relic was located in a barren area. This barren area stretched as far as the eye could see. Due to the presence of sand and wind, once one got close to the ground, one's vision would be obstructed. The entrance to the other divine ability relic that Xiao Dun knew was here. Your friend is really impressive. He even discovered the divine ability relic hidden here. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. Senior brother Ling Tian, continue walking forward for more than 10 meters and you'll be able to touch the formation and enter the divine ability relic. I won't follow you and drag you down. Xiao Dun said to Duan Ling Tian now that they had arrived at their destination. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and did not say anything as he walked forward. Sure enough, after walking for more than 10 meters, Duan Ling Tian's vision turned black. Then, he disappeared from Xiao Dun's sight and appeared in a dark swamp. Without senior brother Ling Tian, it won't be easy for me to continue on. Seeing Duan Ling Tian disappear before his eyes, Xiao Dun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, he also knew that his cooperation with Duan Ling Tian was just a transaction. Chapter 1777. Now that the deal is over, I'll have to rely on myself in the future. Xiao Dun sighed inwardly. With his current strength, it was really difficult for him to take each step in the Saint Martial secret zone. He might be able to pass through a low-level divine ability relic on his own. However, it was impossible for him to pass through an intermediate-level divine ability relic. Why am I thinking so much? I've already obtained an extraordinary intermediate-level divine ability. This is already a huge surprise. With my current strength, I'd be too greedy if I still want to obtain other divine abilities. The moment Xiao Dun thought of this, he felt relieved. A smile appeared on his face. He had finally figured it out. Senior brother Ling Tian, good luck to you too. After glancing at the direction where Duan Ling Tian disappeared, Xiao Dun turned around and left to be a lone ranger. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the swamp, also faced his first test as he ventured deeper into the swamp. The first test was the 4 savage beasts that crawled out from the swamp and blocked their way. When the 4 wild beasts joined forces, their strength was on par with the 5 bird-type wild beasts at the entrance of the palace. They were from the same clan, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. However, even if the 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage had a tacit understanding with each other, they were still no match for Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian easily annihilated them. Why is there no movement at all? After annihilating the 4 wild beasts, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness in all directions. However, he did not find any movement at all. One had to know that no matter if it was the 9 towers or the palace from before, after passing the first test, the doors were all open to him, welcoming him to enter and challenge. As long as he passed all the tests, he would be able to obtain the divine ability relic that was hidden inside. However, after annihilating the 4 wild beasts in the first test, Duan Ling Tian did not find any movement in his surroundings at all. How was he going to pass the tests after that? How was he going to obtain the divine ability relic in the swamp? Ha! Just as Duan Ling Tian was puzzled, his consciousness suddenly trembled. What's going on? Through his divine sense, Duan Ling Tian sensed that subtle movements were being transmitted from the surrounding swamp. The originally calm swamp was now rapidly churning, and the churning was becoming more and more intense. In the end, it was like a stormy sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as Duan Ling Tian was staring at the swamp with a solemn expression on his face, numerous figures shot out from the swamp and covered the sky. They appeared around Duan Ling Tian like a swarm of locusts. They surrounded Duan Ling Tian and blocked the light above Duan Ling Tian's head. These savage beasts. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized that the figures that appeared around him and above him were all savage beasts. These savage beasts were exactly the same as the 4 savage beasts he had killed earlier. Intermediate Pristine Saint Stage, Mastery Pristine Saint Stage, Peak Pristine Saint Stage. There's also the Early Refined Saint Stage. After Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye, he extended his divine consciousness and scanned the savage beasts in his surroundings. Soon after, he discovered that the weakest among these savage beasts was at the Intermediate Pristine Saint Stage while the strongest was at the Early Refined Saint Stage. Moreover, there was more than one of them. There were 9 of them. 9 Early Refined Saint Stage savage beasts. Roar! Roar! Snort! The savage beasts in his surroundings were as numerous as locusts. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could see there were more than 1,000 of them. What kind of savage beasts are these? Their tribe is actually so huge. Duan Ling Tian could see that these savage beasts came from the swamp beneath his feet. The 4 savage beasts he had killed earlier had angered this tribe of savage beasts. These savage beasts. Don't tell me they're the first trial of this divine ability relic? Even Duan Ling Tian did not know why this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. The moment this thought appeared, it could not be suppressed anymore. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. If this group of savage beasts was really the first test of the divine ability relic, did it mean that the divine ability relic in this divine ability relic was even more powerful than the golden body of reincarnation he obtained and the divine ability relic Xiao Dun obtained? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. As for the group of savage beasts before him, although there were many of them and their strength was extraordinary, they were nothing in his eyes. However, why are they staring at me and not making a move at all? When Duan Ling Tian saw the thousands of identical savage beasts did not make a move for a long time, he was baffled. He had no idea what this group of savage beasts was up to. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally had the time to study the group of savage beasts before him. To be honest, although he had killed 4 of these savage beasts previously, he did not take a close look at them. Now that he had the time to take a look, he took in the characteristics of these savage beasts in detail. The savage beasts before him were humanoid savage beasts. Their bodies were swollen, and there was a pair of fleshy wings on their backs. Their thick skin was filled with wrinkles. Coupled with their thick heads, just a glance at them was enough to make one feel disgusted. Among the group of savage beasts, the 9 early refined Saint Stage savage beasts were the largest. Each of them was 5 meters tall. The weaker ones were only 4 meters tall. The weaker ones were shorter and smaller in size. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness jolted. He could clearly sense a powerful aura appearing in the swamp behind him. The aura was so powerful that it was even stronger than the 9 early refined Saint Stage savage beasts. Colossal Sword Bell. When Duan Ling Tian sensed that the aura seemed to have locked onto him, he instantly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. In just a blink of an eye, streaks of golden sword rays formed a layer of defense on the surface of his body. It was like a gigantic bell. Boom! As soon as the colossal sword bell was formed, a loud sound reverberated in the air. The colossal sword bell shook violently. A gigantic figure had launched a sneak attack on Duan Ling Tian from behind. Although the sneak attack was successful, it did not break the colossal sword bell's defense. Roar! The moment the 9 early refined Saint Stage savage beasts died, the wild beast king outside the territory seemed to have noticed it. It let out a deafening roar before charging into Duan Ling Tian's territory. When the remaining savage beasts saw their king was enraged, they charged into Duan Ling Tian's territory as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Unfortunately, what awaited them was only death. What? You want to avenge them? Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw the wild beast king that was the size of a small hill charging at him with bloodshot eyes. Sword rays shot out from his hand like the sun. Chapter 1778. The mastery-refined Saint Stage Wild Beast King did not have a defensive divine ability like the gigantic statue and the stone golem. Due to this reason, it was directly killed by Duan Lingtian's attack that was equivalent to the full force of a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. The moment the Wild Beast King died, the other wild beasts did not panic. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Moreover, the swamp and the surroundings began to rumble again as more wild beasts shot out from the swamp. Although there were not as many wild beasts as before, there were still several hundred of them. Among the several hundred wild beasts that joined the wild beast army, the strongest one was only at the early refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, no matter how strong the wild beasts were, they did not give Duan Lingtian any pressure at all. They charged into Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory one after another like moths to a flame. They did not care if they were dead or alive, as though they were only here for that moment of glory and heroism. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian began to feel a little numb. In the end, although Duan Lingtian knew these wild beasts were just mirror images formed by the illusory formation and would be vaporized when they died, he was still shocked by their fearless courage. In the end, he did not make any move and allowed his 10,000 swords territory to kill the wild beasts that charged in. Duan Lingtian only sighed in relief when the last wild beast died. However, before he could even heave a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly resonated from all directions and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. "Little fellow, congratulations on passing the first trial in the Abyssal Swamp. You'll have to face 8 more trials. I'll be waiting for you at the last trial." This voice belonged to an old man. It sounded extremely old as it reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he became excited. No matter if it was the Tower of Illusions or the Six Halls Palace, there was no such warning from the beginning until the end. And the attack of the group of savage beasts earlier was actually the first checkpoint of this divine ability relic. The place where this divine ability relic is hidden is called the Abyssal Swamp. After Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, he slowly calmed his surging emotions. One must know that even though he had guessed that the savage beasts were the first trial, he wasn't certain that the savage beasts were the first trial. Because if that was the first checkpoint, it meant that the mystique recorded in this mystique relic was definitely extraordinary. At the very least, it would be stronger than the golden body of reincarnation he had obtained and the rock sky rampart that Xiao Dun had obtained. And now, through the reminder of the old voice that seemed to come from all directions, Duan Lingtian confirmed his thoughts. This divine ability relic must have recorded a high-level divine ability. Originally, Duan Lingtian had thought that the golden body of reincarnation that he had obtained was already a high-grade ability. But now, in comparison, Duan Lingtian realized that it was only a mid-grade ability. Comparison was the scariest thing in all things. When compared, the difference between the two was obvious. That voice just now reminded me that there are 8 more levels? Where's the second checkpoint? Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, the divine consciousness that he released clearly sensed a ripple in the void not far away from him. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze, he saw a crack appearing out of nowhere in the turbulent void. Following that, a thick and heavy door slowly emerged from the crack and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The door opened, revealing a passageway that led to an unknown place. Passing the first trial and opening the door. It's indeed the same as the 3 divine ability relics that we encountered earlier. However, the first trial of this divine ability relic is much more difficult. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for Xiao Dun saying that the first trial here is similar to the first trial of the Six Halls Palace, that's just a misunderstanding. Perhaps he would never have dreamed that the 4 savage beasts were just the prelude to the first trial. The real first trial will only appear after the 4 savage beasts are killed. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the reason Xiao Dun had such a misunderstanding was because Xiao Dun and his companion were unable to deal with the 4 savage beasts. Although the 4 savage beasts were fewer in number than the savage beasts in the first trial of the Six Halls Palace, they were of the same species and had a tacit understanding with each other. Therefore, their combined strength was not any weaker than the combined strength of the 5 avian savage beasts at the entrance of the Six Halls Palace. The latter seemed to be attacking together, but they were actually scattered. Let's go in. With a thought, Duan Lingtian's body moved and directly entered the thick and heavy door. What would be waiting for him inside? Duan Lingtian was rather curious about this. However, he knew that the subsequent trials would not be as simple as the first one. After entering the door, all that entered his eyes was darkness. It was only when Duan Lingtian propped up the sun true origin on the surface of his body that his entire body emitted a dazzling radiance like the scorching sun that this dark space completely revealed its true appearance. This was a deep and serene passageway that led all the way down. Duan Lingtian was currently standing on top of the passageway. In the beginning, the passageway was straight all the way. After walking for a few hundred meters, it had to turn. This passageway is getting lower and lower. Could it be that it's bringing me somewhere? Or perhaps, the end of the passageway is where the subsequent trials are located? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's speed increased by a few notches. What would the second checkpoint be? He did not know. Although the unknown was the most terrifying, when he thought about how the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was most likely a high-grade divine ability, Duan Lingtian's mind instantly became active again. Now, I'm about 100 meters away from the ground, right? As time passed, Duan Lingtian only felt that the passageway beneath his feet seemed to have no end. It was fine in the beginning, but as time went on, he began to get impatient. Now, I'm at least 300 meters underground. But I still haven't reached the end. How long is this passageway? Although he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian did not give up and continued to go deeper. A day's time passed in the blink of an eye. I'm at least 1,000 meters deep now. 2 days had passed. I'm at least 2,000 meters deep now. 3 days had passed. I'm at least 3,000 meters deep now. Is there an end to this? 3 days later, Duan Lingtian still had not walked out of the passageway beneath his feet. For the first time, he paused and did not continue moving forward. Instead, he stood there and gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body moved like a ghost as he sped up. In just a day's time, he had gone another 10,000 meters deep. However, he still had not reached the end of the passageway. It was as though the passageway had no end. I see. Duan Lingtian, who paused again, was no longer as impatient as before. Instead, he revealed a thought-provoking smile. So, this is the second trial. This illusory formation is really ingenious. If I hadn't activated the strange pupil half a day ago, I wouldn't have realized that I've been walking the same path over and over again. What do you mean by 10,000 meters deep? I'm only 1,000 meters below the surface now. The reason I feel like I'm 10,000 meters deep is because of the illusory formation in this passageway. Since there was not much difference in the characteristics of the passageway, Duan Lingtian did not realize that he was walking the same path over and over again all the way down. However, when he activated the strange pupil and studied the details and characteristics of the passageway, he realized that he had been walking the same path over and over again. Naturally, this was because of the illusory formation. This illusory formation should be the second trial. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian fully immersed himself in the illusory formation that was everywhere in front of him. If he wanted to break this illusory formation, he had to find the formation base of this illusory formation. Of course, it would be best if he could find the formation core. Therefore, as he continued to walk down the passageway, Duan Lingtian completely released his divine consciousness and probed his surroundings. At the same time, he stuck close to the stone wall on the side of the passageway and released his sun true origin into the stone wall of the passageway. As soon as he discovered something hidden in the stone wall, his sun true origin would immediately shatter and destroy it. Of course, Duan Lingtian's strange pupil was not idle either. The strange pupil was constantly activated, and his spiritual energy was constantly being depleted. When it was depleted, it would stop to rest and recover. When it was fully recovered, it would continue. Just like that, 6 to 7 days passed. Heaven rewarded those who worked hard. On the 7th day, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the first formation base of the illusory formation hidden in the passageway. He immediately activated his sun true origin to destroy it. If it was the formation core, the formation would naturally be broken after it was destroyed. However, if it was the formation base, unless it was an extremely important one, destroying only one of the formation bases might not be enough to break the formation. This was the situation that Duan Lingtian was currently facing. However, since he had found the first formation base, Duan Lingtian was very motivated. Soon, after half a day, he found the second formation base and destroyed it again. This formation base was obviously much more important than the previous one. Once it was destroyed, a ray of light appeared at the end of the passageway in the distance. Although it was very far away, Duan Lingtian still discovered it. Is that the exit? At this time, Duan Lingtian also realized that he had broken the illusory formation. This kind of hurdle is really a waste of time. Although the second hurdle did not involve killing, it still took Duan Lingtian more than 10 days. If he had a choice, he would rather face the test of the first hurdle. The second hurdle was mentally exhausting. Chapter 1779. It had been 1.5 months since they entered the Saint Martial secret zone. More and more mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were eliminated in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, these mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they waited outside with the others. They wanted to sound the others out and see what their results were. Apart from that, they also wanted to know how many people could stay in the Saint Martial secret zone for 3 months. Once they had stayed for 3 months, they would be directly sent out of the Saint Martial secret zone. Before this, unless one died inside, they would not be sent out. The divine ability relic I encountered was too monstrous. 2 of us who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, and an early refined saint stage martial cultivator couldn't even pass the 6th trial. The guardian beast at that trial was actually at the intermediate refined saint stage. When we realized we couldn't defeat it, we tried to escape. In the end, the other 2 managed to escape. I was the only one who reacted a little slower and was killed by the wild beast with just a slap. A mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was eloquent. When he reached the end of his sentence, a wry smile could be seen on his face. It seems like the difficulty of the trial you encountered in the divine ability relic is similar to the one I encountered. However, our group is stronger than yours. Apart from me, who's at the peak of the pristine saint stage, the other 2 are at the early refined saint stage. We managed to pass the 6th trial together, but we were annihilated at the 7th trial. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciple smiled wryly. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the last trial. The guardian of that trial is a mastery refined saint stage puppet. Although it's not as powerful as a mastery refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator, it's still not something 2 early refined saint stage martial cultivators can handle. A mastery refined saint stage puppet? All of you were annihilated? The former looked at the latter in shock. No. They escaped and I was killed. The latter had a bitter smile on his face. Then we're in the same boat. The former smiled wryly and sighed. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Qian Ping Shang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, who was standing nearby. Lord Palace Master, the trial of the divine ability relic we encountered was so difficult. The divine ability contained in it must be a high-grade divine ability, right? This mystical Sky Mansion's disciple was from Yellow Palace. High-grade divine ability? However, when Qian Ping Sheng heard his words, he shook his head. According to what you said earlier, the divine ability relic you encountered should be a middle-grade divine ability relic. If it was a high-grade divine ability relic, you wouldn't be able to pass the first hurdle. What? When the Yellow Palace disciple heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The test is such a difficult sacred power relic, but the sacred power recorded in it is only a middle-level sacred power? Can anyone obtain a high-grade divine ability? At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were eliminated also shifted their attention to Qian Ping Shang. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, not many people managed to comprehend the high-grade divine abilities in the Saint Martial secret zone. It said that if one were to challenge the Saint Martial secret zone alone, it would be impossible for one to challenge the high-grade divine ability relic without a cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage or above. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage wouldn't dare to say he's confident in obtaining a high-grade divine ability relic. Qian Ping Shang said, naturally, I'm talking about those who challenge the Saint Martial Secret Zone alone. Brother Zhang, you won't blame me for giving one of the 2 divine ability relics you found to senior brother Ling Tian, right? Of course not. Since I've been eliminated, the 2 divine ability relics are, naturally, yours. Since senior brother Ling Tian helped you obtain one of the divine abilities, it's only right for you to give the other one to him. The Earth Palace's disciple, Qin Zhang, shook his head. Half a month had passed since he was eliminated, and his state of mind had completely calmed down. If it was fated, it would be there. If it was not, one should not force it. He had gotten over it. Due to this reason, he felt happy for Xiao Dun from the bottom of his heart when he learned one of the divine abilities contained in the 2 divine ability relics he found belonged to Xiao Dun. Ling Tian. Everyone present on the scene heard Xiao Dun's words. Qian Pingshang, the palace master of Yellow Palace, immediately looked at Xiao Dun and asked, "What divine ability did Ling Tian help you obtain?" The moment Qian Pingshang's words left his mouth, most of the people shifted their attention to Xiao Dun. This included Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. Xiao Dun could ignore the other people's gazes, but he did not dare to ignore Zhu Luqi's gaze at all. This was because Zhu Luqi was the palace master of the Heaven Palace he was in. If he wanted to do well in the mystical sky mansion, it was important for him to be valued by the palace master of Heaven Palace. The divine ability I obtained is called the Rock Heaven Wall. Xiao Dun said under the watchful eyes of the others. Rock Heaven Wall. The moment Xiao Dun's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's vice mansion masters present on the scene were taken aback. Even Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Dun immediately. When Xiao Dun noticed Meng Qing's gaze, his heart jolted as he felt the pressure increase. The Rock Heaven Wall is one of the best medium-grade divine abilities. It's your good fortune to be able to obtain the Rock Heaven Wall. I hope you'll be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage in the future and comprehend and master this divine ability. Qian Pingshang said to Xiao Dun, "In the history of our mystical sky mansion, although many people have obtained this divine ability, very few of them managed to break through to the Divine Saint stage. I've never heard of anyone mastering this divine ability, let alone passing it down. It's one of the best medium-grade divine abilities?" Upon hearing Qian Pingshang's words, Xiao Dun's eyes lit up immediately. He did not expect the defensive divine ability, the Rock Heaven Wall, he obtained was not an ordinary medium-grade divine ability. Congratulations, Xiao Dun. At the same time, the few Heaven Palace's disciples who were eliminated congratulated Xiao Dun one after another. Envy, jealousy, and hatred could be seen in the depth of their eyes. As long as a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple obtained a medium-grade or above divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone and memorized it, they would be heavily nurtured by the Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Due to this reason, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone would do their best to obtain a divine ability relic. However, before Xiao Dun, although there were some people who were eliminated who managed to comprehend divine abilities, the divine abilities they comprehended were only low-grade divine abilities. Congratulations, Xiao Dun. At this moment, Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, also looked at Xiao Dun with a smile. This Heaven Palace's disciple whom he did not pay much attention to in the past was pleasing to the eye now. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Xiao Dun was slightly flattered. When the disciples from the other 3 palaces looked at Xiao Dun, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Zhao Deng, his son, and the other 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had a slightly gloomy expression on their faces. As far as they were concerned, that should have been a divine ability of their Zhao family. Ling Tian. Ling Tian. At this moment, whether it was Zhao Deng or Zhao Ji, their hatred for Duan Ling Tian deepened. Rock Heaven Wall. If I'm not mistaken, you and Ling Tian entered the 6 Halls Palace. Zhu Luqi looked at Xiao Dun. After he finished speaking, he asked again, "Earlier, you said you gave the other divine ability relic to Ling Tian. What are the characteristics of that divine ability relic?" It was obvious Zhu Luqi also wanted to know what divine ability Duan Ling Tian would obtain. After entering that divine ability relic, a swamp will appear before your eyes. The first trial will be 4 ugly and ferocious wild beasts. Xiao Dun even described the appearance of the wild beasts. Winged savage beast. When Xiao Dun finished describing the appearance of the 4 wild beasts, Zhu Luqi's eyes widened. Qian Pingshang could not help but exclaim in surprise. Winged savage beast. Meng Qing, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, was originally sitting cross-legged in the distance. When he heard Xiao Dun's description, he instantly stood up. Chapter 1780. Are you sure the location of the divine ability relic is a swamp? Apart from that, are you sure you didn't exaggerate the description of the 4 wild beasts? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, asked for further confirmation as he stared at Xiao Dun with a burning gaze. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Yes. At this moment, Xiao Dun also noticed the strange atmosphere. However, in the face of Zhu Luqi's confirmation, he nodded his head firmly. I'm sure I'm right. Moreover, I entered with Brother Zhang that time. Brother Zhang can testify to that. After he finished speaking, he looked at Qin Zhang, the Earth Palace's disciple. Speaking of which, he was the one who discovered the 2 divine ability relics that Xiao Dun knew about. He had also entered the 2 divine ability relics with Xiao Dun. It was only when they discovered they could not even pass the first trial that they decided to escape and look for a partner. Who knew they would encounter 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. In order to make an example out of them, the 3 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples even killed Qin Zheng's clone. The moment Xiao Dun's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, shifted their gazes to Qin Zhang in unison, giving him immense pressure. Qin Zhang did not dare to slack off and instantly nodded his head in affirmation. Xiao Dun is right. It's really that place. After receiving confirmation, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, shook their heads. Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, had a hint of gloating in his eyes. Lord Palace Master, is there something wrong? Xiao Dun could not help but ask Zhu Luqi when he noticed the strange atmosphere. Nothing's wrong. Zhu Luqi shook his head. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, many people have encountered the divine ability relic that you mentioned. However, nobody has ever passed the first trial of the divine ability relic. Moreover, very few people managed to escape from the divine ability relic alive. What? Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were shocked. Xiao Dun and Qin Zhang were also dumbfounded. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. They had also passed the first checkpoint of that divine ability relic. It didn't seem to be that exaggerated, right? Lord Palace Master, Brother Zhang and I have also entered the divine ability relic before. Isn't the first trial just 4 wild beasts at the peak of the pristine saint stage? The difficulty is similar to the first trial of another divine ability relic, the 6 Halls Palace, that I've challenged. In the history of our Mystical Sky Mansion, it shouldn't be impossible for someone to pass it, right? Xiao Dun couldn't help saying. Qin Zhang also nodded. As the person involved, he agreed with Xiao Dun. The 4 wild beasts you're talking about aren't the first trial of the divine ability relic. The first trial of the divine ability relic will only truly open after the 4 wild beasts are killed. Zhu Luqi shook his head and explained. After killing the 4 savage beasts, thousands of savage beasts similar to the 4 savage beasts will emerge from the surrounding swamps. It's a huge group of savage beasts. There are more than 10 of them at the refined saint stage or above. Their king, in particular, is a mastery refined saint stage wild beast whose strength is comparable to the peak of the refined saint stage. Based on their cultivation base alone, they don't seem to be very strong. They don't even have a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. However, the terrifying thing about them is their numbers. The weakest among the thousands of savage beasts is at the pristine saint stage. When they charge over, unless it's the territory of a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above, It's impossible to stop them. In the history of our mystical sky mansion, there was once a small group consisting of a Tao cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, and 3 intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators who entered the divine ability relic. In the end, all of them were annihilated. Under the onslaught of the thousands of savage beasts, they only managed to kill a few hundred savage beasts before they were annihilated. Zhu Luqi finished speaking in one breath. Gasp, 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 gasp. The moment Zhu Luqi finished speaking, the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples present on the scene gasped one after another. My goodness! What divine ability relic is that? The first trial is already so insane. How terrifying! Although Ling Tian is strong, he's only at the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm afraid he'll most likely die if he enters. With Ling Tian's strength, he might be able to enter an ordinary high-grade divine ability relic. However, it's obvious he won't be able to enter this high-grade divine ability relic. Such a terrifying high-grade divine ability relic. How terrifying must the divine ability contained inside be? Just the thought of it is enough to shock me. I'm sure the divine ability contained in that divine ability relic must be extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary it is, nobody will be able to obtain it. That's right. It's too difficult. After the group of mystical sky mansion's disciples regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. None of them felt Duan Ling Tian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic. A rare smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Ji's mouth. It was a smile filled with schadenfreude. Those 4 wild beasts are just the prelude to the first trial of the divine ability relic? After listening to Zhu Luqi's words, Xiao Dun could not help but gasp. Then, he exchanged glances with Qin Zheng and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. Not even in their wildest dreams did they think the medium-grade divine ability relic in their eyes would actually be such a terrifying high-grade divine ability relic. Then, doesn't this mean senior brother Ling Tian is in great danger? The moment Xiao Dun thought of Duan Ling Tian, horror dawned on his face. He felt guilty. If he had known the divine ability relic was so dangerous, he would not have brought Duan Ling Tian there. After all, Duan Ling Tian was his benefactor, and he was not an ungrateful person. When did Ling Tian enter the divine ability relic? Zhu Luqi asked solemnly as he looked at Xiao Dun. At this moment, he could not help but feel worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. After all, the divine ability relic was the #1 forbidden area in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. It was a name that would cause one to tremble in fear. However, the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace and the entire mystical sky mansion, Ling Tian, had actually entered the divine ability relic without even knowing it. How could he not be worried? In fact, the benefits Ling Tian obtained from the Saint Martial Secret Zone were extremely important to the mystical sky mansion. With Ling Tian's innate talent, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely be able to break through to the divine saint stage in the future. Moreover, the possibility of him comprehending and mastering the divine ability he obtained from the Saint Martial Secret Zone was much higher than the others. Due to this reason, he did not want Duan Ling Tian to be eliminated so early. About 10 days ago. Xiao Dun pondered for a moment before replying. 10 days ago? Upon hearing Xiao Dun's words, Gu Li, who had been standing quietly at the side, could not help but sigh in relief. He entered the divine ability relic 10 days ago, and he hasn't come out until now. Junior brother Ling Tian must have turned the misfortune into a blessing. Gu Li's thoughts were similar to most of the people's thoughts. It seems like Ling Tian has escaped. That's right. It has been 10 days, but he hasn't been eliminated. He must have escaped from the divine ability relic. Although the divine ability in the divine ability relic is good, it's impossible for Ling Tian to obtain it with his strength. Many mystical sky mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Ling Tian must have survived the siege of the wild beasts and managed to escape from the divine ability relic. Previously, Xiao Dun was also worried. However, now that he had calmed down, he sighed in relief. It has been 10 days. Since senior brother Ling Tian hasn't come out, he must have left the divine ability relic. I hope he won't think I'm trying to harm him. Xiao Dun smiled wryly when he thought about this. It has been 10 days, And he hasn't been eliminated yet? Zhao Deng's expression was grave. It was obvious he had escaped from the divine ability relic alive, since he had not been eliminated even after 10 days. At this moment, the gloating smile on Zhao Ji's face froze as well. From the beginning until the end, nobody, including Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, thought Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic, let alone obtain the divine ability inside. According to the Mystical Sky Mansion's history, the divine ability relic Duan Lingtian had entered was the #1 forbidden area in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The divine ability contained inside was also publicly acknowledged by the seniors in the Mystical Sky Mansion's history as the #1 divine ability among the many divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone. That Ling Tian is really lucky to have entered the #1 divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone. However, if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, it'll be impossible for him to pass the first trial of the divine ability relic, let alone obtain the #1 divine ability. Although Kumi was from the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had also heard about the #1 divine ability in the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone. Even in the Azure Cloud Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone, there was no divine ability relic that could compare to the divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone. Naturally, regardless of whether it was the Azure Cloud Mansion or the Mountain Shade Black Market, although they knew the divine ability relic in the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone was extraordinary, they did not covet it at all. This was because they knew it was impossible for someone to obtain the divine ability from the divine ability relic in the Debussy Subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He also did not know the divine ability relic he was currently in was the #1 forbidden area in the Mystical Sky Mansion's history that was publicly acknowledged as the #1 divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. This divine ability relic was also the nightmare of the outstanding younger generation in the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion. No one had ever been able to pass the first hurdle of this divine ability relic, let alone obtain the divine ability inside. Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. Similarly, the people outside were unaware of what was happening inside as well. They also did not know Duan Lingtian had already passed the first and second trials of the divine ability relic that would cause one's expression to change. He had successfully walked out of the passage where the second trial was located and entered the third trial. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian held onto the colossal sword bell and passed through the area enveloped by the terrifying force that swept down like a waterfall. He successfully stepped onto the flat ground in front of him. Chapter 1781. After setting foot on the flat ground, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the vast energy that was pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Please search to see the most complete. Damn! This energy was milky white in color. It emitted a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. This energy was triggered after I walked out of the passage. Fortunately, the sun true origin in my body is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse. Otherwise, even the defense formed by the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be able to withstand its impact. Duan Lingtian felt slightly relieved. If a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage wants to come here from the other end of the passage, he'd be injured even if he doesn't die. As someone who had experienced this before, Duan Lingtian was certain of this. I wonder what the third trial is. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he prepared to turn around. However, at this moment, his gaze landed on the vast milky white energy that was like a waterfall. A thought appeared in his mind involuntarily. This energy that's like a waterfall. Don't tell me it's the third trial in the abyssal swamp? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think this energy was the third trial due to the lingering fear in his heart. However, now that he had calmed down, he could not help but guess. However, he began to hesitate. If it's really the third trial, isn't it a little too casual? Duan Lingtian's heart began to waver again. He could not be sure if this was the third trial or not. Forget it. Who cares if it's the third trial or not? No matter if it's the third trial or not, I'll still have to pass the remaining trials. I'll only be able to meet the owner of the voice after I pass the first 8 trials. The trial of the final trial must be related to him since he said he'd wait for me at the final trial. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the voice that reminded him when he passed the first trial, he felt excited again. If he could clear the 9 trials in the Abyssal Swamp, it would mean that he would be able to obtain the Divine Ability Relic inside. Judging from the difficulty of the trials in the Abyssal Swamp, the Divine Ability Relic inside would definitely be extraordinary. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and slightly calmed his surging feelings before he turned around and faced the force that was like a waterfall with his back facing it. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian finally had the time and thought to look at the world behind the tunnel. He was standing on the head of an arch bridge. On the other side of the arched bridge, there was a white and red mist, blocking Duan Ling Tian's vision. He couldn't see what was on the other side. The arched bridge was very wide and very long. It was situated on a dry river, and there was not a single drop of water in the river. Let's go and take a look. Since he was already here, Duan Ling Tian naturally couldn't turn back. He resolutely stepped onto the arch bridge and prepared to go to the other end. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the arch bridge, he felt an inexplicable pressure shrouding his body. Could this be the 4th trial? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Ling Tian felt a violent tremor coming from beneath his feet. It was as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At this moment, his first reaction was to step into the air to avoid this earthquake. However, he soon discovered that the pressure that shrouded his body was actually an extremely advanced flight-prohibiting formation. It sealed his ability to fly, causing him to be unable to escape from the arched bridge beneath his feet. Pa, 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 pa. Along with the crisp sounds, Duan Ling Tian discovered that there were terrifying cracks on the arched bridge. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the arched bridge broke. However, after looking at the dry river, Duan Ling Tian did not hurry to leave. This was because he felt that it would not affect him even if the bridge broke. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound reverberated. This time, the arched bridge beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet broke at an extremely fast speed. It broke so quickly? Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The speed of the arched bridge breaking was beyond his expectations. Even if he had escaped earlier, it would have been difficult for him to escape before the arched bridge broke. As the arched bridge broke, Duan Ling Tian released the Sun True Origin on the surface of his body to form the Taiyan sword bell. After the arched bridge broke, the broken rocks fell in all directions. Many of the broken rocks shot toward Duan Ling Tian, but they were all blocked by the Taiyan sword bell. This bridge. It's strange that it broke. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. This was because he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. There must be a reason why the arched bridge broke. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to reach the dried-up ditch, a series of loud noises came from behind him. It sounded like the sound of a flood. No. The loud noises that came from behind were even more terrifying than a flood. When Duan Ling Tian turned his head subconsciously, he saw a vast power sweeping toward him from the milky white power that was like a waterfall. After the waterfall-like power filled the ditch between the passage and the arched bridge, it had nowhere to go and was rushing toward the dried-up ditch. At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who was restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation, landed on the dried-up ditch. In an instant, he felt that the vibration coming from under his feet was even more terrifying than the previous earthquake. As for the vast and boundless milky white energy, wave after wave, each wave stronger than the last, swept towards him. The milky white power that rushed to the front was much more powerful than the waterfall-like power that Duan Ling Tian had experienced before. Even Duan Ling Tian's expression could not help but change when he sensed the aura emitted from the energy. This was because the power was so strong that even the Taiyan sword bell that he condensed with the Sun True Origin might not be able to block it. If his original body was here, he could still rely on his original body's powerful physical strength. However, he was relying on his doppelganger. His doppelganger did not have the same physical strength as his original body, so he could only rely on his own Sun True Origin. I can't be drowned by this power. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly ran toward the other end of the ditch. Boom! Just as Duan Ling Tian's figure shot out, wave after wave of vast milky white energy that charged to the front finally fell like a flood and violently smashed into the dried river ditch. As soon as the vanguard arrived, the power behind arrived as well. In the blink of an eye, half of the ditch was filled with the milky white power. After it was filled, it continued to sweep toward the other side of the ditch. It was as though it would not stop until it had filled the entire ditch. The milky white power that rushed to the front was squeezed and stacked by the power behind it. Its speed became faster and faster. After a short while, its speed surpassed Duan Lingtian's speed, and the distance between it and Duan Lingtian narrowed. *T. Even without turning his head, Duan Lingtian could feel the power behind him closing in. His expression changed. If it was any other time, the bank in front of him would not be a big deal to him. He would feel that it was very close. However, at that moment, he felt that it was very, very far away. The word anxious was enough to describe Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Boom, 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 boom. The vast power that rushed to the front was getting faster and faster, and it was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In the end, it was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian was still some distance away from the bank. If this continued, he would be drowned by the power behind him before he reached the bank. The vast power was only a short distance away from Duan Lingtian, and it easily destroyed the Taiyan sword bell that Duan Lingtian had propped up. Let's go all out. After the Taiyan sword bell was destroyed, Duan Lingtian also realized the danger. His handsome face turned serious, and the sun vital origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins at the fastest speed possible. Myriad sword territory. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian formed his territory. As soon as the myriad sword territory appeared, it shrouded the milky white power within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. At the same time, under Duan Lingtian's control, the tens of thousands of sword lights in the myriad sword territory quickly gathered together to form a huge golden sword that was as bright as the sun. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and held the huge sword in his hand. At the same time, the remaining sun vital origin in his body surged into the huge sword as though it had gone mad. Seeing that the milky white power was about to engulf Duan Lingtian finally made his move. Bas! The huge sword in his hand fell from the sky. Not only did it contain all the power that he could use, but it also contained the mysteries of the sovereign heart sword. Bas! 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 As the huge sword swept across the sky, the void trembled. Because it was not swept out with the blade, the huge sword also encountered a great resistance. It was air resistance. However, even with air resistance, the speed of the huge sword was not slow at all. Finally, the gigantic sword collided with the energy that was charging at the forefront and almost drowned Duan Lingtian, and it ruthlessly slammed onto the sword. Wah! In a flash, when the huge sword came into contact with the power, Duan Lingtian felt a violent vibration from his hand. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. At the same time, a force was running around in his body like a headless fly, causing his qi and blood to surge and his internal injuries to spread. Boom! At the same time, the gigantic sword was finally shattered by the energy that was charging at the forefront. At the instant the gigantic sword shattered, a huge wave of energy surged out and ruthlessly slammed onto Duan Lingtian's body, sending him flying out from the impact. Duan Lingtian was blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he narrowly landed on the riverbank ahead. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian landed on the riverbank, the energy that was charging at the forefront crashed onto the riverbank as well, and a loud explosion sounded like the roar of a furious dragon. Chapter 1782. Huff! Huff, huff, huff. Duan Lingtian, who sat on the riverbank, gasped heavily for air. His forehead was covered in sweat as he turned around to look at the vast milky white energy that filled up the dried river ditch. Almost. Just a little bit more and I would have been killed. Once he was killed, it would mean that he would be eliminated. It was not easy for him to come across such a divine ability relic, so he was naturally unwilling to be eliminated. To think that I thought that the milky white energy that swept down like a waterfall was the third trial in the abyssal swamp. Now it seems that what I just experienced was the real third trial. Previously, Duan Tian felt that the third trial should not be so simple. However, that waterfall-like energy could not be ignored. Therefore, he had always been puzzled, wondering if that energy was the third trial. And now, that power was connected to what he had just experienced, which made him realize that what he had just experienced was the real third checkpoint. The milky white energy, the broken arch bridge, the flight-prohibiting formation, and the dried river ditch formed the third trial. Soon after, Duan Tian discovered that the water level of the milky white energy in the river ditch was still rising. Although there was still a long way to go before it overflowed the riverbank, he quickly stood up after recovering some of his vitality. The fog disappeared? When Duan Tian turned around, he discovered that the fog on the other side had disappeared and was replaced by a mountain wall. A dead end. Duan Tian was dumbfounded when he saw the mountain wall blocking his way. Due to the attack of the milky white energy that swept down like a waterfall, the passage where the second trial was located was already submerged. It was already impossible for him to turn back. However, there was no turning back, and the road ahead was a dead end. Could it be that he could only stand here and wait for death? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Duan Tian was burning with anxiety, a series of loud sounds came from above his head. The noise that he usually heard was like the sound of nature when it entered Duan Tian's ears. Duan Tian immediately raised his head and discovered that the mountain wall above his head had a crack that allowed one person to pass through. A ray of light shone in from the inside as though it was guiding Duan Tian up. Since the flight-prohibiting formation only covered the river ditch, Duan Tian, who was on the riverbank, could freely fly in the air. Bang! Duan Tian stomped on the ground and flew up into the air through the crack on the mountain wall above his head. At the same time, Duan Tian looked up and discovered that the ray of light came from several hundred meters away. In other words, he still had to continue to fly several hundred meters before he could reach the source of light. It's good to be higher, it's good to be higher. When he thought about the milky white energy that was still pouring down like a waterfall below him, he was afraid that it would not take long before the entire space below him was flooded. Duan Tian was glad that the next trial was high enough and would not be flooded. As he flew up into the air, Duan Tian's heart sank when he thought about the thrilling scene earlier. The third trial is already so perverse. How terrifying would the 6 trials that await me be? With the lesson from the third trial, Duan Tian was slightly traumatized. He felt that the subsequent trials would be even more difficult. However, when Duan Tian was faced with a fourth trial, he discovered that the fourth trial was not as dangerous as the third trial. The fourth trial did not test one's strength, only their martial arts techniques. Martial arts techniques? It should be noted that although Duan Tian had abandoned most of the martial arts techniques that he used to cultivate, he was not weak in terms of techniques because of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Therefore, he easily passed the fourth checkpoint. After the fourth trial, it was time for the fifth trial. Similarly, the fifth trial did not test one's strength, but one's patience. 100,000 embroidery needles and a red line. That was the test of the fifth trial. It's really a test of patience. The corner of Duan Tian's mouth twitched when he saw the 100,000 densely packed embroidery needles before him. However, in the end, he still obediently picked up the only red thread in one hand and the embroidery needles in the other hand before he began to thread them. Only by threading all 100,000 embroidery needles through the red line would one be considered to have passed the fifth trial. Even though Duan Tian's cultivation base was extraordinary, he was still unable to use his strength when it came to threading the needles. He could only be like an ordinary person and obediently thread the red thread through the embroidery needles. Perhaps it was because they were afraid that the challenger would use his strength to cheat, so the holes of the embroidery needles were thinner than the red line. They could only be slowly squeezed in and could not be too fast. It took Duan Tian a few days just to pass the fifth trial. By the time he finished, his eyes were already blurred. If he had a choice, he would rather repeat the first trial. No. Even if he could choose to repeat the third trial, he would still do so because the fifth trial was too difficult. It was even more tiring than the second trial. After passing the fifth trial, Duan Tian did not rush to the sixth trial. Instead, he rested on the spot. This was the first time he rested after entering the abyssal swamp. He had to rest. Now, as long as he opened his eyes, he would definitely see the bright embroidery needles and red lines. After resting for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian proceeded to the next trial. The sixth trial was still not a test of strength. Comprehension. The sixth trial was a test of the challenger's comprehension. What Duan Lingtian needed to do was to complete some incomplete martial tactic moves. Naturally, these martial tactic moves were only moves from the human rank saint grade martial tactic. If it was in the past, it would be quite difficult for Duan Lingtian to do this. However, ever since he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword and comprehended it to the second stage, Duan Lingtian's insight and understanding of the moves had also reached an extremely high level. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to complete some moves from the human rank saint grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duan Lingtian easily passed the sixth trial. Next it was the seventh trial. Why do I have a feeling that the 9 trials in the Abyssal Swamp are easier the further I go? Duan Lingtian could not help but have this thought when he recalled the previous few trials. Soon after, he found out what the seventh trial was about. Endurance? Running? When Duan Lingtian saw the content of the seventh trial, he smiled. It was another simple trial. However, when he finished reading the content, the smile on his face froze. I have to run around this pillar for 7 days and 7 nights. If I don't complete 1 million laps, I'll be considered to have failed the trial and will be sent out? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the gigantic pillar that required several dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. 7 days and 7 nights. 1 million laps. After walking around the pillar, a bitter smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. To complete 1 million laps around this pillar in 7 days and 7 nights. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage would find it difficult to do that. To think that I thought this trial would be easy. This is really a test of endurance. The bitter smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more pronounced. However, he had no other choice. It was not impossible for him to complete 1 million laps around the pillar in 7 days and 7 nights. However, he would definitely be tormented during this process. Without a certain amount of patience, it would be impossible for him to persevere. Let's run. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pressed down on the protruding mechanism on the pillar. After activating the monitoring formation, he began to run around the pillar. With the help of the Sun True Origin, his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already completed a few laps around the pillar. The first 3 days were still fine. Duan Lingtian maintained his original speed. On the 4th day, even though Duan Lingtian kept encouraging himself, his speed still slowed down. Now that I've already passed the 7th trial, there are only 2 more trials left. If I can't pass this one, all my previous efforts would be wasted. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he increased his speed again. However, after only a day, Duan Lingtian was completely immune to this method of raising his fighting spirit. The last 3 days were the most difficult days for Duan Lingtian. He even felt that the 7th trial was the most difficult of all the trials he had experienced in the Abyssal Swamp. Finally, after 7 days and 6 nights, Duan Lingtian completed 1 million laps around the pillar. After he was done running, he sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat. Although he was only a clone now, it was no different from a normal body. Would he still feel tired? He would sweat. Of course, the normal body referred to a normal person's body and not his actual body. If his current body was his actual body, it would not be a problem even if he ran for 10 days and 10 nights, let alone 7 days and 7 nights. It's been a long time since I've been so tired. No. I must rest for 2 days. No. 3 days. Although Duan Lingtian said he would rest for 3 days after he was done running, after resting for half a day and regaining his strength, he resolutely made his way to the 8th trial. The 8th checkpoint was located in a vast underground palace. After entering, one could clearly feel an ancient and weathered aura assaulting their faces. In an instant, it was as if they had been brought to an ancient era that was incomparably distant from the present day. The most eye-catching thing about this underground palace was the rows of statues that were erected neatly in the distance. These statues were of armored soldiers. There were infantrymen, spearmen, and even cavalrymen. It's quite similar to the terracotta army from my previous life. Are these statues the test of the 8th trial? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately became alert. Chapter 1783. The rows of soldier statues looked majestic from afar. Duan Ling Tian glanced at them and knew the number of these soldier statues. There were at least 1,000 of them. Could it be that the test of the 8th checkpoint is to destroy them? With doubts in his heart, Duan Ling Tian slowly approached the soldier phalanx in front of him. The phalanx formed by thousands of soldier statues gave Duan Ling Tian an inexplicable sense of oppression. Duan Ling Tian did not know how to describe this feeling of oppression. Gradually, the distance between Duan Ling Tian and the soldier phalanx grew closer and closer. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Just when he was 100 meters away from the soldier phalanx, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and stopped moving. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw that the soldier phalanx 100 meters away seemed to have come to life in an instant. Chi, 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 pa, pa, pa. A crisp sound filled the vast underground palace in the blink of an eye. The stone skin on the thousands of soldier statues began to fall off, revealing their true appearances. Soldiers of flesh and blood appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes one by one. Of course, they only looked like flesh and blood. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. They did not look like living people at all. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect these soldier statues to turn into real people. Indeed, the thousands of soldiers standing 100 meters away from Duan Ling Tian looked like real people at first glance. Other than their lifeless eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a gust of chilly wind blew in the vast underground palace. The chilly wind was extremely strange. Even though Duan Ling Tian was not a coward, he still felt a chill run down his spine. These soldiers, at the same time, when Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on the soldier phalanx again, he discovered that the originally lifeless eyes of the thousands of soldiers had now lit up with an eerie green light. As their eyes glowed with green light, they were completely alive. Thump, 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 thump. After coming back to life, the thousands of soldiers quickly moved and arranged themselves into a more orderly square formation. They were very self-aware and did not need anyone to command them. Kill! 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 After rearranging into a square formation, the thousands of soldiers cried out in unison. Their voices shook the sky and the sound waves squeezed the empty space, causing it to vibrate and form ripple-like ripples that spread out. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian felt his eardrums vibrate and the blood in his body churn. However, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that now. This was because he realized that when the thousands of soldiers shouted, their gazes were also locked onto him. Even though Duan Ling Tian had experienced a lot of ups and downs along the way, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared when he was stared at by thousands of pairs of glowing green eyes. Kill! Another cry rang out in unison. In the next instant, the thousands of soldiers made their move at the same time and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Several hundred cavalrymen took the lead and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. As for the infantrymen and spearmen, they leaped into the air and flew toward him. The sabers and spears in their hands were filled with vast true origin as they shot out like a dragon out of its cave. Their target was Duan Ling Tian. Several hundred infantrymen and several hundred spearmen were equivalent to several hundred sabers and several hundred spears. They traversed the sky and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. The thousands of soldiers' eyes glowed with green light so no one could see the changes in their eyes. However, based on their current stance, it was obvious they would not give up until they killed Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, the thousands of soldiers surrounded Duan Ling Tian and charged toward Duan Ling Tian. They're all at the peak of the pristine saint stage. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his divine eye and extended his divine consciousness out, quickly discovered the cultivation base of the thousands of soldiers around him. All of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage without exception. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to these soldiers who were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. However, horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian when his colossal sword bell took on the combined attack of more than 30 soldiers. How's this possible? Aren't their cultivation bases only at the peak of the pristine saint stage? The colossal sword bell that he had activated with all his might almost crumbled under the combined attack of more than 30 soldiers. If there were 10 more soldiers joining forces, my colossal sword bell would have crumbled earlier. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to panic. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian moved and dodged the attacks of the group of soldiers. He tried his best to calm himself down. After calming down, Duan Lingtian observed the thousands of soldiers who surrounded him. He noticed that although the soldiers' movement seemed chaotic, there was a certain mystery behind it. The formation they're in is not an ordinary formation. Their formation seems to be able to link the strength of the people around them to advance and retreat at the same time. I knew it. As the eighth and second to last trial in the Abyssal Swamp, how could it be so simple? These thousands of soldiers are much more difficult to deal with compared to the group of wild beasts in the first trial. Although the group of wild beasts in the first trial had a tacit understanding with each other, they were not organized at all. Although the thousands of soldiers in front of him were only at the peak of the pristine saint stage, each of their movements contained the mystery of the formation. It was as though they were always in a group with their companions. Since these soldiers were irrational, there was no issue of trust in their cooperation. Due to this reason, they were even more terrifying when they joined forces. If the group of wild beasts in the first trial encountered these soldiers, I'm afraid these soldiers would only need to charge a few times to annihilate the group of wild beasts. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to be careless. He no longer dared to underestimate the group of soldiers in front of him, even though each of them only had a cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Chapter 1784. After annihilating a small square formation, Duan Lingtian retreated in time and gave way to the other square formations of various sizes that rushed over to support him. Then, Duan Lingtian began to use his speed advantage to wander around the square formations of various sizes. He could not interfere, and these soldiers could not touch him as well. Duan Lingtian's current speed was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. These soldiers could not catch up to him at all. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian repeated his old trick and destroyed the remaining square formations one by one. After spending half a day, he finally destroyed all the square formations. I finally passed. Although Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the 8th checkpoint, he was sweating profusely. His tensed mind had also relaxed. Earlier, when faced with the attacks of the square formations of various sizes, he did not dare to be distracted at all. Huff! Huff, huff, huff. Duan Lingtian bent down and placed his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. His face was drenched in sweat, and it fell like rain. At this moment, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Ever since he entered the Abyssal Swamp until now, this was the first time Duan Lingtian was physically and mentally exhausted. For this reason, he planned to continue to the next checkpoint after resting for a day and 2 nights. In fact, after he passed the 8th checkpoint, the entrance to the 9th checkpoint had already appeared. After I passed the first checkpoint, the voice that reminded me said he'll wait for me at the last checkpoint. In other words, he'll be waiting for me at the 9th checkpoint. Who's the owner of that voice? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with curiosity. At the same time, he also stepped into the entrance to the 9th checkpoint. The entrance to the 9th checkpoint was a circle of light. When Duan Lingtian walked in, it was as though he had touched something. His surroundings began to undergo a drastic change. The vast underground palace gradually disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian could see everything clearly. Sure enough, everything is a mirror image in the illusory matrix. I wonder what I will face in the 9th level? After the underground palace disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Finally, after a period of time, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had appeared in a vast battle arena. Around the battle arena were rows of spectator seats. However, there was not a single person in the spectator seats. This is the 9th checkpoint? Looking at the arena beneath his feet, Duan Lingtian revealed a look of surprise. Who am I supposed to fight with? Since there was an arena, Duan Lingtian could naturally guess what kind of test he would face in the 9th checkpoint. It would definitely give him an opponent, and then let him fight with his opponent. Could it be the owner of that old voice? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Once the thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it. The reason why such a thought emerged was that after he passed the first checkpoint, the voice that came into his ear once said that it would wait for him at the last checkpoint. Although I don't know who he is. Since he can send me a voice transmission like that, he must not be an ordinary person. If my opponent is him, I'm afraid I'll be doomed. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. Although his current strength was comparable to the early great sage realm martial cultivator, it was still not enough if he encountered the mysterious old man. While Duan Lingtian was smiling wryly, the space in front of him began to tremble before it quickly tore open. Immediately afterward, an old cameraman walked out of the gap in the void, stood in the air, and confronted Duan Lingtian. This was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a loose robe, but it could not hide his sturdy body. The old man was nearly 2 meters tall. As burly as he was, he stood there like a small tower. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. His pair of turbid eyes quickly lit up. "Little fellow, you're very good to be able to make it here." Just when Duan Lingtian noticed the old man spoke. His voice was exactly the same as the voice that transmitted to Duan Lingtian previously. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was completely certain that the old man in front of him was the old man who reminded him previously. "Senior." Facing the old man, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be negligent. Since the old man could appear here, even if it was just a mirror image in the illusory formation, it was still worthy of his respect. How could an old man who appeared in the form of a mirror image be an ordinary person? However, the old man seemed to be a little slow. He did not react to Duan Lingtian's greeting. Instead, he continued to say, "I told you earlier that I'll wait for you at the last checkpoint. Now, you're finally here. As long as you can defeat me, my elementary devouring tactic will be yours. If you can't defeat me, then I can only say that you're not fated with the elementary devouring tactic." The old man continued to say. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that although the old man in front of him seemed to be sentient, he was actually acting according to a template. This could be seen from the fact that he did not seem to be able to see Duan Lingtian's greeting. The old man's purpose of existence was to test Duan Lingtian. He did not possess sentience, so he could not communicate with Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, the old man did not intentionally give in to Duan Lingtian. The elementary devouring tactic he mentioned. Could it be the divine ability recorded in the divine ability relic in the abyssal swamp? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought about the old man's words. Why did he have to go through so much trouble along the way? It was all for the sake of the divine ability. Moreover, the difficulty along the way was completely incomparable to the divine ability relic he had been to before. Due to this reason, he was 100% certain the divine ability recorded in this divine ability relic was definitely not an ordinary divine ability. Naturally, all of this was merely Duan Lingtian's speculation. Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the divine ability relic he was exploring, the abyssal swamp, was the most mysterious divine ability relic in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone. It was also known as the #1 divine ability relic. Although the people in the mystical Sky Mansion did not know what kind of divine ability was recorded in this divine ability relic, based on its difficulty, the divine ability recorded in it was definitely not simple. Due to this reason, it was also known as the #1 divine ability. Defeat him? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the old man again, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, extinguishing all of his enthusiasm. Could he defeat this old man? Even if this old man was just a mirror image, he was definitely not someone he could defeat. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Earlier he had activated his divine eye to probe the old man, but when his divine consciousness came into contact with the old man, it was as though it had sunk into the sea. There was no response at all. Based on this, one could see how profound the old man's cultivation base was. However, when the old man spoke again, the bitterness in Duan Lingtian's heart disappeared. I'll suppress and maintain my cultivation base at the same level as yours. Since your cultivation base is at the early refined saint stage, I'll fight you with my cultivation base at the early refined saint stage. However, other than maintaining my cultivation base at the same level as yours, I'll also use the elementary devouring tactic. These were the old man's words. Early refined saint stage? Fight him with his cultivation base at the early refined saint stage? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was amused. He almost laughed out loud. Wait a minute. If he can imitate the Sun True Origin, his true strength would be comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Coupled with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the joy that had just risen in his heart vanished completely. However, in the next moment, when he saw the true origin on the surface of the old man's body, the fire of hope reignited in his heart. This was because the true origin on the surface of the old man's body was not the Sun True Origin. It was the true origin of an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse. If it's an ordinary person, it's impossible for him to be a match for an opponent with the same cultivation base who can cast the elementary devouring tactic. However, this is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian believed even if the elementary devouring tactic the old man cast was a high-grade divine ability, it was impossible for the old man's true origin at the early eminent saint stage to be a match for him whose strength was comparable to an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. His strength did not rely much on his cultivation base. Instead, it relied more on the uniqueness of the Sun True Origin. The Sun True Origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse. The true origin of an ordinary early refined saint stage powerhouse would only be crushed when faced with a Sun True Origin that had the same cultivation base. It seems that this so-called final hurdle is nothing to me. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Initially, he thought the final trial would be extremely difficult. Who knew things would take such a turn for the better? If it was an ordinary person who came here and encountered such a situation, perhaps he would have a headache. However, Duan Lingtian did not have a headache at all. Instead, he was secretly delighted. Although his strength is lower than mine by an entire stage, he knows how to use the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic is most likely a high-grade divine ability. Moreover, it's very likely that it's more powerful than ordinary high-grade divine abilities. Due to this reason, I can't be careless even if I'm 90% confident I'll win this battle. The ninth trial before him was also the final trial in the Abyssal Swamp. He could not afford to make any mistakes. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. If he were to fail miserably, who would he cry to? After a while, the true origin on the old man's body skyrocketed and spread out. In just a blink of an eye, he made his move. With just a flash, he charged toward Duan Lingtian menacingly. What a fast speed! Duan Lingtian was shocked. The speed the old man displayed was much faster than an ordinary early refined saint stage martial cultivator. In fact, it was not much slower than an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. His movement technique is very unusual. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.